Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
It's simple, Son Gohan said, raising a single finger with calm determination. We make a bet. In 4 years, I'll take the trial in the great god of destruction's dimension. If I pass, you agree to fulfill one request of mine, no questions asked. But if I fail, I'll grant you any request, so long as it's within my power. Vados arched an elegant brow, intrigued. Gohan's tone was measured, but behind his words was a quiet confidence, one that made her pause. He wasn't bluffing. Thanks to unlocking his hidden potential and wielding the Dragon God Sword, Gohan had reason to believe he could defy even the divine. The Grand Priest himself had hinted that the sword would increase his odds considerably. Very well, Vados replied, eyes gleaming with curiosity and amusement. But at the rate you're improving, I should start preparing my request ahead of time. You could, Gohan said with a faint smile, but 4 years is a long time. Who knows what will happen? Vados chuckled, finding his optimism infectious. True. Still, don't get ahead of yourself. If that trial were easy, it wouldn't have remained unconquered for hundreds of millions of years. Then I'll be the first. Their eyes met, both sure of victory. Time alone would reveal the outcome. Changing the subject, Vados smiled slyly. By the way, Mr. Gohan, you still have the hair I gave you, don't you? Gohan cleared his throat, lowering his voice. Of course, but I've kept it a secret from Bulma and the others. If they found out, they'd think I have some kind of weird hobby. I'd never live it down. Vados giggled. Then make sure you guard it well. If I win, I'll come to collect. Gohan smirked. Who says you'll win? And if I win, I won't be asking for just a strand of hair. Oh. Vados tilted her head playfully. Then what is it you want? You'll find out soon enough. A few days later, Vados and Kampa departed, continuing their hunt for the Super Dragon Balls. As their ship disappeared into the stars, another figure descended from the sky. Whis. He arrived at Capsule Corp just as Goku happened to be visiting. After a delicious meal prepared by Bulma, Whis addressed Goku and Vegeta, who were seated nearby. Gentlemen, Whis began, would either of you be interested in training on Lord Beerus's planet under my guidance? Both scions blinked in confusion. Wait, really? Goku asked, wide-eyed. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Why now? Whis simply smiled. Let's just say you have Mr. Gohan to thank. At once, Goku and Vegeta turned to Gohan, who sat between Bulma and Videl. They instantly understood. This must have been Gohan's request after defeating Beerus on Bulma's birthday. Gohan, thanks, man. Goku grinned and waved. Vegeta, true to form, remained silent, but his nod of acknowledgement was enough. Gohan smiled. Train hard. You'll need that strength soon. The multiverse is about to get a lot more complicated. What Gohan referred to as no small matter. The 6th versus 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament, and, far more critically, the Tournament of Power. The latter would determine the fate of entire universes. Unless the multiversal tournament entertained Zeno, the Omni King, 8 universes would be erased without mercy. Gohan knew Kampa would never allow him to participate directly. If Kampa knew how powerful he was, he'd simply forfeit. That's why Goku and Vegeta's strength was crucial. They were the wild cards Beerus needed to agree to a fair competition. Without hesitation, Goku and Vegeta packed up and left with Whis for Beerus's world. Gohan's own training didn't stop either. He wasn't just preparing himself anymore. His daughter, Son Shaoling, had shown immense potential. So, alongside his own regimen, Gohan began training her seriously, preparing for the days when she, too, would stand among the strongest. With the help of the Rune and Governor Vessel technique and his 100x cultivation acceleration, Gohan's growth skyrocketed. In just 16 months, his base combat power soared from 3 to over 110, an astronomical leap. Sun Xiaoling, too, wasn't far behind. Within a year, she had already achieved the Super Saiyan God transformation. But Gohan wasn't satisfied. For her to be ready, she needed to go beyond. Super Saiyan Blue was the goal. To reach it, Gohan took Xiaoling to the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 day outside equals 1 year within. Their training resumed, father and daughter, preparing to defy fate together. Temple of Heaven, hyperbolic time chamber. Nearly 11 now, Sun Xiaoling stood tall at 1.6 meters. Her fair skin glowed under the white sky of the chamber, and her delicate features shone with youthful energy. With her jet-black ponytail bouncing behind her and her fitted training outfit hugging her agile form, she looked every bit the fierce, radiant warrior she was becoming. Far from the chamber's entrance, Son Gohan sat cross-legged on the smooth white floor, watching her with a gentle smile. "Xiaoling," he said warmly, "remember the technique I just showed you. Now try again." "I've got this," Xiaoling replied with a determined grin. "This time I'm going to nail it." Despite spending more than a year training inside the chamber, she had failed to reach the form her father called Super Saiyan Blue. But the problem wasn't talent. Far from it. Over the last 2.5 years, Xiaoling had not only been refining her strength, but also learning the elusive Ultra Instinct. Under Gohan's guidance, whose mastery of the form was nearing that of apprentice angels, Xiaoling had steadily advanced, reaching near perfection in Ultra Instinct movement. Now came the true challenge, mastering control and precision, while ascending beyond Super Saiyan God. Gohan grinned playfully. "If you don't pull it off, no amusement park." "Oomph. That's cheating, Dad," she pouted. "Just watch." With a deep breath, Xiaoling closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and focused her energy. Her body began to tremble, her power surging like a rising tide. Her ponytail whipped in the air as her aura flared crimson. Snap! The elastic in her ponytail burst, and her black hair lifted into the air, glowing with divine red energy. Super Saiyan God. But she wasn't done. This wasn't the goal. Her aura thickened, glowing with hints of electric blue. The red began to fade as blue crept in, flickering back and forth between both colors. "That's it," Gohan called out. "Don't lose focus. Keep going." "I know," Xiaoling shouted, her eyes locked ahead. Boom! A shockwave rocked the chamber as her energy exploded. Her aura turned fully blue, pure and blinding. Her hair stood tall, shimmering a brilliant azure. Her eyes gleamed the same sharp color, Super Saiyan Blue. Blue flames licked the air around her, her power now fully awakened. I did it," Xiaoling gasped, staring in awe at her hands glowing with blue energy. "Ha ha! Dad, I did it!" Gohan stood and clapped, pride shining in his eyes. "That's my daughter. You've done well, Xiaoling. All these years of training, you've earned this." She blushed at his praise, bouncing excitedly on her toes. "Then it's settled. You promised. Amusement park." Gohan chuckled and nodded. "All right. When we're free, we'll go. But for now, let's head home." Meanwhile, in deep space, inside a sleek, dark spaceship hurtling through the void, Frieza stood with his hands behind his back, gazing silently out at the stars. It had been 4 months since he was resurrected using the Dragon Balls. For months of focused, brutal training. The image of Goku defeating him on Namek still burned in his mind. The humiliation of being toyed with by Son Gohan back on Earth, it festered like poison. This time will be different. This time, he would repay that humiliation with interest. "King Frieza will be arriving at Earth shortly," said Sorbet nervously, approaching from behind. "I know," Frieza replied without looking, his voice eerily calm. "Thank you, Mr. Sorbet." The officer gulped. Even in polite form, Frieza's presence was suffocating. Frieza's mind, however, was elsewhere, already imagining the look of terror on Son Goku's and Son Gohan's faces. "I will return the pain they gave me 100-fold. That's a promise." Back on Earth, Capsule Corp. Son Gohan and Xiaoling had just returned when both suddenly paused. Their expressions turned serious. They sensed it. A powerful energy signature was racing toward Earth. Xiaoling looked up at the sky, brows furrowed. Dad, something's coming. It's strong. Gohan's lips curled into a knowing smile. That will be Frieza. Xiaoling blinked. The one you beat on Namek? That's the one, Gohan replied. He must have been training since he was revived. Looks like he's come for revenge. Xiaoling crossed her arms, exuding confidence. Well, if you beat him before, I can handle him now. Gohan's smile widened. That's my girl. This gas is Frieza. On the great plains of the western capital, on the top of the mountain, Piccolo, who was in the state of meditation and cultivation, withdrew from the cultivation because a powerful chi entered his perception. He looked towards the sky, frowning. After more than 10 years, Frieza has made a comeback. It's really haunting, almost at the same time. Tianjin, F.A., Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and others also sensed Frieza's chi. Because Frieza's gas has passed through the Earth's atmosphere and entered the Earth's interior. On a desolate plain hundreds of kilometers away from the western capital, the universe spacecraft of the Frieza Legion landed slowly. On the ground, Son Gohan, Son Xiaoling, Piccolo, and others have been waiting here for a long time. When they sensed Frieza's gas entering the Earth, the Earth Z fighters rushed to the scheduled landing place of the Frieza Legion's universe spacecraft in advance. Although Frieza made a comeback after more than 10 years, and Son Goku and Vegeta are not on the Earth, but Son Gohan is sitting on the Earth, so Piccolo and Krillin are not too worried. After all, Son Gohan just defeated Gods of Destruction Beerus more than a year ago. Even if Frieza becomes stronger this time, it is impossible for Frieza to beat Gods of Destruction Beerus. Gohan, it's still up to you this time. Looking at the universe spaceship slowly landing, Krillin smiled. Son Gohan crossed his arms and said casually, I'm not going to be a citizen today. What? Hearing this, Piccolo and others looked at Son Gohan in surprise. If you don't shoot, who's going to deal with Frieza? But soon, Piccolo realized something. His eyes fell on Son Xiaoling beside Son Gohan. The current Son Xiaoling actually gave him a sense of inscrutable déjà vu. Is it Xiaoling? Piccolo asked tentatively. Of course it's me. Son Xiaoling said confidently. This kind of small role doesn't need my father's help at all. I can do it. Son Xiaoling, who has just practiced with Son Gohan for 2 years and 4 months and successfully completed her Ultra Blue transformation and Perfect Ultra Instinct, is now highly inflated in her confidence. Originally, she was worried that no one would practice her hands for herself. Now, it's all right. The hands-on practitioners have come to your door. Listening to Son Xiaoling's wild words, Krillin and the others' eyelids twitched wildly. This is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Can you do it with a girl? Instead, Piccolo gave a meaningful smile. Maybe. Son Xiaoling, this little girl can really handle Frieza? Woo woo woo. At the same time, with a gust of wind whistling head-on, the universe spaceship of the Frieza Legion finally landed steadily. Crunch! The hatch at the top opened, and Frieza, who was sitting on the exclusive stroller, swept out of the cabin first, followed by Soul Bay and Tagma. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of fighters from the Frieza Legion swept out of the cabin like locusts, bringing great oppression to Kling, Master Roshi, and others. Oh ho 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 ho! Frieza's familiar magical laughter came to the ears of Son Gohan and others again. Frieza didn't care much about the others, and his eyes fell on Son Gohan immediately, because Son Gohan today has not changed much from that year, except for his height and temperament. On the fighting compartment, Frieza opened his arms, with a sullen expression on his face. Mr. Son Gohan, long time no see. You are all well. There was a faint smile on the corner of Son Gohan's mouth, and he said harmlessly, King Frieza still remembers me. It's really an honor. King Frieza took the initiative to come to the door today. Could it be that he wants to relive the experience of the past? Heard the words. Frieza smiled instead of anger, and said confidently, Son Gohan, I know that the strength of your group has improved a lot in the past few years, but this time the king did not come to revenge without preparation. Oh, for today's revenge, this king has undergone special training for 4 months. For Frieza, who has never practiced before, he has indeed made a lot of determination in order to undergo 4 months of special training. After all, for Frieza, 4 months of special training can avenge Son Gohan and Son Goku, which is absolutely worth it. Immediately, Frieza's scarlet eyes froze suddenly and said coldly, "The torture that this king has endured in hell these years, today I will pay back 100-fold from you, father and son." Thinking of the torment he has endured in hell for the past 10 years, Frieza is out of breath. That kind of beautiful environment for cleansing the soul is simply the most tormenting hell for Frieza. And the instigators of all this are the two fathers, Son Gohan and Son Goku. Hey, that little dwarf over there. At this moment, Son Shaoling stepped forward, pointed at Frieza's nose, and said, "Your opponent today is me." Question mark. After being called a shorty, Frieza was even more furious, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Son Shaoling full of killing intent. In terms of height, Frieza has always been a flaw, and he is also the most taboo for others to use his height to make fun of him. But today, what's the matter with this little girl? Even if it's just a child, Frieza won't be merciless when she kills her. "Frieza, the current you are no longer qualified to fight me. Even my daughter, who is less than 11 years old, is more than enough to defeat you." Son Gohan said in good time. Heard the words. Frieza was slightly taken aback, and then, "Oh ho 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 ho." Frieza looked up to the sky with a demonic smile and sneered. "What's the matter? Son Gohan, now you're so scared that you dare not fight this king. And you actually send a young boy out to die? Even if she's a young child, I won't have the slightest sympathy for her when she is good." Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I think what you should consider is how to remain undefeated under my daughter Son Shaoling today, and then leave the earth alive, instead of thinking about those who have nothing." Looking for death. Frieza snorted coldly. "Son Gohan, since she's your daughter, then I will let her pay some debts for you first." "Say it." Frieza didn't want to talk nonsense with Son Gohan anymore. He waved his palm lightly. Hundreds of Frieza soldiers headed by Tagmar immediately swarmed up. Son Shaoling sensed that among this group of fighters, the one named Tagma was the strongest, so she went straight to Tagma. Piccolo and the others were not inked either. Although they were at a disadvantage in number, they did not show any fear. Go head-to-head with hundreds. Tagma also aimed at Son Shaoling, who was disrespectful to Frieza just now. His eyes were stern, and there was a playful sneer on his lips. Later, he will take down this reckless girl and hand it over to King Frieza. In this way, King Frieza will pay more attention to him, almost in the blink of an eye. Son Shaoling and Tagma fought hand-to-hand in a two-way attitude. "Girl who doesn't know how to live or die, you are finished." Tagma's eyes froze, and just as he was about to make a move, he saw the serious-looking Son Shaoling lighten his feet and jumped on the spot. After spinning 360 degrees in the air, Diary flying kick slammed towards his face with lightning speed. At this moment, Tagma's pupils suddenly constricted. Son Shaoling's speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Next breath, boom! A heavy muffled sound resounded, and Tagma, who was the strongest other than Frieza, was kicked by Son Shaoling, spinning hundreds of times in the air, and finally landed heavily. After a second move by Tagma, Son Shaoling stretched out a right thumb, and then suddenly pointed it down. "Blame Uncle. You are too poor." Son Gohan was also amused by Shaoling's harmless but highly insulting gesture. Although Tagma has been Frieza 930's training partner for 4 months, his strength has skyrocketed. But in front of Son Shaoling's brilliance of the bright moon, Tagma's weak firefly light can't turn over any storms at all. Even if Son Shaoling was just normal, she didn't undergo any transformation. At the same time, without Tagmar's participation in the battle, Piccolo and his party did not have any pressure in the face of hundreds of Frieza soldiers. Although the strength of Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others is not as good as Son Gohan Saiyan Group, they're more than enough to deal with hundreds of mixed soldiers of Frieza's army. Within a few minutes, All the men brought by Frisia had fallen, leaving only him, the polished commander. However, for Frisia, the fighters of Tagmar are dispensable, because he knew very well that it was impossible for people like Tagma to complete revenge for him. Otherwise, I would not have to undergo 4-month special training from time to time for revenge. Hum hum. Frisia's scarlet eyes blinked, and she fled from the stroller. He looked directly at Son Gohan behind him and said, "Son Gohan, you said you won't make a move? Then you are too underestimating this king. If so, you should open your eyes and take a good look. Your daughter is how did you get ravaged, Beej, by this master? Judging from the way Sun Shaoling beat Tagma with one move just now, she does have something. But in Frisia's view, Sun Shaoling doesn't have much." Son Gohan had a faint, confident smile on his face, but didn't respond to Frisia's words. "Gohan, can Shaoling really handle Frisia?" At this moment, Krillin asked worriedly. "Don't worry." Son Gohan didn't answer directly, but just told them to be calm. Now that Son Gohan has said so, it is hard for Krillin and the others to say anything more. Anyway, with Son Gohan here, even if Sun Shaoling loses to Frisia, nothing will happen. Opposite, Frisia rested his chin and looked at Sun Shaoling, who was confronting him with great interest. A young girl who still wants to be the king's opponent? It seems that the king has been in hell for more than 10 years, so that people in the world, I have forgotten how terrible this king is as the emperor of the universe. It doesn't matter. You will remember it again from today. This white monster uncle is so angry. Sun Shaoling secretly said, although Frisia's mouth is very arrogant, but Frisia's anger is indeed very strong. If it were more than 10 years ago, he could indeed be called the emperor of the universe. But unfortunately, I am stronger than him. Boom! Bright golden energy flames erupted from Sun Shaoling's body, and after transforming into a super race form, Sun Shaoling pointed her green fingers away and said impatiently, "Hey, little dwarf, why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, hit it, bring it on." Okay. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and a cold sense of murder was quietly permeating. "Stinky girl, my king asked you to live a little longer. You can't blame me if you don't cherish it yourself." Immediately, Frisia stretched out his index finger, and a death ray shot out, pointing directly at Shaoling's heart. With a casual slap, Sun Shaoling dispelled Frisia's death light. Immediately, Sun Shaoling kept moving, lightened the feet of Yuzu, and the whole person attacked with a charging posture. Frisia smeared oil on his feet, retreated violently, and got out of Sun Shaoling's attack range, then stomped the ground with his feet and counterattacked towards Sun Shaoling. Unafraid, Sun Shaoling faced Frisia head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Sun Shaoling started a fierce battle with Frisia. Every attack of the two was extremely fierce, but Shin failed to pose much threat to the other party. After all, Sun Shaoling in Super 1 form and Frisia in final form are still in the stage of mutual exploration. But even so, the battle between Sun Shaoling and Frisia was still extremely fierce for Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others. At least, they're not qualified to participate in this level of battle. After 4 months of special training, Frisia's final combat power is about 5 trillion. Sun Shaoling's normal combat power is 100 billion, and after transforming into Chao Yi, her combat power is almost 5 trillion. So the two of them fought evenly for a while, and they were evenly matched. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was stalemate for a few minutes. Sun Shaoling and Frisia had a sudden exchange, and finally the two punched each other. After the earthquake below collapsed, each retreated a certain distance. After the warm-up just now, Sun Shaoling's raging fighting spirit was completely tuned up. "Blame Uncle, you're pretty good," Sun Shaoling said excitedly. Hum hum. With murderous intent in his eyes, Frisia sneered and said, "You impolite girl, if you only have this strength, then this king will accept your life. Next, I'll let you see the real results of this king's 4-month special training." After the fight, just now, Frisia already knew in his heart that based on the final form alone, he should not be able to win against Sun Shaoling. A cold light flashed across Frisia's scarlet eyes. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura, like an abyss, like an ocean, erupted from Frisia, like a volcanic eruption. Then, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were horrified to see that the muscles on Frisia's body suddenly swelled a bit, and the bright golden energy flames that burned like flames burst out. A dazzling golden light then bloomed, so that no one can see Frisia's true face at this time. Rumble. As Frisia's aura continued to rise, the sky and the ground shook violently. In the sky, thunder and lightning flashed. A series of thick and violent lightning bolts slashed down from the thundercloud, setting off Frisia, who was transforming, causing a great visual and psychological impact on Piccolo and others. After half a minute, the bright golden light blooming on Frisia's body grabbed Gulu. Frisia's brand new posture was so frightening that the poor waiter swallowed hard. At this time, Frisia's figure and height have been significantly improved compared with the final form, but there is no abruptness. That perfect muscle line seems to contain endless explosive power, which is daunting. And, compared with the white dominance of the final form, the whole body of Frisia is now completely dominated by golden yellow. The chi emanating from him is also extraordinarily powerful. Whoosh! As the flame-like golden energy flames were burning, Frisia put one hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said the most ruthless words in the most polite tone. "Respect, Your Excellency, Son Gohan. I am so grateful for sending this king to hell. Back then I have suffered so much, but I can't return to the daily newspaper. The only way to show your gratitude is to trample your father and daughter under your feet and ruthlessly ravage them. Salute first, soldier later." After being polite, Frisia's scarlet eyes flashed fiercely, and she said arrogantly, "You see, Mr. Son Gohan, and everyone at the scene, this is the result of this king's special training for 4 months, according to your science taste naming. The form of this king should be called Golden Frisia. Yellow, Gold Frisia." On the foreheads of Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi, cold sweat could not help but slip down. Gold Frisia's spirit is indeed very strong, but compared with Son Gohan, is nothing. But the crux of the matter is that Frisia has only been trained for 4 months to reach this point, and this is what scares them. After 4 months of special training, his strength has grown exponentially. I dare not imagine, if Frisia practiced for a while longer, how far his strength would grow. I'm afraid it's not enough to rival Son Gohan. Gohan. At this moment, even Piccolo, who was relatively calm just now, began to worry. After transforming into the golden form, Frisia's strength is completely different from that of Sun Shaoling. Even so, can Sun Shaoling still be able to deal with Frisia? Piccolo is skeptical. It's not that he doesn't believe in Sun Shaoling, but that Frisia's current strength is too strong. Sun Shaoling is still young. Even if she has practiced with Son Gohan, it is impossible to reach Frisia's current strength, right? However, Son Gohan still had a faint confident smile on his face, and he waved his hand to signal Piccolo to stay calm. Frisia's golden form is indeed stronger than the initial Super Blue, but Frisia rushed to Earth for revenge after only 4 months of special training. He is not fully adapted to the golden form, and now Sun Shaoling's normal combat power is far higher than that of Son Goku and Vegeta at the same time in the original book. Coupled with Ultra Instinct, Son Gohan can't think of any possibility for Frisia to beat Sun Shaoling. Therefore, Piccolo's worries are completely unnecessary. Even if an accident happens, as long as you are here, stop it in time. That's why Son Gohan is so calm. Frisia was directly opposite, and Sun Shaoling touched her nose. Not only did she not show any fear on her fair and tender delicate face, but she looked extraordinarily excited. That's right. It is this kind of strength that makes her qualified to practice. "You're not bad. Blame Uncle." Sun Shaoling stretched her muscles and said eagerly, "Since that's the case, let you also experience my strength." Oh, Frisia also had a slight interest in Sun Shaoling. After the fight, just now, he can naturally see that the Super One form just now is not Sun Xiaoling's real strength. After all, if Sun Xiaoling's strength is only at the level of Chowie, it is impossible to fight him so easily. The only possibility is that her real strength is far beyond that. Sun Xiaoling's remarks also confirmed Frisia's conjecture. Immediately, I saw Xiaoling clenched her fists tightly, and everyone's eyes fell on her. Drink! Accompanied by Sun Xiaoling's coquettish voice resounding through the world, Xiaoling's anger began to climb geometrically. In the end, it is no longer perceivable. This feeling, the moment Sun Xiaoling's anger disappeared, Piccolo's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? Krillin's pupils widened, and he said in disbelief, Super Saiyan God? Or is it Super Saiyan Blue? This familiar feeling reminded Piccolo and others of the Super Saiyan and Super Blue that Son Gohan transformed into when he fought Beerus more than a year ago. If that's the case, then maybe Sun Xiaoling can really deal with Frieza in golden form. At the same time, the corner of Son Gohan's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Sun Xiaoling's beautiful figure in midair with satisfaction. Judging from this situation, she probably transformed into Chaolan directly, asking for flowers. The facts are also right, as Son Gohan predicted. Accompanied by Sun Xiaoling's coquettish shout, a jet of brilliant blue energy flames burst out from her body. The original blonde hair and blue eyes all switched to blue at this moment. Whoosh! When the bright blue energy flames erupted, Sun Xiaoling's figure also became extraordinarily powerful. Good, so strong. Looking at Sun Xiaoling's beautiful figure, Krillin couldn't help but gasp and said in horror, Is it really Xiaoling? A little girl who is only less than 11 years old has already left their group of veteran Earth Z fighters far behind. Although the sense of oppression given to them by Super Blue Sun Xiaoling is not as strong as that of Son Gohan back then, but the relationship with them is not in the same dimension. -0. What a shame. Master Roshi couldn't help sighing and said with emotion, Thinking about it now, I really miss the days when I was called the world's #1 martial arts teacher. Back then, he was a well-deserved #1 master in the world. But since meeting Son Goku, his time is gone forever. Now Son Gohan's daughter, who is less than 11 years old, has thrown him billions of galaxies away. My worry just now may really be superfluous, Piccolo murmured. Unexpectedly, after just over a year, even Sun Xiaoling could transform into Chaolan. In this way, Sun Xiaoling may not necessarily lose to Golden Frieza. Xiaoling, this is your first real battle. Don't make me surrender. Son Gohan crossed his arms and said to Sun Xiaoling, Chaolan Sun Xiaoling's strength is indeed stronger than that of Golden Frieza, but Sun Xiaoling has all the strength now, but she doesn't have much actual combat experience. Although I gave her some combat experience and skills, it was training after all, not actual combat. In actual combat, there is no need for any soft-heartedness, and more emphasis is placed on ruthlessness. What's more, her opponent today is the Golden Frieza. In addition, Sun Xiaoling also inherited some of her own character. So even though Sun Xiaoling's strength is slightly better than Golden Frieza, Son Gohan is still a little worried. Sun Xiaoling looked back, gave Son Gohan a thumbs up, and said confidently, Dad, just watch my performance. Gods of Destruction Realm, Beerus Star. Son Goku and Vegeta sat cross-legged on the ground, and in front of them, there was a curtain of light projected from Whis Angel's staff. In the light curtain, it is the scene of Super Blue Sun Xiaoling and Golden Frieza confronting each other. Looking at the Super Blue Sun Xiaoling in the picture, Vegeta's eyelids couldn't help twitching and said sourly, Sun Xiaoling, this little girl, can even transform into Super Saiyan Blue color. He and Son Goku have been practicing hard at Whis for more than a year, and they both managed to break through to Super Blue not long ago. As a result, they just found out today that even Son Gohan's daughter, Sun Xiaoling, can transform into Chaolan. This is a bit too much. Hit people. How old are they? How many years have they practiced? Look at Sun Xiaoling again. Is it plausible? Whis on the side smiled and said, 707. Mr. Vegeta, You don't have to feel unbalanced in your heart. Mr. Son Gohan's daughter is very talented. Coupled with Mr. Son Gohan's personal guidance of cultivation, she can transform in a Super Saiyan. The blue color is within my expectation. After a pause, Whis said again, I have taught you the core essentials of Ultra Instinct for more than a year, but you too can't comprehend it at all. What does this prove? Prove that your talents and savvy are not as good as Dr. Son Gohan's. Vegeta. Haha. Son Goku scratched his head with a foolish smile and said, the main reason is that the Ultra Instinct you mentioned is so subtle, allowing every part of the body to sense the danger that may come from the surroundings at any time, and then respond accordingly. It's just too difficult to respond. Yes, the core concept of Ultra Instinct combat is completely contrary to their previous combat methods. In the past, they sensed danger and attacks from all directions through their eyes or through the movement of chi, and then responded quickly through their brains. And then the brain issued instructions to various parts of the body, and then executed instructions to various parts of the body. According to Whis, too much time is wasted in this way. But it is very difficult to change the habits of so many years in a short time. This is also the main reason why both Son Goku and Vegeta have failed to learn Ultra Instinct over the past year or so. Whis explained, it's not just that, Mr. Son Goku, besides what you said, Ultra Instinct also needs a state of mind, a peaceful state of mind. Mr. Vegeta's personality is too impatient. I don't think he will be able to learn Ultra Instinct. As for Mr. Son Goku, there is still a possibility. Oh, Vegeta pouted. Since he couldn't learn it, he didn't learn it. Vegeta. At this time, Beerus, who was lying on the recliner beside him, glanced over and said meaningfully, I think your character is quite suitable for learning the moves of Gods of Destruction. How is it? Are you interested in learning the moves of Gods of Destruction with me? Gods of Destruction moves? Vegeta was taken aback, and a deep interest arose spontaneously. Don't look at Beerus lost to Son Gohan more than a year ago. But after successfully breaking through to Super Blue and his strength soaring, Vegeta just realized that there is still an insurmountable gap between him and Beerus. And Gods of Destruction has always been synonymous with power. If he can learn the moves of Gods of Destruction, maybe he can really surpass Son Goku. Beerus tried to persuade. Gods of Destruction's move is not weaker than that Ultra Instinct. Are you interested? Vegeta stood up abruptly and said with a firm expression, Master Beerus, please teach me the moves of Gods of Destruction. Earth, Chalon Shaoling and Golden Frieza faced each other across the air, and the air was already filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Hush! Some moment, with a gust of wind blowing by, it seemed that a certain fuse was lit, and Shaoling and Frieza were instantly thunderous. Boom! In an instant, the fists of Son Shaoling and Frieza collided like sparks hitting the earth. A terrifying invisible shock wave rippled like ripples. The ground below began to collapse inch by inch, demonstrating the terrifying power of this punch. After a pair of punches, the two broke apart at the touch of a finger. Immediately afterwards, Son Shaoling and Frieza launched a more intense and thrilling confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Compared to just now, the speed of Son Shaoling and Frieza has improved qualitatively, so that it is difficult for Krillin and others to keep up with their speed with their naked eyes. But Piccolo still saw it clearly. As the battle progressed, it was obvious that Son Shaoling's strength was slightly stronger than that of Golden Frieza. But Son Shaoling's offensive is not as tricky and fierce as Frieza. Therefore, even if Chalon's Son Shaoling was stronger, she still couldn't suppress Frieza. Conversely, if Son Shaoling's strength is comparable to that of Golden Frieza, then she should be suppressed by Frieza instead. In terms of actual combat, Son Shaoling is still a blank slate after all, unlike Frieza, who has extremely rich experience. This is not exactly what Piccolo saw. In fact, Son Gohan had anticipated this situation before the actual fight started. Only, Son Gohan shows no concern. Son Shaoling's talent is extremely outstanding. As long as she's allowed to adapt a little to the rhythm of actual combat, then it may be difficult for Frieza to maintain the current stalemate. As expected, after fighting for about half an hour, Sun Xiaoling gradually became more comfortable fighting Frisia. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several muffled sounds sounded one after another, and Sun Xiaoling seized a gap in Frisia and played a set of quick combos against Frisia in front of her. Even Frisia in the golden form, with thick skin and flesh, was a little confused by Sun Xiaoling's combination of punches for a while. This girl, while fighting him, is still gradually adapting to the rhythm of actual combat. A set of combos succeeded, but Xiaoling did not continue Qin Sheng's pursuit. She rubbed her nose and said triumphantly, "Hey, blame uncle. It seems that you are not doing well. Your title of Universe Emperor is a bit unrealistic." Being ridiculed by a little girl like this, Frisia's face darkened, and she said coldly, "Stinky girl, it's just a few lucky hits in 1.4, so don't get carried away." Frisia was furious, and the rhythm of the attack became more violent and dense and more tricky. So much so that Sun Xiaoling, who had just adapted to the fighting rhythm of Frisia, didn't react for a while, and was forced to retreat by Frisia. See this scene. The hearts of Piccolo, Krillin, and others couldn't help becoming tense. Naturally, they could also see that before this, Sun Xiaoling had no actual combat experience at all. If it weren't for her somewhat stronger strength than Golden Frisia, I'm afraid she would have almost lost by now. This moment, Son Gohan didn't bother Sun Xiaoling either, because he knew that if he went to spur Sun Xiaoling at this moment, it would make her even more confused. So in the future, she can only continue to adapt to Frisia's rhythm on her own, and then Frisia's unparalleled fierce offensive even made Sun Xiaoling feel dangerous for a while. At this moment, Sun Xiaoling also deeply realized that the real battle is not a point-and-shoot like cultivation. If she makes a mistake, Frisia will kill her without hesitation. At this point, Sun Xiaoling can see from Frisia's scarlet eyes full of chill. So for a while, Sun Xiaoling's heart was a little confused. Although her strength is strong, she is still just a simple 10-year-old girl. At first, she thought that fighting the enemy is just like when she was practicing with her father Son Gohan. But it turns out that she was wrong. The real battle is not sophistication, but fighting and killing. Call out. Taking advantage of the momentary gap between Frisia's attack, Sun Xiaoling stepped back to a relatively safe distance. "Dad!" Sun Xiaoling looked at Son Gohan on the ground for help. "Xiaoling, believe in yourself. You can defeat Frisia. You only need to be responsible for defeating Frisia, and the rest will be left to Dad to handle." Son Gohan said, "Let Sun Xiaoling beat Frisia. She can do it. But let her defeat Frisia and kill him. Then Sun Xiaoling will definitely not be able to do it." So after Sun Xiaoling defeated Frisia, Son Gohan still needs to finish it by himself. I see. A flash of determination flashed in Sun Xiaoling's beautiful blue eyes. If you just beat Frisia, it's perfectly fine. She was just wondering whether she should kill him like Frisia did to herself. If it's going to kill Frisia, she can't do it now. The main reason is that I can't pass the psychological test. After all, Sun Xiaoling is not a pure scion. She is a mixed-race scion and then a mixed-race scion, and she has the kindness that belongs to the people of the earth deep in her heart. And at the age of 10, she is still at the age of innocence. How could such a thing as murder be possible? At the same time, the sound of breaking wind rang in the ears, and Frisia's fierce offensive had come again. Sun Xiaoling's figure flashed, avoiding Frisia's attack by the slightest distance, and then kicked Frisia's waist firmly. Even Frisia in golden form suffered from this blow. There was a moment of stiffness. The stiffness was fleeting, and Sun Xiaoling seized the opportunity to hit Frisia's face with a heavy blow. Puff! Sun Xiaoling's strength was already stronger than that of the golden Frisia, so this punch directly hit Frisia until his eyes were filled with gold stars, causing his world to spin. With a yell, Sun Xiaoling kept moving, raised her right foot, and kicked hard. The terrifying force instantly penetrated Frisia's abdomen, causing Frisia to lose her balance in an instant, and her whole body was like a meteorite flying from the air at a 45-degree angle. "Come down." Immediately afterwards, Sun Xiaoling chased Frisia and beat her up. At last, in a flash, Sun Shaoling appeared behind Frieza. She clasped her hands together and raised them high. She dunked Frieza's sky cap. Clang! Frieza's brain suddenly buzzed. In the next second, Frieza only felt a terrifying force coming from behind, and he fell from the sky again. This time, Sun Shaoling didn't catch up anymore. She placed her hands in the shape of calyx on her waist, and her deep, penetrating voice fell in the ears of everyone in Son Gohan. Kamehameha! A pure white ray of light bloomed from Sun Shaoling's palm, and the terrifying Nungxing fluctuations of the Japanese stocks radiated along with it. Shaoling, come on! Seeing this scene, Krillin couldn't help shouting anxiously. There is no need to show mercy to Frieza, the big villain. At least, Kling has experienced it personally. A person like Frieza, once he gains power, he won't give you any chance to resist. So against Frieza, no mercy is needed. Coming. Boom! With Sun Shaoling's palm pushing forward, a Kamehameha with incomparable power blasted out, heading straight for Frieza. Sensing the danger, Frieza adjusted quickly. When he adjusted, Sun Shaoling's Kamehameha had already advanced 100 meters in front of him. Frieza didn't have time to think, and the palm of his right hand slammed forward. An energy Qigong bomb blasted out and met Kamehameha head-on under the pressure of Mount Tai. After temporarily stopping Kamehameha's unimpeded fall, Frieza put on his left hand, and together they continuously poured energy into Ki Blast. But in contrast, Sun Shaoling is also constantly pouring energy into Kamehameha. Although there was a stalemate for a while, it was not difficult to see that Frieza was at the end of his battle. Some moment. 1. Looking up at the confrontation between Sun Shaoling and Frieza in the sky, Son Gohan suddenly showed a gratified smile. In terms of martial arts, Shaoling will not be able to win in a short time. But if against Wave, then Frieza will definitely lose. Because the confrontation was a pure energy confrontation between the two sides, Chaolon's Sun Shaoling strength was stronger than that of the Golden Frieza, not to mention that Frieza suffered a lot of injuries in the battle just now. Therefore, there is no attitude towards the winner of this match. Boom! As soon as Son Gohan finished speaking, Sun Shaoling's Kamehameha completely defeated Frieza's Ki Blast, and then devoured him under the excited eyes of by 720 grams and Frieza's frightened eyes. Boom! Kamehameha devoured Frieza before falling to the ground, creating a violent explosion of energy. The terrifying shock wave spread, throwing Piccolo and others upside down. The mountain peaks along the way have all collapsed, and countless towering trees have been cut off in the middle. Even the ground shook violently. Woo-woo-woo. A long time. The energy storm gradually annihilated, and the fire and smoke that filled the sky gradually dissipated, and a large crater created after the energy explosion appeared in everyone's sight. In a golden form, Frieza reappeared in everyone's sight, covered with scars and with a weak breath. There is no doubt that the current Golden Frieza has no power to fight again. This battle, after all, ended with Sun Shaoling's victory. Although the battle is over, today's matter is not over yet. Dad, when Sun Shaoling landed, she had already returned to her normal state. Her eyes pointed to Frieza in the big pit not far away. Son Gohan waved his hand, then started to walk towards Frieza step by step. Tread, tread. The sound of Son Gohan's footsteps coming gradually fell in Frieza's ears, as if the death knell of death was approaching. Frieza was lying on the ground covered in bruises. His eyelids were slightly raised, and Son Gohan's unhurried, rhythmic pace came into view. This moment, Frieza remembered the scene of being blasted into scum by his Son Gohan on the spot more than 10 years ago. ***hole. Frieza gritted her teeth. Her scarlet eyes were full of unwillingness and viciousness. Revenge failed today. Even if he dies, he will take Son Gohan as his back. However, just when Frieza had the thought of dying together, Son Gohan stomped his big foot lightly, and an invisible shock wave pierced the ground and blasted towards him. Puff! This blow once again knocked Frieza off his feet. Frieza, who was already seriously injured, didn't even have the strength to die with Son Gohan and even the whole Earth. He was lying powerlessly on the ground, full of unwillingness and fear. He could only watch Son Gohan walking towards him step by step. Tread. Finally, Son Gohan came in front of Frieza. His indifferent dark eyes looked down at Frieza lying on the ground, dying. Ben, this king is not reconciled. Even at this time, Frieza still growled unwillingly at Son Gohan. Back then, people were just a lower race ruled and enslaved by him. However, how many years have passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta? Sion, who was once regarded as an ant by him and could be wiped out at will, defeated him again and again, even killed him. This made Frieza, who is the emperor of the universe, feel extremely unwilling in his heart. I know, you're not willing to be suppressed by Sion, who was once ruled by you, right? Son Gohan said lightly, Frieza, as I said at the beginning, you are no longer qualified to fight me. Although it is a cruel reality, I have to tell you that in fact, as early as 10 years ago when you landed on the Earth, you were no longer qualified to fight with me, but the only person who could defeat you on the Earth at that time was me. So I had to make a move at that time, but paused. Son Gohan continued. After only 4 months of practice, you have achieved such an achievement, which proves that your talent and potential are extremely outstanding. Aren't you unwilling to be surpassed by the Scions? I will give you one more chance. I won't kill you today. You go back and practice hard for 10 or 20 years before you come to me. Maybe you will be qualified to fight against me at that time. What did you say? Frieza's pupils were stunned, and she could hardly believe her ears. Son Gohan didn't kill him? Although you are seriously injured now, there should be no problem with your hearing. Son Gohan said lightly. It doesn't make any sense to kill a Frieza who is unarmed and has no power to fight back. And not killing Frieza now would make him feel worse than killing him. Son Gohan was still thinking about fighting Frieza after he became stronger. After all, if he had no opponent, Son Gohan would feel lonely. And, although Frieza's talent and potential are rare in a millennium among the frozen demon race, his upper limit is nailed there, and he will never be able to surpass Beerus. So, even if Son Gohan let Frieza go back today, he can't make any waves. In addition, the status of Emperor of the Frieza universe may be useful to Son Gohan in the future, so it doesn't matter if he is spared for the time being. My lord, I don't need handouts from you Scion wild monkeys. Feeling insulted, Frieza yelled at Son Gohan angrily. Stop your hypocritical attitude. This feeling is just like when Son Goku gave himself alms when he was on Namek. The humiliation he suffered on Namek once again came to Frieza's mind. Son Gohan shrugged. Frieza, as a universe emperor who has killed countless lives, you may not understand the value of life, but I do. Say it. Son Gohan didn't explain too much. He grabbed Frieza by the tail and threw it back to the universe spaceship. Then he said to Salby, who was watching secretly behind a stone, Go away, leave the Earth before I change my mind. The frightened Solbay dared not talk nonsense, and immediately slipped back to the universe spaceship as if the soles of his feet were oiled. With a whoosh, the spaceship universe quickly disappeared into the sky under the watchful eyes of Son Gohan, Son Shaoling, Piccolo, and others. When Son Gohan came back, Son Shaoling and Piccolo just glanced at Son Gohan without saying anything. Presumably Son Gohan decided to let Frieza go because of his considerations. It was Krillin who asked puzzledly, Gohan, why did you let Frieza go? What if he comes back later? Yes. From the perspective of Kling, Tien, Shinhan, and others, letting Frieza go is like letting the tiger go back to the mountain with endless troubles. Solve Frieza directly on the spot. Isn't all problems solved? Son Gohan smiled and didn't answer directly, but said, You might as well ask my father why he let Vegeta go away back then. One sentence from Son Gohan silenced Krillin. When Vegeta and Nappa invaded the Earth back then, after defeating Vegeta with all the Earth Z fighters, Krillin also advocated killing Vegeta to avenge the dead Piccolo and others. But Son Goku insisted on letting Vegeta go. As for what happened later, everyone knows that Vegeta, who was once regarded as a villain by them, is now also a member of the Earthsea Fighters. Piccolo opened his mouth, about to say something, but finally swallowed it back. After all, the current Son Gohan is not the brat he was back then. He has his own ideas and considerations. And Piccolo has always believed in Son Gohan. Since he dared to let Frieza go back, he is not afraid of him making a comeback again. Even Gods of Destruction Beerus lost to Son Gohan. So what fear is there for a mere Frieza? So Piccolo didn't show any concern about Son Gohan letting Frieza go. That's enough. The matter is settled. Let's go back to Yin's family. Frieza has already left, and since Son Gohan has already said so, Krillin and others can't say anything more. Then they went back to their homes to find their mothers. The next day, Son Gohan, who was still asleep, was shaken awake, and the person who woke him up was Bulma. Gohan, don't sleep. Videl is about to give birth. When Son Gohan, who was still sleepy, heard this sentence, he felt as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, and he lost all sleepiness. He jumped up from the bed and asked excitedly, "So fast? Where's Videl? Where is he now?" Videl has been pregnant for a long time, which Son Gohan knows. The expected production period was just a few days ago, but this day came so suddenly that Son Gohan is still a little confused. And of course, ecstasy. Videl is about to give birth, which means that Xiaofeng is about to be born. Although Xiaofeng's birth was a bit slower than in the original book, it only took a few months, so it's not a big problem. Videl has been sent to the hospital on the 18th. You hurry up and wash up. We rush over now. Don't wash it yet. Let's go now. Such a major event in life. Do you still wash your hands? Wash your ***, no. Go directly to Shidu Hospital. Gods of Destruction Realm, Beerus Star. Kampa, who has already found 6 Super Dragon Balls, descended on Beerus Star violently today. Beerus wasn't too pleased with Kampa's arrival. One is because although he and Kampa are brothers, they have always seen each other at odds, and the other is because Gods of Destruction are generally not allowed to visit each other. But since Kampa is here, Beerus can only do his best to see what this guy wants to do with his sudden visit. In a room in the Palace of Gods of Destruction, Beerus and Kampa sat face to face. Whis and Vados stood behind their universe Gods of Destruction, and Son Goku and Vegeta, who were wearing training suits, looked at Beerus and Kampa. Kampa didn't write any ink, and straight to the point, "Hey, Shizugan, have you ever heard of a wishing bead that can grant any wish?" Wishing beads. A big question mark popped up on Beerus' face. Obviously don't understand what the wishing beads Kampa is referring to. Master Kampa, is Tao talking about the Dragon Ball? Upon hearing about the wishing beads that can grant wishes, Son Goku immediately interjected. Almost. Kampa waved his hand. Vados then explained. Whether it is called Dragon Ball or wishing beads, it refers to collecting 7 Dragon Balls, beads that can summon Shenron to achieve good wishes. However, as for the Dragon Ball, we also have it on Earth. Vegeta said. Vados raised his vermilion lips slightly and said, "The Dragon Balls we collected are super wishing beads created by the Dragon God, Salama himself. Each Dragon Ball is comparable to the size of a planet. It is a kind of wishing beads that can truly fulfill any wish. The Dragon Ball. As for the Dragon Ball on your Earth, I think the range of wishes that can be realized is very limited. After all, the wishes that can be realized by the Dragon Ball need to be within the scope of creation." I see. After Vados said this, Son Goku seemed to remember. Shenron of the Earth seems to have some wishes that cannot be fulfilled, and it is beyond the ability of the gods. Beerus, however, lacked interest, because he has no wish to fulfill. Kampa said, "Beerus, I have found 6 super wishing beads now. How about we have a competition? Just you." Ha 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 ha. Beerus immediately laughed. It's not that he looks down on Kampa. It's that Kampa's strength is a bit touching. When it comes to fighting, Beerus doesn't love Kampa at all. Kampa wasn't angry either, and continued, "I'm talking about a match, which means that your 7th universe and my 6th universe will each send 5 contestants to compete, and the winner representing the universe will win." How? Sample? Oh. Hearing such a novel competition method, Beerus was immediately interested and said, 5 contestants? That's no problem. What's the bet for winning? With Son Gohan around, Beerus is totally worthy of Kampa. I'm not done yet. How could Kampa fail to notice Son Gohan? He immediately added, the prerequisite for the 5 contestants is that Son Gohan can participate, and you can choose the others at will. If my 6th universe loses, I will give you the 6 super wishing beads I found. Of course, you have to find the last super original wishing bead yourself. If you lose, the Earth will belong to my 6th universe. How about it, dare you? Kampa directly adopted the radical method. After leaving the Earth more than a year ago, Kampa immediately went back to investigate the Earth of the 6th universe. Only then did he find that there is no life on the Earth of the 6th universe. Therefore, if the 6th universe has the Earth, then he will be able to eat all kinds of delicious food every day in the future. And Kampa also has absolute confidence. As long as Son Gohan does not participate, and the 6th universe has the universe's #1 killer hit, he has a high probability of winning Beerus. If Son Gohan can't compete. Out of the corner of Beerus' eyes, he glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta, as well as Son Xiaoling, who had just defeated Golden Frieza on Earth yesterday, and immediately agreed without asking questions. Although Beerus has great confidence to win Kampa, he must get the last super wishing bead. Otherwise, if he wins, he will get 6 useless Super Dragon Balls, and if he loses, he will lose the Earth. Therefore, he has to find a way to find a last Super Dragon Ball, and gather 7 to summon the Super Shenron to appear to fulfill his wish. Even if his wish is just to have the most comfortable pillow in the world, otherwise it will not be worthwhile. Hey. Seeing that Beerus was fooled, Kampa smiled sinisterly, and then said, the competition will start in 3 days. As for the venue, it's up to you to decide. Just let me know when the venue is confirmed. At the same time, Earth, Shidu Hospital. Outside the delivery room, Son Gohan, Bulma, number 18, and Son Xiaoling are all waiting here anxiously. For Son Gohan, it was the birth of his 2nd daughter. For Son Xiaoling, it was a big event that her half-sister was born. Cemetery. Without any warning, the door of the delivery room was suddenly pushed open, and a nurse came out and asked, excuse me, who is the family member? We are all. The nurse was taken aback, and then said, mother and daughter are safe. You can go in, but try not to affect the mother. She needs to rest now. The nurse just finished speaking. The 4 of Son Gohan rushed in immediately, and she couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. In the delivery room, Videl's newly delivered baby girl has been placed in the incubator, and Videl is lying on the hospital bed with a weak face. After all, Videl is an ordinary Earth woman. Although her force is stronger than ordinary Earth women, she is just an ordinary Earth human after all. So right now, Videl is relatively weak. After entering, Son Gohan didn't go to see Xiaofang immediately, but came to the hospital bed and comforted Videl, who had just given birth to Xiaofang. Gohan. Videl held Son Gohan's strong palm tightly, and he was a little anxious, but now he was completely relieved. For some reason, as long as Son Gohan is around, Videl has an absolute sense of security. I'm here, you rest well. Son Gohan wiped the cold sweat from Videl's forehead and said warmly, I'm fine. Videl forced a smile, then glanced at the baby girl in the incubator out of the corner of his eye, and said, Gohan, let's give our daughter a name. On the other side of the incubator, Xiaoling is looking at her younger sister. Son Gohan smiled softly and said, Xiaofang. Let's call her Xiaofang. Beerus star. If 5 people. In the hall of the palace, Beerus crossed his legs, touched his chin with his paws, and said thoughtfully, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan's daughter named Son Xiaoling, the remaining 2. If H. Beerus glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta and ordered, it's up to you 2 to find, the stronger the better, and find a way to find the last super wishing bead. For the 2 players, they could be found on Earth. Son Goku said, as for the last Super Dragon Ball, you should be able to find it with the Dragon Ball radar. Well, I need to remind you, Mr. Son Goku, Whis suddenly said, Super Dragon Balls are different from your Earth Dragon Balls. They're distributed in every corner of the universe. So I don't think the exact location of the Super Dragon Balls can be detected with your Earth Dragon Ball radar. Vegeta said, this should not be a problem. Bulma is the best scientist on Earth. She should be able to create a Super Dragon Ball radar. Hey, that's good. Beerus grinned, then turned to Whis and said, Whis, you take Son Goku and Vegeta back to Earth and get the players and Super Dragon Ball radar done. Yes, Beerus is the world. By the way, has the venue for the competition been decided? Whis nodded slightly, and then the black crystal ball at the apex of Angel's staff projected a light curtain, and inside the light curtain was a planet full of craters. This planet is called Unnamed Star, and it is located on the boundary between the 6th and 7th universes. An uninhabited planet is the most suitable place for this martial arts tournament. That's no problem. You can inform Kampa and ask them to make a better black venue in advance. After a pause, Beerus said again, I'll go to Earth too. After all, I'm a little worried if I don't go there myself. Although he said so on his lips, Beerus was thinking about the food of the Earth in his heart. At the Bulma birthday party, Beerus was deeply attracted by the food of the Earth. Compared with the food of the Earth, it is no exaggeration to say that the food he had eaten before was pig food. Therefore, he absolutely cannot lose to Kampa on Earth. And of course, he also wants the Super Dragon Ball. Then, Whis notified Vados, the nameless star who was used to hold the 6th and 7th universe martial arts tournaments, and then took Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta to Earth. Half an hour later, a rainbow of 7 colors descended from the sky and landed in the yard of Universal Capsule Company from the sky in the blink of an eye. At this time, Son Gohan and his team have returned from Shidu Hospital. Son Xiaoling was playing with her newly born son Xiaofang, while the 4 of them, Son Gohan, were enjoying the warm sunshine in the morning. Goku and Vegeta are back. Seeing that it was Whis, Son Goku, and others who came, Bulma raised her eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, Yo, long time no see. Son Goku waved to Son Gohan and the others. Son Gohan smiled slightly and said, Long time no see, Dad. Beerus glanced around and finally landed on Son Gohan. Congratulations, Son Gohan. You have given birth to another daughter. Son Gohan smiled. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Bulma, go get someone to prepare a big meal, and let's talk while we eat. Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta's eyes lit up when they heard about the feast. Especially Son Goku and Vegeta. During their more than a year in Beerus, they basically didn't eat much good food. So for a while, the saliva of the 2 of them was about to flow down. Second floor platform. After drinking and eating, Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta all held their bellies with satisfaction on their faces. Forgot how long. They have not had such a delicious meal. At this moment, Son Gohan just said, Master Beerus is here today. Maybe there is something wrong. Master Kampa asked you to make an appointment for a game? What? Beerus frowned and asked in surprise, How do you know? Immediately, Whis briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. After listening, Son Xiaoling immediately raised her hand excitedly. Can I compete with other universe masters? I want to participate. Xiaoling, don't just follow me and make noises. Bulma glared at her on the spot. Son Xiaoling stuck out her tongue playfully, as if she didn't want to talk to Bulma. She had to participate in such a fun competition. Immediately, Son Xiaoling looked at Son Gohan pitifully again. Son Gohan sighed and said, Let Xiaoling go if she wants to. If Son Xiaoling doesn't go, Son Gohan is really worried that Son Goku and Vegeta can't beat Hit. If Son Xiaoling guarantees the bottom line, then it will be safe. Mainly, Sun Wu doesn't want this Super Dragon Ball. If Son Xiaoling doesn't go, Son Gohan won't be able to ask Beerus for the Super Dragon Ball. After all, Kappa has made it clear that he is not allowed to compete. Asking for flowers. This is what Son Gohan expected. Yes, long live Papa. Seeing that Son Gohan had no objection, Xiaoling immediately cheered happily. After all these years, Son Xiaoling knows very well that as long as her father Son Gohan promises, even her mother Bulma can't say anything. Number 18. Do you want to play too? Immediately, Son Gohan looked at the 18th floor beside him. Over the years, number 18 strength has also improved, letting the 18th go to participate in the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament in advance to get used to it. It can be regarded as preparation in advance for the Tournament of Power in the next year. Okay, number 18 agreed immediately. Since Son Gohan asked her to go, she might as well just go and have fun. If you're the last person, let's count as Piccolo Uncle, so that 5 players will be together. If Son Goku and Vegeta are counted, then all 5 players are determined. Hey, Son Gohan, you're pretty darn smart. Seeing that the 5 contestants have successfully assembled, Beerus grinned. And the Super Dragon Ball radar. At this time, which reminded me, if there is no Super Dragon Ball radar to find the last Super Dragon Ball, then even if you win Compa, it is useless to take those 6 Super Dragon Balls. For the Dragon Ball, 7 of them must be gathered together to summon Shenron to fulfill his wish. If you don't collect all 7 balls, it is no different from a waste ball. Son Gohan turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I'll leave this to you." Heard the words. Bulma thought about it. Is it a Dragon Ball radar at the universe level? You can try it, and it should be possible to create it. After more than 10 years of research, Bulma has made great progress in the field of scientific research. Based on the basis of her Dragon Ball radar, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to create a Super Dragon Ball radar on the scale of the universe. Immediately, Son Gohan looked at Beerus with a clear meaning in his eyes. Look, I've settled everything for you, so you have to express it. How could Beerus, who has lived for millions of years, not understand what Son Gohan meant? He immediately asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" Super Dragon Ball. As soon as Son Gohan said this, the tea that Beerus had just drank immediately spewed out. Dude, thank you for being so enthusiastic about helping me with my problem. Just for the Super Dragon Ball? You guys have been planning for a long time. Oops. Everyone also looked at Son Gohan in surprise. The premise of daring you to be so kind is because you have taken a fancy to Super Dragon Ball. Son Gohan spread his hands and said, "To be honest, I also want Super Dragon Ball to fulfill my wish." 17 foot. Master Beerus, I've released people and Super Dragon Ball radar again. It's not too much to ask for a Super Dragon Ball, right? Besides, you don't have any wish to fulfill after taking the Super Dragon Ball, do you? In this way, you win the face, and I get the face, the best of both worlds. Wouldn't it be great? Beerus curled his lips and said, "The premise is that you can win. Are you sure you can win the 6th universe?" Son Gohan nodded. The meaning is self-evident. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, stared straight at Son Gohan for a few seconds, and then made a final decision. If you win the 073 6th Universe Super Dragon Ball, I'll give it to you. For Beerus, the Super Dragon Ball is just a byproduct, and he mainly wants to win this game against the 6th Universe. Besides, he really didn't have any wishes to fulfill. Since Son Gohan dares to guarantee that he will win, why not give him the Super Dragon Ball? And although Son Gohan can't participate, he is indeed doing his best for the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Championships. If it weren't for Son Gohan, Son Shaoling might not be able to participate. Seeing that Beerus agreed to come down, Son Gohan smiled slightly. "Father, what is your wish to come true?" Shaoling asked curiously. "Secret." Son Gohan smiled mysteriously. Now Son Shaoling was even more curious. She shook Son Gohan's arm and said coquettishly, "Oh, Dad, tell me, what is it?" "Secret it. You will know when the time comes." 3 days later. During these 3 days, Bulma successfully developed the Super Dragon Ball radar. Although it cannot detect the entire universe, it is better than the previous Earth Dragon Ball radar. The capabilities and range of exploration of the Super Dragon Ball radar have been greatly improved. Finding the Dragon Ball is not a problem even on a universe scale. Magnum Capsule Company Yard. Son Goku, Vegeta, number 18, Son Shaoling, and Piccolo are all present. At the same time, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others also followed, preparing to watch the 6th and 7th Universe Budo Tournament. They had never seen this kind of cross-universe martial arts tournament before. So this time, Everyone went to watch the martial arts tournament of the 6th and 7th universes as spectators. Everyone, please go to the shuttle cube when you are ready. Let's go to Lord Beerus's planet first to meet with Lord Beerus, and then we will go to the unknown star together. On the shuttle block, Whis looked down at the Son Gohan people below and said with a smile, "Let's go." So, Son Gohan took the lead and boarded Fong first. Now, that Whis has already driven the shuttle cube, he doesn't bother to use unlimited instant transmission anymore. After everyone boarded the shuttle, Whis activated the shuttle. The shuttle cube is the fastest vehicle in the universe. Even Angel speed is beyond the reach of the shuttle cube. Soon, the shuttle box crosses the vast universe space, enters the gods of destruction realm from the Earth, and finally descends to Beerus' star. Taking Beerus with him, Whis activated the shuttle again, heading for the unknown star at the boundary between the 6th and 7th universes at an extremely fast speed. When the shuttle box gradually approached the unknown star, Whis began to slow down. Then, the unnamed star located directly in front of the shuttle block, and the 6 huge Super Dragon Balls around the unnamed star, blooming with bright golden light, came into everyone's eyes. 6 Super Dragon Balls, which are 1 point larger than the Earth, surround the unknown star like this, shocking everyone's visual nerves. Wow! There was a burst of exclamation, and then there was a sound. Really? There is such a big Dragon Ball. Sun Xiaoling exclaimed as she leaned on the glass of the shuttle cube, and the huge Super Dragon Ball was full of eyeballs. Amazing! Krillin sucked in a breath, deeply shocked by these 6 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls. I'm going to faint. Oolong was even dizzy for a while, and almost couldn't stand still. The Whis on the shuttle cube introduced to everyone, Super Wishing Bead, according to your Earth, Super Dragon Ball. It was made by the dragon god Salama in the 41st year of the divine calendar. The diameter of each Super Dragon Ball is 37,196.224 kilometers. 7 Super Dragon Balls, distributed in the 6th and 7th universes. That's right. Whether it's your Earth's Dragon Ball technology or the Namek people's Dragon Ball technology, they are all inspired by the Super Dragon Ball. Heard the words. There was an uproar in everyone's heart. According to Whis, the dragon god Salama, who made the Super Dragon Ball, is the originator of the Dragon Ball. It was indeed shocking. Looking at the 6 Super Dragon Balls, Son Gohan thought to himself, if these are planets, then Son Gohan thinks it's nothing, but it's a Dragon Ball. And if you collect 7 of them, you can summon Super Shenron Super Dragon Ball. It is hard to imagine what kind of mighty and divine power is needed to create this kind of Dragon Ball. The dragon god Salama, who is extremely mysterious even in the original book, is probably a top god not weaker than the Grand Priest. Okay, let's go down. As Whis manipulates the shuttle box to gradually descend, the sun's seats can be the ratio in the barrier to let the field come into view. Whoosh! The shuttle cube entered the energy barrier and landed steadily on the arena of the competition venue. Son Gohan and his team filed out from the shuttle box. At this time, Vados and Kampa also fell off the table from Universe 6. Kampa didn't pay attention to Bulma's audience. He stared straight at Son Gohan and said, "Son 1.1 fan, what are you doing here? I told you before, you are not allowed to get involved." Just as Son Gohan wanted to explain, Beerus immediately replied, "Why? People can't come and watch the game. Since he said that Son Gohan can't participate, of course I won't let him play. I'm not as dishonorable as some people." When Beerus and Kampa met, they naturally had no good looks. Right now, Kampa doesn't bother to talk nonsense to Beerus, as long as Son Gohan doesn't participate. Otherwise, if Son Gohan participated as a contestant, then the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament would be useless. He would directly give the Super Dragon Ball to Beerus. After all, the strongest player on the 6th Universe side is Hit. And Hit was spun with one hand by Son Gohan when he was on Terra. It's an old tradition that Kampa and Beerus will fight whenever they meet. Everyone else is no longer surprised. Subsequently, the old Supreme Kai, Xin, Jabiter, Galaxy King, Galactic Patrolman Jake, and the 6th Universe Supreme Kai Fua, who received the news, were all present. After all, It was the first time that a martial arts tournament across universe levels was held. Naturally, this group of them wanted to come and observe. Beerus and Kampa quarreled for a while, and then took the players from their respective universes back to their respective contestants. Son Gohan, Bulma, and others came to sit in the auditorium. Immediately, the referee stepped onto the ring and introduced the competition rules of the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament to everyone with a microphone. To put it simply, it is not allowed to use weapons, not allowed to cause death, lose the ability to fight, or take the initiative to admit defeat, or fall out of the ring will be considered eliminated. This game adopts the defending mode. That is, if the first player to appear on the stage defeats the opponent, the winning player will continue to the next game until they are eliminated or win the final victory. 18. The universe, represented by the last player standing on the ring, wins. The players on the 6th universe side are no different from those in the original book. Hit, Gabe, Badimo, Magata, and Frost. The introduction of the rules is over. Next, let's invite the first contestant from both sides to enter the ring. As the referee's voice fell, Beerus and Kampa began to discuss the first player in their respective universes. 7th universe here. Beerus took a look at Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Shaoling, and couldn't decide which one of them would be a better finale. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, he knew that Son Goku was slightly stronger. But who is stronger, Son Goku or Son Shaoling? Beerus is not very clear. After thinking for a while, Beerus simply said, "Forget it. Among the 5 of you, the one who wins will win." Good. As for the finger-guessing mode, none of Son Goku has any opinion. Immediately, the 5 of them started finger-guessing enthusiastically. After several rounds of finger-pointing, Son Goku finally won and became the first player to appear on the stage. Number 18 ranked 2nd, Piccolo 3rd, Vegeta 4th, and Son Shaoling, who was eliminated in the first round, came last. That is, the finale player. Beerus could barely accept this result. In Beerus' mind, there must be one of Son Goku and Son Shaoling as the grand finale. But compared to Son Shaoling, Beerus is more inclined to Son Goku. After all, Son Shaoling is young and lacks combat experience, which was fully reflected in her battle with Frieza. But since the results were all out, Beerus didn't say anything more. I'm the last one up. Son Shaoling stuck out her clove tongue and sat down on the chair without much interest. If there's Son Goku and Vegeta in front, she probably doesn't need to play. Both Son Goku and Vegeta are probably enough to deal with the 5 players in the 6th universe. Hey, I'm on it. As the first contestant to appear on stage, Son Goku shook his arms excitedly and then jumped from the stage to the ring. 6th universe over there. Kampa was still wondering who should go first, but Frost volunteered. After a little consideration, Kampa also agreed to let Frost go first. On the chair, Hit, who was resting with his hands folded and his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and from the corner of his eyes, he aimed at Son Gohan in the auditorium. If this guy doesn't come up, then there's no problem. Hit still vividly remembers the scene when he lost to Son Gohan, and Son Gohan defeated Gods of Destruction, Kampa back then. If Son Gohan also appeared as a player of the 7th universe today, then this match would really be unnecessary. As long as Son Gohan doesn't make it, Hit has the confidence to beat the 5 players in the 7th universe with his flash time skill of 0.3 seconds. At the same time, following Frost's appearance, there was a burst of discussion in the auditorium and the 7th universe contestants platform. This guy looks like Frieza. Oh, it's Frieza from the 6th universe. Is he also that kind of vicious guy? In the auditorium, everyone was discussing. At this time, the 6th universe Supreme Kai Fua said, "Frost is not the kind of villain you think. To be precise, Frost is the hero of the 6th universe." What? As soon as Fua said this, Krillin, Bulma, and others all looked at Fua in disbelief. This is not right. Since the 6th and 7th universes are twin universes, then the Frieza of the 6th universe should also be the kind of vicious person. How did you become a hero? Immediately, Foy briefly told everyone about Frost's deeds. For example, There were bandits from universe who once invaded the egg sauce planet of the 6th universe. Frost brought his troops to the planet Egg Sauce like a savior, beat off the universe bandits, and saved the people on the planet Egg Sauce from the fire and water. There are too many such deeds in Frost. After listening, Bulma and Kling and others completely changed their views on Frost. If it is really according to what Foy said, this for Ross of the 6th universe and Frisia of the 7th universe are completely two types of people. Not necessarily. At this moment, Son Gohan, who was watching Foster on the ring, said suddenly, "Gohan." Bulma and the others looked at Son Gohan suspiciously. Why does it sound like he was targeting Frost? The corner of Son Gohan's mouth raised slightly and said, "I can only say that this Frost is not even as good as Frisia, and you will know later." Yes, 160. After all, Frisia is an upright emperor of evil. He acts openly and above board, and never plays tricks behind his back. What about Frost? It's just a sinister villain. Zhong Chuan is doing some shady things in the dark. For example, what Foy just said was the heroic deeds of Frost saving the people of Planet Egg Jam. In fact, the group of universe gangsters who invaded Danjiang Planet was sent by Fair Ross, and then he appeared as a hero and created a heroic persona for himself. Benefit from it. Therefore, the identity of a good guy has nothing to do with Frost. He is a disgusting hypocrite. At the same time, in the arena, naturally, Son Goku also heard what Fua said just now, and he was quite surprised. "So you're a good person. I thought you were also a big villain like Frisia." Frost didn't speak, but put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Frost's gentlemanly and polite behavior made Son Goku more convinced that Frost is a good person. Hey. Son Goku stopped talking nonsense, warmed up a little, then put on a fighting posture and said excitedly, "Since you are a good person, let's start." The first round of the 6th and 7th Universe Budo Tournament. Frost from the 6th Universe will fight against Son Goku. Game start. Son Goku and Frost immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although he is not yet transformed, Son Goku can completely suppress Ross with only normal strength. After a fierce battle, Frost was beaten to the point where he was almost powerless to fight back. It was Son Goku who let him go, otherwise Frost would have been defeated long ago. For Ross, who is not yet transformed in the first form, his combat effectiveness is not much higher. Boom! At last, another heavy punch from Son Goku knocked Frost back. Only this time, Son Goku did not pursue the victory. Transform. You should be able to improve your strength after transforming. Son Goku said, since Frost is the Frisia of the 6th universe, he should be able to improve his strength through transformation like Frisia. Hearing this, Ross was stunned. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up in a dark arc. I really can't help it. It seems that I in your universe should also be able to transform. If that's the case, then I'll use all my strength. Heard the words. Son Goku grinned, so it was kind of funny. Otherwise, it would be too boring to defeat Foster like this. Immediately, Frost transformed into the final form, just like Frisia transformed. Frost, in his final form, received a substantial boost from Ian. Son Goku's mind moved, and he also transformed into a super race form. Then, start the second round now. Son Goku put on a fighting stance again. Frost's expression turned serious, and he immediately launched an attack on Son Goku without saying a word. The second round begins. Everyone was dazzled by the fierce battle, but it is not difficult to see that Super Saiyan Son Goku and Frost in the final form are on equal footing. You come and go. However, with the passage of time, Super Saiyan Son Goku gradually began to suppress Frost by virtue of his richer combat experience and skills, as well as a slightly stronger strength. Realizing that he was defeated by Son Goku, Frost's face became serious. The hero design he worked so hard to create in the 6th universe does not allow him to lose in the first game. Therefore, after being repelled by Son Goku again, Frost's eyes turned cold, and an imperceptible barb appeared on the back of his fist. Immediately, he tiptoed and punched Son Goku with a charging posture. Facing Frost's attack, Son Goku took it easy and punched him head-on. Boom! The two punched each other, and Frost was knocked back more than 10 meters on the spot before he managed to stabilize his body. Looking at Son Goku again, he didn't move at all. Which is strong and which is weak, you can tell at a glance. However, 2 seconds later, Son Goku's mind suddenly became dizzy, and his vision gradually became blurred. At last, under the inconceivable eyes of everyone, Son Goku returned to his normal state and just fell down on his face, unable to get up again. For a moment, the audience was silent. Even Beerus' pupils widened. Son Goku, why don't you play me? In the arena, seeing that Son Goku had fallen, the referee cautiously stepped forward to test it, and after confirming that Son Goku was not dead and had lost the ability to fight, he held up the microphone and announced loudly, "Frost wins." What happened? Goku loses now. It's not right. As soon as the results of the competition came out, there was an uproar whether it was the 7th Universe's contestant platform or the audience seats. Everyone is all too familiar with Son Goku. It was obvious that Son Goku was stronger in that punch just now, but what's going on now? In contrast, on the side of the 6th Universe stage, Kampa's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Good job, for Ross." Say it. Kampa also looked proudly at Beerus on the opposite side. Beerus' eyelids twitched wildly. Although this result was completely unexpected, Son Goku did indeed fall because he lost his fighting ability. Everyone can't wait like this. The referee declared Son Goku defeated, which is reasonable. It's just about Son Goku's inexplicable defeat. Beerus always feels that something is wrong, but he can't tell for a while. The loss of a general at the beginning made Beerus feel a little irritable. Dad! At this moment, Son Goten came onto the ring with a towel in hand. Son Gohan also followed and gave Son Goku the fairy beans prepared in advance. Son Goku just woke up from the coma. Son Goku was relieved when he learned that he had been sentenced to lose. After all, he did pass out for unknown reasons just now. After Son Goku returned to the stage, and Son Goten also returned to the auditorium, Son Gohan was still standing on the ring. His eyes as sharp as blades were staring straight at Frost. Being stared at by Son Gohan, Frost's scalp couldn't help but feel a little numb. Gohan. Seeing that Son Gohan was still in the ring, big question marks popped up on the faces of Bulma and Chi-Chi in the audience. Immediately, under the puzzled gaze of a group of people, Son Gohan said, "Do you find it strange? Before my father fell down just now, he obviously suppressed Frost in both strength and battle, but once against after touching it, he fell unconscious inexplicably." Heard the words. Whether it was the crowd in the auditorium or the 7th Universe contestant, everyone nodded their heads. The scene where Son Goku suddenly fell to the ground and passed out just now was really weird. But no one could tell what was going on, so no one came forward to question the result of the game. As for the result of this game, Son Gohan didn't really care much. He just couldn't bear the sight of an insidious hypocrite being known by everyone as a good person. Son Gohan. At this time, Beerus, who also felt something was wrong, stood up and said, "Did you find something? If Son Gohan finds out that Frost used methods that violated the rules of the game, then he can change the result of the game just now." Son Gohan did not answer Beerus, but stared at Frost and said, "The 6th Universe. I've stayed there for more than 2 years, and I know a little about the 6th Universe. And that includes your Frost thing." As soon as Son Gohan said this, everyone pricked up their ears. According to the meaning of Son Gohan's words, is it possible that there are still some things that everyone doesn't know? Realizing that the situation was not good for him, Kampa originally wanted to scold Son Gohan for him to retreat, but after thinking about Son Gohan's terrifying strength, Kampa had no choice but to give up. Wang Diheo. Besides, if he came forward and was kicked out by Son Gohan at this moment, Beerus would not agree. So at this moment, Kampa has no choice but to wait and see the development of the situation. After a slight pause, Son Gohan's powerful voice resounded through the venue and fell on everyone's ears clearly. Just now in the auditorium, Master Supreme Kai Fua of the 6th Universe said something about your Frost deeds. That is, you once saved the planet Danjiang. And as far as I know, those universe bandits who invaded the Egg Sauce planet were sent by you, Ross, and then you appeared as a hero to save the people on the egg sauce planet from the fire and water. In this way, the people on Danjiang planet will regard you as a hero. You use this set of procedures to amass money in the sixth universe. A hero is just a character design that you specially created for everyone to see. In fact, you're nothing but a disgusting hypocrite. Just now, everyone regarded you as Frieza from the sixth universe. But in fact, you are not even as strong as Frieza. Son Gohan's powerful words echo in everyone's ears for a long time. All of a sudden, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. So, to sum up, you're not a good person. Creating a heroic persona for yourself and gaining the gratitude of people on various planets to make a profit is your real purpose. Son Gohan's characters are all beautiful, but from beginning to end, Frost's expression did not change at all. Even Kampa blinked in disbelief, unable to believe that Frost was such a person. Kampa knows Son Gohan. If Son Gohan didn't have absolute evidence and certainty, he wouldn't expose Frost's true face in front of so many people. On the seventh universe side, both the contestant stage and the people in the audience have questioned Frost's identity as a good guy. Because compared to Frost, who is a stranger and relies on Foy's one-sided words, everyone is more willing to believe in Son Gohan. But now, everyone still wants to see how Frost will solve the problem next. No, what a quibble. Frost spread his hands and said with a nonchalant expression, "But what do these things you said have to do with me winning this game? Furthermore, you made empty claims and personally attacked me when you first came up. I don't have to argue with you about this matter, but it makes me wonder, is your seventh universe unable to afford to lose?" Frost's counterattack was also very sharp. "It sounds like 503 Pa, and I almost believe it. Really, what Frost said is not unreasonable. First of all, Son Gohan has no evidence to prove that he was the one who sent the universe robbers who invaded the egg sauce planet. Secondly, so what if he proves it? What does this have to do with his victory in this game?" However, Son Gohan smiled strangely. He had already expected Frost's remarks. "Don't you cry without seeing the coffin? Then I will let you die clearly. Then let me talk about it now. What does this have to do with your victory in this game?" Son Gohan said calmly, "I believe everyone has seen how my father, Son Goku, was defeated just now. He just fell down inexplicably after a fist fight with Frost. It's weird, isn't it?" said. Son Gohan turned to look at the confused referee and said, "Mr. Referee, please go up and check Frost's right hand carefully, especially the back of the hand of the wrist. I believe there will be surprising discoveries." Although he didn't know what was going on, due to the pressure, the referee stepped forward and carefully inspected Frost's right hand. In front of so many people, Frost didn't dare not cooperate. "Huh, what is this?" After careful inspection, the referee soon found a tiny barb on the back of AB Frost's right hand. He reached out and touched it, and felt a slight tingling sensation. "I'm so dizzy." In just 1 second, the referee felt dizzy and then fell down like Son Goku before. See the scene. The whole place was in an uproar. Beerus on the contestant stage grinned. Now it was safe. As long as Frost is determined to have violated the rules, he can be defeated, and Son Goku does not have to be eliminated, which is definitely a great benefit for Beerus. "Frost, what did you do?" Kampa was furious on the spot. Looking at the situation of the referee, it is obvious that Son Gohan was knocked down by Frost just like the referee. Cheating. This is cheating. Soon, the referee stood up again to enforce justice. Contestant Frost violated the rules. According to the rules of the game, contestant Frost will be eliminated. This time, Frost's identity is finally confirmed. A guy who uses unfair means to win doesn't have much better character. The strong contrast in personality before and after made everyone present have a strong feeling of disgust towards Frost. However, even at this time, Frost remained unhurried. He raised his right hand proactively, revealing the barb on the back of his right hand, and said, "As you can see, this is part of my body. I think it should not be counted. Break the rules. You're just quibbling." The referee didn't believe Frost's nonsense. Who is riding a horse with a barb on his hand that can cause people to faint instantly? Frost, you actually... After being seated, Kampa looked down at Frost on the ring with a look of disbelief and anger. Master Kampa, this is not surprising. As Mr. Son Gohan said, Frost is such an insidious villain who likes to do little tricks behind his back. At this time, Vados, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. With Vados' words, Frost completely lost the chance to turn around. Vados! Frost glanced at Vados on the contestant stage from the corner of his eye and said arrogantly, "What you said is too annoying." "What? Isn't what Vados said the truth?" Before Vados could respond, the eager nurse Son Gohan spoke first. "If you want to say something annoying, you who only do insidious tricks behind my back are even more annoying." Everyone at the scene nodded. So what? Since Frost's true identity was exposed, he simply stopped pretending and said with a sinister look on his face, "I'm not interested in being the savior of that group of rubbish. After all, aren't people living in this world for their own benefit?" "You are right. People live in this world for their own interests." At this moment, Beerus stood up, looked down at Frost below, and said without hesitation, "Now, because you violated the rules of the game and eliminated one of my generals which harmed my interests, so the result of the game just now is invalid. You, Frost, were eliminated because you violated the rules of the game. Son Goku is reinstated as a player." Now everything became clear. Beerus was still wondering just now, how could Frost with such strength be able to eliminate Son Goku? Thanks to Son Gohan, otherwise he would have been dumb today. The referee in the ring was also trembling and did not dare to make a sound. Although he is the referee, he knows very well that the real talkers here today are Beerus and Kampa, who are the gods of destruction. Even Kampa, who has always been arrogant and unreasonable, does not dare to risk the world's disapproval to protect Frost, and Frost's style also makes him quite annoying. Vados, why did you find such a person to participate in the competition? Kampa's eyelids jumped wildly, and then he shouted angrily at Frost, "Frost, you have really embarrassed me. The assistance I promised you in advance is now invalid." Originally, due to Frost's reputation in the 6th universe, Kampa had promised in advance that as long as Frost competed, he would assist Frost to expand his role in maintaining peace in the 6th universe. But now, Kampa had to withdraw its aid to Frost. At this time, Frost, who had always looked indifferent, couldn't bear it anymore. He can accept being eliminated, but he cannot accept Kampa withdrawing his aid. As he just said, people live for their own interests. Now his interests are compromised. Frost did not dare to lose his temper with Kampa, so he pointed the finger at Son Gohan, who exposed him. "Son Gohan, right?" Frost's eyes showed a hint of coldness and solemnity, and he said solemnly, "Because of you, I was ruined and lost Lord Kampa's assistance to me. Take action. I will let you die in my hands today." Frost, who has revealed his true face, can no longer hide his arrogant nature. Even if Beerus and Kampa, the two gods of destruction, are watching him here, Son Gohan, who has lost everything, must pay the price with his life. Hear the words. Son Gohan was startled, then raised his ears and asked again, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." The 7th universe contestant stage. The corner of Beerus's mouth also curved with interest. "It's not good for you to challenge anyone. You have to challenge Son Gohan? Isn't this an old man who hangs himself because he thinks his life is too long?" But this also reflects Frost's psychology at this time. He was anxious. "I said, I'm going to kill you." On the ring, Frost said angrily with murderous intent in his eyes. Son Gohan smiled, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Should I say that you are furious, or that you have no brains? In that case, then, come on." Originally, Son Gohan didn't want to take action against Frost. He just wanted to expose Frost's disgusting true face. After all, a hypocrite with a dark psychology is known to the world as a good person and a hero. This in itself is an extremely disgusting thing. This gentleman, you are not a player. Don't mind your own business. Let them go." The referee just wanted to stop the fight between Son Gohan and Frost, but was stopped by Beerus. Letting people like Frost live in the world is dirtying his eyes. So at this moment, Beerus wished that Frost, the guy with a human face and an animal heart, disappeared quickly so as not to dirty the competition venue. After being shouted at by Beerus, the referee also fell silent. He doesn't dare to mess with Beerus, the god of death. Immediately, the referee obediently stepped aside. This time, Frost was actually happy. Just now, he was worried whether Beerus and Kampa would come forward to stop it, since Beerus asked the referee to leave it alone. Then he can take action with confidence. But what Frost doesn't know is that in Beerus's eyes, he is now a dead man. Even I lost to Son Gohan. If you challenge Son Gohan, aren't you digging your own grave? As a broad-minded god, Beerus is certainly willing to grant Frost's wish. Son Gohan also smiled faintly, then crossed his arms and said provocatively, "I'm standing here. Whether you can kill me or not depends on your own ability." Court death. Seeing Son Gohan looking down on him so much, the murderous intent in Frost's eyes became even fiercer. In his opinion, Son Gohan's move is undoubtedly seeking his own death. Immediately afterwards, with murderous intent in his eyes, Frost took action in anger. He stomped the sole of his foot, and the floor of the arena cracked apart under his feet, and he charged forward with a charging attitude. Under everyone's gaze, Frost's fist, which gathered all its strength, brought out a blast of wind and blasted directly towards Son Gohan's face. He will first beat Son Gohan to pieces and then kill him. It would be too easy for Son Gohan to kill him like this. However, just when Frost's fist was about to fall on Son Gohan's face, Son Gohan's eyes glared, and an invisible barrier instantly condensed. Frost's fist was only 2 centimeters away from Son Gohan's face and could no longer advance another half-minute. What? Frost's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared in horror at the calm Son Gohan in front of him. With just one look, he easily blocked his violent punch. "Idiot, I don't have time to fool around with you." Son Gohan had no expression on his face and said calmly, "To borrow a sentence from Frieza, ants are ants, and it is impossible to bring down the dinosaurs no matter what. Everything has a cause and effect. The causes planted by your actions in the 6th universe in the past few years have produced the results you have today." The words fell. Son Gohan's dark eyes condensed. Whoops! The terrifying momentum formed into strong winds that roared out, instantly sweeping over Frost in front of him. Frost immediately let out a shrill scream, and his whole body drew a perfect parabola in the air and finally fell heavily onto the ring. At this time, Frost's eyes were closed tightly, and his body was covered with shocking bloodstains. Even his breath can no longer be felt. With Son Gohan's normal combat power of 110, even a slight movement of his fingers is enough to kill Frost 1 or 8,000 times. Now Son Gohan has left him a complete body, which is already very good. If it weren't for the fact that his daughter Son Shaoling was watching at the scene, Son Gohan would have ordered him to be quartered, with blood splattering on the spot. Tap, tap, tap. Son Gohan didn't look at Frost again, turned around, and returned to the audience. I didn't expect Frost to be such a person. On the 6th universe contestant stage, looking at the ignorant Frost below, Gabe closed his eyes in disappointment. "Zero, please give me flowers." Prior to this, the laser defense force he led had been cooperating with Frost to jointly maintain the peace of the universe. Result: if he hadn't come to participate in this martial arts competition in the 6th and 7th universe, he wouldn't have known that Frost would be an insidious villain who would do anything to achieve his goals. With the death of Frost, this little farce has come to an end. There were so many people present, but no one stood up to complain for Frost. Even FUA, who had been bragging just now, explained to old Supreme Kai and Xian with a dry smile. "Well, I sometimes make mistakes when I look at people." Xian also sighed lightly. After hearing what Foy said just now, he believed that Frost was a good person. Zero. Result: quite the opposite. Frost is not a great hero who maintains the peace of the universe, but a hypocrite that everyone can punish. Not only did everyone not feel sorry for Frost's death, but they felt happy. Vados, I didn't ask you to find someone like this to participate in the competition. Even my face will be embarrassed. On the 6th universe contestant stage, Kampa said with a dissatisfied look on his face. Vados laughed and joked. Master Compa, you just asked me to find stronger people to participate in the competition, but you did not specify the character of the players. Oh, Compa curled his lips and immediately turned his attention to the robot Magita sitting on the edge of the contestant stage and ordered, Magita, you are in the next game. Although a small farce occurred, the game must continue. But what happened next was very unfavorable to Compa. After all, Frost did violate the rules of the competition, which led to the rebirth of Son Goku, who was originally eliminated. In this case, his sixth universe is equivalent to losing a player in vain. Boom! Magita jumped up and landed heavily on the ring. The seventh universe is here. Although Son Goku was resurrected, he was ranked last in the original order, which was in line with Beerus's thoughts. If Son Goku makes his final appearance, he will feel more at ease. So in the second game, according to the order of guessing before the game, number 18 will appear on the stage and compete with Magita of the sixth universe for the second game. In the second game, the Magita player from the sixth universe will play against the number 18 player from the seventh universe. The game begins. As the referee's passionate words echoed through the microphone, the second game officially began. As soon as the game started, number 18 launched a fierce attack. But Magita just stood there, letting number 18 attack fiercely, let alone being affected. Magita didn't even move. Obviously, number 18's fierce attack didn't even break through the Magita tower. On the contrary, she was embarrassed by Vegeta's magma attack. Is this big guy really a robot? Number 18 was dodging Magita's magma attack while looking for Magita's weaknesses. But no matter where she attacked Magita's 0-10, she failed to break through the thick armor on Magita's body, so that number 18 couldn't help but feel confused. Are the robots in Universe 6 so strong? To know, her current strength is several times stronger than when she was first awakened by Dr. Gero. But even so, her attack was like scratching an itch for Magita, making it impossible for number 18 to start. This is not good. On the contestant stage, Beerus also saw the dilemma of number 18. She is now unable to break through the defenses of Magita Tower, and she does not dare to confront Magita Tower's magma attack head-on. If this continues, number 18 will be defeated sooner or later. Naturally, Sun Shaoling, Son Goku, and others also saw it. With the strength of number 18, there was nothing he could do against Vegeta, who was completely thick-skinned and had a pretty powerful magma attack. Raging. In the arena, a stream of magma pillars erupted from Magita's mouth, and number 18 could only use the flying technique to dodge in the air. But even so, the high temperature emitted by the magma still made number 18's Xiang sweat dripping and uncomfortable. Very good, that's it. Magita, give me some strength and knock her off the ring. Compa, who was still a little depressed at first, couldn't help but smile proudly and wave his fists and claws. As Compa finished speaking, Vegeta's magma attack became more intensive and violent. For a while, even the air is no longer safe. Number 18 was forced to return to the ring, and the moment she returned to the ring, Magita took a lunge, then glared fiercely, leaping high into the air, and her huge body, like a mountain, drew a line in the air. A perfect parabola, slamming into number 18 who had just landed. Number 18, who had just landed, was startled, and without any time to think, he did a few backflips on the spot, barely avoiding Magita's body collision. Boom! Magita's huge body hit the ring, and a big deep pit appeared on the spot. It is not difficult to see that if number 18 is hit, he will be seriously injured or lose his combat effectiveness. So much so that everyone couldn't help but sweat for number 18. Number 18, this big guy is not a robot. He is an alien race from the sixth universe called Metal Men. 1 inch. Just when number 18 was in a bitter battle, Son Gohan's voice came from his mind. Number 18, who had just escaped, suddenly looked at Son Gohan in the audience. Immediately, Son Gohan's spiritual message continued to come. With your strength, it is impossible to break through Magita's defense. But he has a weakness. His heart is very fragile. As long as you scold him a few times, he will loss of combat effectiveness. What? A look of disbelief appeared on number 18's delicate and pretty face. Such a tough guy can break through his defenses just by scolding him a few times? No way. Although swearing is not her style, number 18 doesn't care so much at this time. She doesn't want to lose the first match in front of Son Gohan, not to mention persisting until the end, but at least defeating one opponent. You're a pile of scrap metal. Just when Mageda's sandbag-sized iron fist was about to arrive, number 18 suddenly cursed at Mageda. Although the lethality of this sentence is not very good. For Vegeta, who is extremely fragile in his heart, it seems to have been severely traumatized. His fist stopped in midair, and puffs of light, smoke came out of the boiler above his head. The whole person looked extremely depressed and lost. It actually worked. Number 18 did not dare to neglect. In surprise, he launched a counterattack and kicked Maggot, who was unable to break through the defense just now, several dozen meters away. What happened? The sudden change left everyone at the scene confused. How come Maggot, who had the absolute upper hand just now, was suddenly counterattacked by number 18? Oh, Beerus also stood up excitedly. Immediately, when everyone was still in a state of confusion, number 18 took advantage of the victory and chased Magada while scolding and beating him. Although the words were not very offensive, they were very powerful for Magada's fragile mind. It works. Finally, number 18 relied on the fragility of Maggot's mind to completely grasp it. Thump! Finally, as a heavy muffled sound was heard, Gita struck number 18 out of the ring. Out of bounds! As soon as Mageda fell out of the ring, the referee immediately announced, contestant number 18 of Universe 7 wins. Mageta, what are you doing? It wasn't until this moment that Kampa reacted belatedly, and his whole face looked bad. What was a great situation just now turned out to be like this? Vados explained, Mageta's heart is very fragile. Number 18 seized on this weakness of his and constantly verbally attacked Mageda, causing him to lose his combat effectiveness, and then defeated him in one fell swoop. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, this is Maggot's biggest weakness. Kampa put his head in his hands and said he couldn't accept it. I thought I could win back a victory, but how about you play me? On the 7th Universe contestant stage, everyone also saw the fatal weakness of Mageda's fragile heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible for number 18 to beat Maggot with 4.2. 1. Number 18 breathed a long sigh of relief, and then showed a bright smile to Son Gohan in the audience. Son Gohan also smiled back and gave her thumbs up. Even after seizing Maggot's weakness, number 18 still defeated Maggot with all his strength. It will be very difficult for number 18 to win this battle. If Maggot had not had such a fatal weakness, she would have had no way of defeating Maggot. Number 18 knows this very well. The reason why she was able to defeat Magada was largely due to Son Gohan off the court. After all, if it hadn't been for Son Gohan's reminder, she wouldn't have known that Vegeta, who was so powerful on the outside, was so fragile on the inside. Just some mildly offensive curse words can make him lose his fighting ability. Game 3. The 6th Universe sent Batama, a big bear that is all yellow. Facing Batamo, number 18 really had no choice. Although Batamo is very big, it does not affect his speed at all, and because he has a rubber body, he is immune to all physical attacks. Therefore, just like Maggot just now, number 18 could not break through Batama's defense at all. To break Batama's defense, one must completely overwhelm him with power. But obviously, with the strength of number 18, this is still not possible. Originally, number 18 wanted to hold on for a while and look for Batamo's weaknesses, but under Son Gohan's persuasion, number 18 chose to admit defeat. In Son Gohan's opinion. So what if she wins Batamo? If she wins Batamo and then Gabby and finally meets Hit, her end will be a bit miserable. What's more, on the 7th Universe's side, there are also Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Shaolin at the rear. Therefore, there's no need to be so desperate on the 18th. Finally regaining a victory, the Elephant 08 Par is now smiling. As for number 18 surrender, Beerus didn't say anything. He also saw that number 18 could not break through Badamo's defense, and Badamo's offensive was extremely sharp and fierce. If he continued to fight, it would only make him look even more ugly. So number 18 chooses to take the initiative to admit defeat, which is also a choice. After the exit on the 18th, according to the order of guessing, Piccolo came on the stage to fight against Badamo. If someone cooperates, Piccolo has a way to deal with Badamo. But in the arena mode, faced with Badamo, who is out of luck, Piccolo has no better way. After trying his most powerful killing move, the demon-penetrating light killing cannon, but it didn't work, Piccolo was completely desperate. Finally, under Badamo's sharp attack, Piccolo was also defeated. Ha 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 ha, Beerus, your people are not good enough. After winning 2 games in a row, Kampa, who had a normal face, was smiling from ear to ear and even made a face at Beerus. It's obviously a bit off. Dead. Beerus was too lazy to talk to Kampa. Number 18 and Piccolo were just a warm-up, and the real battle was yet to come. Finally, it's my turn. After the defeated Piccolo returned to the ring, Vegeta raised his lips slightly, then jumped up and boarded the ring. After the 2 battles between number 18 and Piccolo just now, Vegeta already knows how to deal with Badamo. Yo, 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 can you do it for such a small person? As soon as Vegeta came on stage, Badamo put his hands on his hips and verbally provoked him with a playful expression. Pointing with his thumb, he said proudly, "I'm different from the 2 people in front of me. Just don't start crying like maggot just now." But Badamo disagreed. "In my opinion, you are weaker than them." Vegeta just smiled meaningfully and stopped talking nonsense to Boda. Subsequently, the referee gave the order and the 4th game officially started. Like the previous 2 games, Badamo stood undefended and hooked his fingers at Vegeta, gesturing for him to attack, with a strong sense of provocation. Obviously, Badamo has absolute confidence in his rubber physique. Bang! Vegeta didn't waste any time and directly transformed into his super form. Then he tapped his toes, stepped forward, and punched Badamo hard in the belly. However, Super Saiyan Vegeta's punch only caused ripples on Badamo's belly. The powerful force it exerted on Badamo was completely absorbed by Badamo's rubbery physique. No. Badamo grinned and continued his mental attack on Vegeta. Vegeta smiled instead of angry. He took a step back and landed 10 meters away. "Big stupid bear, just stand there for me." Vegeta also used provocation. Badamo, who was extremely confident in his rubber physique, nodded and motioned for Vegeta to come over. Immediately, Vegeta's mind moved, and the golden energy flames lingering around him instantly switched to bright blue energy flames. Whoosh! When the bright blue energy flames erupted, Vegeta's whole aura changed. But at this time, Badamo seemed not to realize the seriousness of the matter, and remained calm as he sat firmly on the Daitai. Super Saiyan Blue? As soon as Vegeta turned Super Blue, Kampa on the contestant stage suddenly panicked. What the hell? Kampa was deeply impressed by Super Blue. Back then, Son Gohan transformed into Super Blue and fought with him for 300 rounds. Vegeta's Super Blue may not be as good as Son Gohan's, but it's definitely not inferior. Oh, it seems that they must have cultivated Super Saiyan Blue under Master Beerus. Vados raised his eyebrows slightly. Super Saiyan Blue? Gabe on the side looked at the Super Blue Vegeta on the ring, with deep doubts in his dark eyes. Can Saiyan from Universe 7 transform like Vegeta? Hey! Directly across from him, Beerus grinned at Kampa, and his meaning was obvious. Badamo, who had just defeated number 18 and Piccolo, might not be able to survive the next rendezvous. Kampa also had a bad feeling. If he had never seen Super Blue, he might not be so panicked, but he has personally experienced the power of Super Blue. Once the Super Blue comes out, you will know. Immediately, under the gaze of everyone's 747, Super Blue Vegeta struck out again, with another simple punch, which hit Badamo firmly in the belly. This punch was like thunder in an instant. Before Badamo could even react, he was blown away by the overwhelming force and finally fell heavily outside the ring. Things can be solved so easily, and Vegeta doesn't want to make this competition too complicated. Bodma is a bit difficult to deal with because of his rubbery physique. Otherwise, Vegeta can take care of Bodma with a Super 1. Out of bounds, the 7th Universe Vegeta player wins. Now, Bodma, who fell out of the ring, was still confused. Why did he fall out? Bodma, what are you doing? Won't you hide for a while? Kampa was furious and cursed. Bodma scratched his head and said dejectedly, I'm sorry, Lord Kampa. I was careless. However, even if he dodged Vegeta's punch, he would still lose in the end. He and Super Blue Vegeta are not from the same dimension at all. It's over. It's over. There are only 2 of us left. Kampa is not in the mood to scold Bodma now. What he needs to consider now is how to win this game. Veto's comforted. Master Kampa, you should think so. At least we still have Hit. Yes. Kampa glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Hit sitting on the chair with a calm expression, and he felt a lot more at ease. Over there in the 7th Universe, although Vegeta's Super Blue is strong, it probably won't be Hit's opponent, as long as Son Gohan doesn't play. Kampa has great confidence that with Hit's powerful strength, he can completely crush the remaining players of the 7th Universe. Gabe, you're next. As the ace player of the 6th Universe, Hit will definitely make his final appearance. Therefore, apart from Gabe, there will be no other contestants next. Gabe sighed helplessly. Although he hadn't played yet, he already knew that his defeat was certain. But there was no other way. He still had to go up and compete with Vegeta. There's not much to say about the scene between Vegeta and Gabe. The whole process is basically the same as in the original work. Although Gabe lost, Vegeta deliberately angered Gabe in the middle, allowing him to successfully break through to the Super Series form. Because of this, Gabe was very grateful to Vegeta and even took the initiative to regard Vegeta as his master. There's no pressure at all. With Gabe's defeat, there was only 1 player left in the 6th Universe, so Beerus couldn't help but say something weird. Beerus, be happy now, because soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Kampa, with Hit in charge, was not at all annoyed by Beerus. Beerus looked at Hit subconsciously. At this moment, Hit, who had been closing his eyes to rest, finally opened his extremely sharp eyes. It's not simple. At this time, was behind him said, thoughtfully, if I read correctly, the last contestant in the 6th Universe should be Hit, who is known as the #1 killer in the universe. Is he strong? Beerus asked. I can feel that the aura released from his body is as sharp as a needle tip. Piccolo said with a solemn expression. From this point of view, the finalist of the 6th Universe is no ordinary person. He's a very strong guy. While Son Gohan was shocked by Hit's powerful strength, he also felt extremely excited. An opponent like Hit, who is not easy to mess with at first glance, is Son Goku's real target. It's a pity that because of Frost, he was originally the first to play, but now he is the last one. Hit's strength is very strong, but it's not that simple to get ahead of Vegeta and Son Shaoling. At least that's how it seems to Son Goku. It seems like it's my turn to play. Son Shaoling is also eager to try. With her strength, it is obvious that Hit is not easy to mess with. Even if Vegeta can transform into Super Blue, he may not be Hit's opponent. After all, the person who could be put on the finale by Kampa cannot be some rotten fish or shrimp. Shaoling, are you sure? Number 18 asked. Of course, Son Shaoling said confidently. No matter what, the #1 killer in the universe is nothing in front of me, Shaoling. Today she was fighting against the masters of the 6th Universe, and she couldn't afford to lose Son Gohan's face. And after the battle with Frieza a few days ago, Son Shaoling has also grown a lot. Shaoling. At this time, Son Gohan's message sounded from Son Shaoling's mind. Dad. Son Shaoling looked at Son Gohan in the audience. Vegeta will definitely lose to Hit later. Let me remind you in advance that Hit is no better than Frieza. His moves are more sharp and difficult to deal with than Frieza. You must show your true strength and take it seriously, even if you use Ultra Instinct, you know. Don't worry, Dad, Son Shaoling said confidently. I will surprise everyone later. At the same time, as Hit stepped onto the ring, everyone's attention fell on Hit. Hit has a slender figure, wearing a purple coat, plus his explosive muscles with perfect lines, as well as his sharp eyes and tough eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that this person is definitely no small matter. Hit put his hands in his pockets. Vegeta's figure reflected in his lavender eyes. Even though Vegeta had shown his super blue power when he defeated Bulma just now, Hit didn't seem to take Vegeta seriously at all. Although Vegeta can also turn super blue, Hit has already seen it. Compared with Son Gohan's super blue, Vegeta is more than one level behind. Vegeta's face also condensed, and Hit opposite him gave him an extremely dangerous aura. So next, he had to be serious. I heard that you're the #1 killer in the universe. This title is a lie, but I don't know how many pounds you have. Before the game officially started, Vegeta planned to test Hit first. However, Hit just took a deep breath. Keeping silence is a golden virtue, and did not answer Vegeta's words. The 7th game, between Hit player from the 6th universe and Vegeta player from the 7th universe. The game begins. As the referee's passionate voice echoed throughout the venue, the match between Hit and Vegeta began. $1% at. As soon as the game started, Vegeta transformed directly into the super blue form, pointed his thumb at himself, and said arrogantly, "No matter who you are, the #1 killer in the universe, you will eventually be defeated by me, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta." Hit also took his hands out of his pockets and assumed a minimal fighting posture. "Oh," Vegeta raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but mocked. "It's okay to be so small." Hit's response to Vegeta was a silent and direct attack. I saw Hit panning in an S shape, leaving after images along the way. The next moment, the moment Vegeta was about to respond, Hit's attack had already arrived. Bang! Everyone in the audience and the ring had not yet reacted. When they took another closer look, Song Jian Hit's fist had hit Vegeta's chest hard at some point. The terrifying power directly penetrated Vegeta's body, forming a purple shock wave that penetrated from behind Vegeta. This blow directly caused Vegeta to take several steps back. What happened? I didn't see clearly. Everyone looked confused because they didn't see clearly what Hit had done just now. It felt like Hit's attack had arrived in the blink of an eye. Hard to guard against. What a speed, Piccolo said in shock. Li Liao Zhao is so amazing, I didn't see it clearly at all. Sun Shaoling couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. It was undeniable that she did not see clearly what Hit had done just now. This. Beerus was also stunned and said, "What just happened?" Whis shook his head, indicating that he didn't see clearly either. "You didn't even see it clearly?" Beerus was even more shocked now. "Can't even see Whis clearly? Is Hit really that fast?" In fact, it wasn't that Hit was fast, but that he jumped in time by 0.3 seconds. To put it simply, Hit arrived in the future 0.3 seconds ahead of schedule, so it is completely invisible to the naked eye. Son Gohan in the audience laughed secretly. "It's Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta. I think you're really going to change gears and land on the Tower of Tragedy." Before Son Gohan traveled through time, speeding down on the Tragedy Tower had already become a classic and popular meme. Now, Son Gohan has witnessed the birth of another famous scene of Vegeta. Call! Vegeta took a deep breath and stared at Hit directly opposite him with great concentration. Although he was punched in the face by Hit just now, I don't know why. Although he didn't see Hit's attack clearly, the attack just now was relatively light to him. Therefore, Vegeta's combat power at this time has not been affected. Any guesses from which direction I will attack? The words fell. Hit's figure flashed again. Vegeta was fully focused. When Hit teleported in front of him, Vegeta subconsciously crossed his hands on his chest in a defensive posture. He saw it clearly. However, just when Vegeta thought he saw Hit's attack clearly, a terrifying force came from his forehead, and Vegeta's pupils stared. Vegeta's pupils were wide open, and he looked at Hit in front of him in disbelief. At this time, Hit's fist was still in a punching position, and Hit's fist was right between Vegeta's eyebrows. The terrifying power penetrated Vegeta's head, forming a purple shock wave that penetrated from the back of his head. It seems you didn't guess correctly. Finished. Without waiting for Vegeta to react, Hit launched a round of fierce attacks on Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy muffled sounds continued to be heard. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Super Blue Vegeta was like a 3-year-old baby in front of Hit. He could only passively be beaten. He has no power to fight back. Moreover, every attack by Hit was launched from a direction that no one could imagine. Bang! Finally, Hit struck again, knocking Vegeta away and landing heavily on the ring. Well done, as expected of Hit. On the contestant stage, Kampa's eyes lit up and he said with great excitement, "Vegeta has no room for resistance at all." Directly opposite, Piccolo clicked his tongue and said in shock, "You know, the Vegeta of today is no longer the Vegeta of more than a year ago. The Super Blue form has increased Vegeta's strength exponentially. But even so, in front of Hit, the #1 killer in the universe, there is still no room for fighting back. So strong." Sun Shaolin couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Beerus looked gloomy and said, "Whis." "Yes." Whis nodded, and then said, "I still didn't see Hit's movements clearly, but at the moment he attacked, he lost a few tenths of a second. If I guess correctly, Hit should have used some kind of the method controls time, so the naked eye cannot see his movements clearly." "What? Control time?" As soon as Whis said this, Beerus and others were shocked. Time is the most uncontrollable thing in the world. Even if it is as powerful as Whis, it can only go back 3 minutes, and every time it is used, it takes a long time before it can be used again. But Hit can control time freely and without gaps. At the same time, in the audience, Galaxy Patrolman Jack held his chin and said thoughtfully, "I seem to understand it too. Although Jack's strength is not very good, his eyes are extremely sharp. Therefore, even if Vegeta cannot see clearly the movements, Ruka can see them clearly through his eyes. His results are almost consistent with Whis. The moment Hit attacked, he controlled time. This is called flash time kung fu." At this time, Son Gohan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. "The flash time kung fu is Hit's signature move. To put it simply, the moment he attacks, he jumps to the future of 0.3 seconds. Although the time of 0.3 seconds is very short, it is more than enough in a duel between masters." After hearing what Son Gohan said, everyone who had been confused just now, even Whis and Jack, suddenly realized. No wonder. Just now, everyone couldn't clearly see Hit's movements when attacking. It turns out that he jumped to the future of 0.3 seconds. Then how to crack it, Gohan? Taisai asked anxiously on the side. Seeing her husband being beaten until she was unable to fight back, Taisai naturally felt distressed. So she wanted to ask how to deal with this flash time skill. If she couldn't crack the flash time skill, Vegeta's defeat might be certain. Son Gohan replied, "It's very simple. As long as the power exceeds Hit's own too much, the flash time kung fu will automatically fail. But judging from Vegeta's appearance, he probably won't be able to do it. Even if he doesn't use the flash kung fu, Vegeta may not be Hit's opponent. The current Hit is not the Hit in the original book. Now Hit, due to his fight with Son Gohan 10 years ago, he could only jump to the flash time skill of 0.1 second. It has grown to 0.3 seconds. And as the flash time skill grows, Hit's power will also increase exponentially." "Gohan, can you do that?" Bulma asked curiously. Hit's performance was so impeccable, so Bulma wanted to know if her man could handle Hit's time-blinking skills. Son Gohan shrugged and said with a smile, "Actually, as early as 10 years ago, when I was still training with Vados in the 6th universe, Hit was already defeated by me. This is the main reason why Kampa did not let me participate in the exhibition." "Reason?" Hear the words. Everyone looked at Son Gohan in surprise. "I bet you were banned by Kampa because you were too strong." Really? If what Son Gohan said is true, then if he participates, the 6th universe will not have to play. Is there no other way besides this? Taisai asked. "It's not like there's no other way." Son Gohan said, "As long as you understand Hit's offensive habits and predict where he will jump for 0.3 seconds, you can crack it. It is impossible to change a person's habits in a short period of time. In the arena, Even though Son Gohan told him the secret of his flash time kung fu and how to crack it, Hit's expression remained unchanged. Anyone who knows the core concepts and cracking methods of flash time kung knows, but is not something that anyone can crack. Moreover, this was his first time fighting Vegeta. It was almost impossible for Vegeta to understand his own offensive habits before losing. Furthermore, even if we take 10,000 steps back, what if Vegeta predicts where he will be after 0.3 seconds? I don't only have the skill of flashing time, which one of the flash space and time prison derived from the flash time skill can't hang Vegeta up and beat him. At this time, Vegeta, who was seriously injured, had also gotten up again. He also heard what Son Gohan said just now, but Vegeta didn't think he could fully understand Hit's offensive habits in a short period of time. So he planned to use his own method to crack the flash time kung fu. Vegeta, was beaten so hard that I couldn't fight back. Vegeta wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Hit directly opposite him with sinister eyes. But, although this guy's flash time skill is difficult to crack, his attack power is not very strong. If this continues, I can probably still. Vegeta was thinking about how many times he could withstand Hit's attacks. But little does he know, Hit had guessed Vegeta's inner thoughts. Are you thinking how many more times you can withstand my attacks? Hit stretched out his right hand and said sharply, "What?" Vegeta would, "Then let's see how many times you can withstand my attacks." No longer giving Vegeta any chance to think, Hit's attack struck again like a ghost. This time, Vegeta still didn't see clearly the moment when Hit attacked. The next moment, bang! A heavy muffled sound was heard again, and Hit's fist dug deeply into Vegeta's chest. This punch directly caused the expression on Vegeta's face to become rigid, and even his pupils bulged a bit. Vegeta's pupils were wide open, and he stared at the expressionless Hit in front of him in disbelief. "It's so heavy." As Hit retracted his fist, Vegeta suddenly let out a scream, unable to maintain his super blue form anymore, and automatically returned to his normal state, then fell down on his face. At this moment, Hit put his hands in his pockets again, looked down at Vegeta lying on the floor of the ring, and sighed. What should we do? Now, he can't even admit defeat. As an assassin, Hit's style has always been to kill with one strike. Vegeta can withstand so many of his attacks before falling, which is already quite good. And Hit didn't have much time to play with Vegeta here, because behind Vegeta, there are two more difficult opponents, Son Shaoling and Son Goku. Hit wants to save his physical strength and energy to deal with Son Shaoling and Son Goku, and has no time to play house with Vegeta here. Only by winning the 6th and 7th universe martial arts competition for the 6th universe can he obtain the shuttle block promised to him by Vados. Hit player wins. The referee checked Vegeta's status and confirmed that he could not get up again, then announced the result of the game to everyone in the audience. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. Super Blue Vegeta was defeated so easily. Krillin and others in the audience couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Hit, who defeated Super Blue Vegeta with the power of thunder, brought them a great sense of oppression. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others had no idea who else could defeat Hit, who almost beat Super Blue Vegeta in seconds, under the premise that Son Gohan was not allowed to participate. Hit is indeed the #1 killer in the universe. That's great. Hit defeated Super Blue Vegeta easily, and Kappa was starting to get a little carried away. He smiled strangely at Beerus, as if he was mocking Beerus for being a little overconfident. If Son Gohan doesn't play, who else in your 7th universe can compete with Hit? So what about Super Blue? He was easily defeated by Hit. Laugh! At this moment, Beerus's face darkened. Judging from the situation where Super Blue Vegeta was defeated, it would be difficult for Son Shaoling and Son Goku to defeat Hit. I'm done. I feel like I've fallen in love with Kampa's wife. Vegeta. At this time, Taisai's face in the audience turned pale. Son Gohan comforted, "Don't worry, Vegeta is fine. He just lost his fighting ability temporarily." Is that so? Tais blinked. Seeing Son Gohan nod, Taisai felt a little relieved. It was just that she felt a little distressed when Vegeta was hung up and beaten by Hit like this. This result was within Son Gohan's expectation. Next, let's watch Son Xiaoling perform. Although Hit's flash skills have improved, in Son Gohan's view, Xiaoling may not lose to Hit. No reason. Just because. Son Xiaoling's Ultra Instinct is naturally capable of completing Kexit's time-blinking skills. Even if the accuracy of Son Xiaoling's Ultra Instinct is not perfect enough, it is more than enough to deal with a mere flash. When Vegeta was carried back to the 7th Universe contestant stage, Son Xiaoling clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Hey, it's finally my turn to play." After the order of appearance was determined at the beginning, Son Xiaoling had no chance to play. Now it seems that she can still meet the most powerful guy in the 6th Universe. This inevitably made the Scion blood in Son Xiaoling's body begin to boil. Scion, as a fighting nation, are naturally warlike. Even though Son Xiaoling's Scion bloodline has been diluted for 2 generations, she still has a warlike nature. This is also the main reason why Son Xiaoling is unwilling to follow Bulma to learn the path of science and prefers to practice to become stronger and fight. Xiaoling, come on, defeat that number 1 killer in the universe. Before going on stage, number 18 gave Son Xiaoling a cheer. Son Xiaoling gave a thumbs up, blinked her big watery eyes at number 18, and said confidently, "Any number 18, watch my performance." 0 asterisk. Say it. Son Xiaoling stopped procrastinating, tapped her feet lightly, and landed gracefully on the ring. "Gohan, are you really going to be fine? Let Xiaoling deal with Hit." Seeing Son Xiaoling on stage, Bulma and the audience couldn't help but feel a little worried. She also saw what happened to Vegeta just now. Bulma didn't want to see her precious daughter beaten by Hit. Just be more at ease. Son Gohan smiled and patted Bulma on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Seeing that Son Gohan had said this, Bulma had no choice but to calm down and watch quietly. She knew that Son Gohan would not be so calm and composed if he did not have confidence in Son Xiaoling. 0. After all, when it comes to loving Son Xiaoling, she is far less than Son Gohan. Son Gohan's daughter is here. On the 6th Universe side, seeing Son Xiaoling on stage, Kappa couldn't help but focus on Son Xiaoling. Perhaps because of Son Gohan's strong strength, Kappa always felt that Son Gohan's daughter Son Xiaoling was a bit difficult to deal with. Like father, like daughter. With Son Gohan's character, if he hadn't trained Son Xiaoling well, he would definitely not have allowed her to participate in a competition of this level. Son Xiaoling, she is a very cute little girl, Vados said with a smile. Judging from her figure and inexplicable confidence, her strength will probably not be weaker than Vegeta's. Hearing this, Kappa couldn't help but worry. Is she stronger than Hit? Your father, Son Gohan, is just better than Hit. You are so young and your hair is not all grown yet. So you can't compete with Hit, the number 1 killer in the universe, right? Perhaps for reasons that are beneficial to him. Kappa thinks so. Hard to say. Vados said, it depends on whether Mr. Son Gohan has taught her Ultra Instinct or Self-Extreme Instinct. If Son Xiaoling learns either of these 2 divine control skills, Hit's chances of winning today will be very slim. What? Kappa suddenly lost his composure. This is not possible. He finally pinned Son Gohan down in the audience, so Son Gohan's daughter could not in the arena. Hit, who originally had his hands in his pockets, took them out again. Son Xiaoling's confidence when facing him always gave Hit an uneasy premonition. Are you Son Gohan's daughter? Hit asked, listening to the conversation between Kappa and Vados on the contestant stage, and looking at Son Xiaoling's delicate and pretty face that looks exactly like Son Gohan. I guess she is Son Gohan's daughter. Son Xiaoling clasped her hands and said politely, "My name is Son Xiaoling. Please give me your advice, brother number 1 killer." Hit just took a deep breath and said nothing. Seeing that Son Xiaoling and Hit were ready, the referee immediately announced that the game had officially begun. As soon as the game started, Hit immediately got into his stance. Compared with just now, when facing Son Xiaoling, Hit was more serious and One Country was more focused. Son Xiaoling didn't waste any time and directly transformed into Super Blue form. She put on a fighting stance and said excitedly, I saw your flash time kung fu just now. It's a very powerful move. I don't know if I can handle it. But my dad told me that you have to try everything, so I plan to try it first. Yeah. Hit's eagle-like sharp lavender eyes then shuddered, then suddenly launched an offensive. Boom! In the midst of lightning and flint, Sun Shaoling suddenly turned around and punched out with a small pink fist. Almost at the same time, Hit's figure, which should have been a few meters away, flashed, and a heavy punch happened to collide with Sun Shaoling's small pink fist. A harsh sonic boom followed, and the terrifying aftermath of the two punches' collision shook the ring with a clearly visible crack. What? Impossible! Seeing that Sun Shaoling was able to guard against Hit's flash kung fu, Kampa's eyes turned red on the spot. Oops! Vados also showed a look of surprise. Oh! Beerus on the opposite side also stood up, watching this scene with surprise and excitement. It actually blocked it. Vegeta's eyes widened slightly. Just now, he had personally experienced how difficult it was to deal with Hit's time flash kung fu. As a result, Sun Shaoling went up and blocked Hit's time flash kung fu. Good job, Shaoling. Number 18 also said excitedly. In the audience, Son Gohan looked at this scene with interest, his lips slightly raised. This is the talent of his daughter Sun Shaoling. Even though she just glanced at Hit's flash kung fu, even if she didn't know how to deal with Hit's flash kung fu, when she really faced it, Sun Shaoling could rely on her powerful talent with his keen sense of smell. He can accurately predict Hit's specific location after his jump time. At this time in the ring, Hit also looked in disbelief. Hee, it seems that my judgment is not wrong. Sun Shaoling smiled proudly. Maybe. Hit's face looked a little gloomy. Sun Shaoling may have predicted correctly the attack launched after the flash, or it may be a coincidence. Which one it is specifically, Hit has to continue to explore. Then, Hit used the flash time kung fu to jump in time at an extremely fast speed and then launch an attack on Sun Shaoling. But every time, Sun Shaoling could quickly predict his specific position after the jump time and block his attack or counterattack. Sun Shaoling's defensive counterattack made Hit a little embarrassed for a while. Bang! After Hit dodged again, Sun Shaoling accurately found his position and knocked him back with one kick. After sliding dozens of meters on the ring, Yashiki regained his balance. At this point, Kampa's heart was in his throat. Hit is his last trump card and the last player left. If Hit loses, he will lose to Beerus today. This is unacceptable to Kampa. Judging from this situation, there is no need for ego or comfort. I'm afraid it wasn't Super Blue Sun Shaoling who would have sent Hit away. Although Hit was not injured at this time, he was just embarrassed by Sun Shaoling's defensive counterattack. If this continues, Hit's defeat will only be a matter of time. In the arena, after stabilizing his body, Hit did not choose to attack rashly, but said, "You know, when I fought with your father, Son Gohan, my flash time skill could only jump tenths of a second. Now, the time I can jump is 0.3 seconds. Since I met you, Scion, I have learned the hidden secrets of flash time kung fu." What? Sun Shaoling blinked her bright eyes with confusion on her face. It did not explain in detail. Immediately, he clenched his fists, and with a deep roar, lavender energy and flames instantly burst out from his body. Its momentum doubled at this moment. Oh! Sun Shaoling's eyes widened slightly. This feeling is exactly the same as Scion's transformation to enhance their own strength. What is Hit doing? Kampa looked confused. Vados explains it to the point. He's growing. Growing up. Yes. Vados raised his red lips slightly. In this way, this game will undoubtedly become more interesting. Vados knows very well that in addition to the flash time skill, Hit has many moves to deal with Sun Shaoling. But those are far less effective than the growth flash time skill. Because by growing the time blinking skill for Hit, not only can he jump for a longer time, but he also has an all-round improvement in strength. This is the potential secret of flash time kung fu. If he hadn't seen Scion increase his strength through transformation, Hit would never have been able to understand the secret of flash time kung fu in his entire life. But the growth of flash time skill is also limited. In other words, It has something to do with Hit's own potential and physique. When Flash Time Gone grows to a certain level, Hit will enter a bottleneck period, and it will be difficult to break through the upper limit of Flash Time Gone growth of 4.7. Hit's growth time was very short, and after just a few seconds, the lavender energy flame disappeared. On the surface, it seems that Hit has not changed at all, but his posture has become bigger. This means that Hit's flash skills have grown. Let's see if he can still predict my position after the time jump. As soon as Hit finished speaking, there was thunder. Boom! This time, before Sun Xiaoling could even react, she was knocked back hard by Hit with a heavy blow. Only after Sun Xiaoling's feet plowed a 100-meter scratch on the floor of the arena could she stabilize her figure. When my flash time skill grows to 0.6 seconds, my position will— Oh, you are indeed Hit. Hit turned his attack and immediately cleared away the haze above Kampa's head, and he regained his composure. This gave him hope of victory again. Impossible. One family was happy and the other was sad. Now Beerus started to panic. In just a few seconds, the flash time skill doubled, and more importantly, although Hit's flash time skill only grew from 0.3 seconds to 0.6 seconds, his growth in strength was far more than doubled. What a tough opponent. Number 18 couldn't help but feel worried for Sun Xiaoling. Piccolo said with a solemn expression, "This is not good." "That's awesome, Hit." Son Goku also couldn't help but sigh. "You can actually grow up in battle like our Scion." Vegeta's face looked a little unhappy. He can not only grow in battle like Scion, but he can even get all-around improvements just by roaring. At least that's what it looked like just now. "Xiaoling, come on." At this time, Bulma and the audience shouted to Xiaoling on the ring. Sun Xiaoling looked towards the source of the sound and saw Son Gohan and Bulma sitting together in 08, always paying attention to the battle situation on her side. Sun Xiaoling didn't say anything. She withdrew her gaze and fell on Hit again. Before Sun Xiaoling could react, Hit launched another fierce and direct offensive. Sun Xiaoling's heart tightened. Click, click. From Hit's perspective, the moment he used the flash kung fu, the space in the entire venue froze. He put his hands in his pockets and walked at a seemingly leisurely pace. But in the next moment, he teleported directly in front of Sun Xiaoling and punched Sun Xiaoling in the lower abdomen. Boom! When Hit's attack came, Sun Xiaoling only reacted, and then she was hit hard by the terrifying power from Hit's fist. "It hurts, it hurts!" Sun Xiaoling lay on the ground, holding her stomach in pain. Hit didn't give Sun Xiaoling any chance to breathe, and the fierce offensive came like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Hit, who had grown to 0.6 seconds of flash time and had all-round improvements in strength, Super Blue Sun Xiaoling had almost no power to resist. During the whole process, Sun Xiaoling was suppressed and beaten by Hit. It is no exaggeration to say that it is an all-round crushing. Soon, Sun Ling was seriously injured during Hit's fierce attack. When Hit stopped attacking, there was already a trace of blood on the corner of Sun Xiaoling's mouth, and the whole person looked quite embarrassed. Xiaoling. In the audience, Bulma's beautiful eyes were full of distress. Growing up, when had Xiaoling ever suffered such an injury? As a mother, Bulma naturally feels sorry for her daughter. But Son Gohan on the side was expressionless. In the past 10 years, Sun Xiaoling has been a flower growing in the greenhouse. If you want to become a truly strong person, you must go through training. A weak flower in a greenhouse, no matter how powerful it is, cannot become a truly strong person. Admit defeat, you're no longer my opponent. Hit put his hands back into his pockets, seemingly no longer planning to attack. This is actually mainly because Hit could not beat Sun Xiaoling too badly because of Son Gohan's face. After all, if he abused Sun Xiaoling too badly today, and Son Gohan came to settle the score with him afterwards, he would not be able to bear Son Gohan's anger. Therefore, it became Hit's choice to let Sun Xiaoling take the initiative to admit defeat. Hear the words. Sun Xiaoling wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, showed a strange smile, and said, "What are you talking about, brother number 1 killer? I'm not as fragile as you think. You should be the one to admit defeat next." Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This is Hit's evaluation of Sun Shaoling. Since Sun Shaoling refuses to take the initiative to admit defeat, Hit glanced at Son Gohan in the audience. Son Gohan's eyes followed and nodded towards him. Hit understood immediately. Son Gohan is hinting that he will increase his efforts. If this is the case, then I have no scruples. Hit took his hands out of his pockets again, and then took a deep breath. In this case, as a killer, I don't know how to pity and cherish Jade. Winning this match against the 7th universe is Hit's mission today. I told you, I'm not as fragile as you think. Sun Shaoling's smart blue eyes gradually became fierce. Your flash time skill is indeed very powerful, but I'm stronger than you. So let me show you my true strength. The words fell. Sun Shaoling immediately released the super blue form. Immediately, Sun Shaoling took a deep breath. Her hands drooped naturally, her eyes were closed, and her whole person was in an extremely relaxed and calm posture. Seeing this, Hit's eyes narrowed dangerously. What does Shaoling want to do? True strength? Isn't Super Saiyan Blue the limit of Shaoling? At the same time, everyone in Twilight Valley looked closely at Shaoling on the ring. No way. At this moment, Kampa seemed to have realized something, and his expression gradually became uncomfortable. Of course, there's Beerus. It should be. Vados's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, with a flash of interest. Coming. In the audience, Son Gohan also smiled excitedly. This should be the first time Sun Shaoling has used it in battle. Ultra Instinct. At this time, the air and atmosphere of the entire venue became extremely quiet, just like the calm before the storm. Immediately afterwards, Sun Shaoling's shoulder-length black hair began to flutter in the wind, and a hot breath immediately emanated from her body. The next second, under everyone's gaze, a silver-gray energy flame exuding a hot aura erupted from Sun Shaoling's body like a volcano erupting. Raging, the silver-gray energy flame burns like a flame. At the same time, Sun Shaoling's shoulder-length black hair was rendered silver-gray with the explosion of silver-gray energy and arrogance. Immediately, Sun Shaoling's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of silver eyes, flashing with cold light, fell directly on Hit. What kind of transformation is this? On the 7th universe contestant stage, Son Goku's eyes widened, and Vegeta's scalp went numb. Ultra Instinct. Beerus' thin face was covered with excitement and joy. Just now he had been wondering if it would be Ultra Instinct, and it turned out to be true. Beerus, who was sitting on a chair, couldn't hide his excitement and stood up. She has mastered the essence of Ultra Instinct at such a young age. Mr. Son Gohan's daughter has a bright future. Whis also gave a very high evaluation. Even though he personally trained Son Goku and Vegeta for more than a year, they didn't even touch the threshold of Ultra Instinct. But Sun Shaoling was able to completely grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct in the same time. This is the advantage brought by outstanding talent. Wow, so this is Ultra Instinct. It's really different. Son Goku couldn't help but exclaimed. Since turning on Ultra Instinct, Sun Shaoling's whole temperament and momentum have completely changed. Even Son Goku felt a strong sense of oppression from Sun Shaoling. And the hot breath of Ultra Instinct can still be clearly felt even if you are on the high-altitude contestant stage. Ultra Instinct. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, feeling very uncomfortable. It's okay that he's not as good as Son Gohan. After so many years, Vegeta has looked away. As a result, he found out today that not only was he inferior to Son Gohan, but he was even inferior to Son Gohan's 1-year-old daughter. It's over. On the 6th universe contestant stage, Kampa looked ashen. He gritted his teeth and stared at Sun Shaoling on the ring in disbelief. Vados was really right. Son Gohan really taught Sun Shaoling Ultra Instinct. Nothing to play with now. Vados spread his hands. Hit's time-blinking skill, which has grown to 0.6 seconds, is indeed very difficult to deal with. But in the face of Ultra Instinct, the time-blinking skill is useless. The core combat concept of Ultra Instinct simply seems to exist to restrain the Flash Kung Fu. Vados had no idea how Hit would win next. In the arena, Hit, who was already confident of winning, gradually became serious. The hot breath coming from Sun Xiaoling's body made him panic uncontrollably. Sun Xiaoling's moving red lips raised slightly. "Brother, the #1 killer, it's my turn next." Immediately, Sun Xiaoling stepped lightly and attacked Hit head-on with her hot breath. Hit didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly used the flash time skill to counterattack Sun Xiaoling. But this time, the attack launched by Hit immediately after dodging was perfectly avoided by Sun Xiaoling from an unbiased angle. "It's no use." Sun Xiaoling's head tilted slightly, and Hit's fist missed the side of her face just 1 centimeter away. Hit's face darkened, and he continued to use the flash time kung fu to attack Sun Xiaoling without any unnecessary nonsense. The time dodge technique that had been invincible just now seemed to have completely lost its effect at this time, no matter how fierce and tricky Hit's attack was. Sun Xiaoling seemed to have predicted the location and trajectory of Hit's attack in advance, and avoided it perfectly without exception. When Hit launched hundreds of flash attacks, but Sun Xiaoling avoided them all, Sun Xiaoling suddenly counterattacked with a small pink fist wrapped in hot silver-gray energy flames. It blasted out without any pretense and hit Hit's side of the face firmly. Pooh! Suffering such a heavy blow, even Hit, who had just developed the flash time kung fu, was completely unable to withstand it and was knocked to the ground on the spot. Its whole body bounced on the ring several times before stopping. Immediately, Sun Xiaoling kept moving and bullied her again. Before Hit could react, Sun Xiaoling's attacks came like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. From the perspective of others, Sun Xiaoling's hands didn't even move, but Hit's whole body had been hit no less than 1,000,000 times. Sun Xiaoling's speed was so fast that she couldn't even see the afterimage. Hit, who had just crushed Sun Xiaoling, was now beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back. Thump! When Sun Xiaoling's attack stopped, as a scream resounded, Hit drew a perfect parabola in the air and finally landed heavily on the ground. At this time, Hit's body was covered with scars, and he was extremely embarrassed. But he still managed to hold on to his injured body and stand up again. "See this?" Sun Xiaoling raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Brother, the #1 killer, you can lie down now, because you are no match for me." Sun Xiaoling was puzzled. Why did Hit stand up again and make a meaningless struggle when he knew he was outmatched? Hit's lavender eyes flashed with sharpness and perseverance. "You are indeed very strong, but today, I must complete my mission." This is Hit's duty as a professional killer, and also his pride. He will never give up easily. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, he will try his best. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is not having the courage to even try. If you don't even have the courage to try, how can you make a comeback? It's no use. Sun Xiaoling shook her head, then turned around suddenly and blasted the sun into the air. Bang! Just when everyone was confused, the moment Sun Xiaoling punched out, Hit's figure appeared. Sun Xiaoling's punch hit Hit's chest, and Hit, who was standing 100 meters away from Xiaoling just now, disappeared. Flash time space. In the audience, Son Gohan murmured. Just now, when Hit was talking to attract Sun Xiaoling's attention, he left a projection on the spot. His body had quietly entered the flash space and moved behind Sun Xiaoling, preparing to launch a surprise attack on her. But it is a pity that in front of Ultra Instinct, even the flash space seems so gaudy. It's over. When he saw the flash, space failed, and Kampa was completely desperate. The appearance of Sun Xiaoling can be said to have completely shattered Kampa's original plan. He also didn't expect that Son Gohan, his 11-year-old daughter, was so strong that even Hit was no match for him. Who could have imagined this? But, as a professional killer, Hit still did not give up at this time. The space was seen through in the flash, and Hit stood up again with his injured body, and then flew into the air, and an air bomb blooming with lavender light condensed. This is Hit's full energy bomb that condenses all his own power. Hit will never give up easily until he exerts his last bit of strength. After all the energy bombs were condensed, Hit used the time dodge technique to get close instantly and push the full energy bombs in his hand towards Sun Shaoling. This time, Sun Shaoling did not hide anymore. Her delicate hand reached out lightly, as if she effortlessly blocked Hit's full-force energy bomb. What? At this moment, Hit's pupils suddenly shrank and his mind was shaken. Admit defeat. Sun Shaoling blinked her silver-gray eyes and said, "There is no point in fighting again." Hit gritted his teeth with a look of unwillingness in his eyes, as if he didn't want to give up just yet. Sun Shaoling sighed helplessly and shook her jade hands gently. Hit's energy bomb, which he had concentrated all his strength on, was crushed by Sun Shaoling. After crushing Hit's full energy bomb, Sun Shaoling spun 360 degrees on the spot and kicked out from the front. Wow! Hit, who was already at the end of his strength, could no longer withstand such attacks. He fell out of the ring heavily like a kite with its string broke out of bounds. 7th Universe contestant Sun Shaoling wins. Since all 5 contestants from Universe 6 have been eliminated, this game will be won by Universe 7. As soon as Hit fell out of the ring, the referee immediately announced the results of this game and the entire martial arts conference. Win! As soon as the game ended, Bulma excitedly asked Son Gohan to bring her to the ring and hugged Sun Shaoling excitedly. "Dad, Mom, I'm not embarrassed." Sun Shaoling was also extremely happy, just like a child who gets perfect marks on an exam showing off her results to her parents. Others also rushed down from the audience to congratulate Sun Shaoling on winning the last game. Son Gohan was not stingy either. He praised Shaoling a few days ago when he defeated Golden Frieza. This made Sun Shaoling even more proud. On the 6th Universe contestant stage, the remaining 4 contestants all looked dejected because they had lost the game and did not dare to look up at Kampa. At this time, Kampa's face was so gloomy that he could almost drip with water. Frost, who had a human face and an animal heart, had already humiliated him. Now that he had lost the game, Kampa felt that he had been completely humiliated. Lord Kampa, however, just when the furious Kampa wanted to destroy Hit and others, Vados suddenly called him. "What are you doing?" Kampa looked 267 irritable. Vados gestured to the ring with his eyes, and Kampa followed Vados' gaze impatiently. Kampa, who was originally furious, was quickly extinguished as if he had been hit by a downpour. What replaced it was supreme fear. "Oh, Master Zeno!" When he saw clearly the 3 uninvited guests appearing on the ring, Kampa's face changed drastically, and the fear deep in his heart surged up at this moment. Opposite the contestant stage, Beerus, who originally won the game, was in an extremely arrogant state and was reminded by Whis. Beerus also noticed Zeno and Zeno's 2 personal guards appearing in the ring. All of a sudden, Beerus' pupils bulged, fear and awe covering his entire face. I said, "Is it really okay for us to still be on top, overlooking the bottom like this?" Whis asked cautiously. "Bullshit, nonsense. Of course it's not good." Beerus' voice was trembling, and after speaking, he rushed off the stage in a sprint. At the same time, Kampa, Vados, the old Supreme Kai, Exine, and the 6th Universe Supreme Kai FUA all arrived. "Oh, Master Zeno, you, Itza, why are you here?" Beerus bent over deeply, and due to the extreme nervousness and fear in his heart, he was unable to speak clearly. Zeno just gave a symbolic hum and did not answer Beerus' words. Next, it's time for Whis and Vados to sue Beerus and Kampa. Edge. Others were also attracted to Zeno. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell curiously on the colorful child in front of Beerus and Kampa. "Gohan, who is this? I always feel uncomfortable." Bulma looked at Zeno and asked with a numbskull. "Zeno, the true supreme god who rules over the gods of the 12 universes." Son Gohan's concise answer also reflects Zeno's supreme status. Hear the words. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Turn out to be, are there any higher gods above the gods of destruction? At this time, Son Gohan was also looking at Zeno, who looked harmless. For some reason, Zeno does look harmless, but gives people an indescribable sense of pressure and danger. And Xeno's two guards made Son Gohan feel an extremely dangerous atmosphere. To think that being Xeno's personal bodyguard is by no means an ordinary person. At this time, the scene where Vados and Whis accused Beerus and Kampa was over, and both Beerus and Kampa broke out in a cold sweat. Well, today I was just passing by. I saw you secretly holding competition here and came over to take a look, but I thought it was so interesting. After the accusation session was over, Xeno slowly explained the reason for coming today. A competition between just two universes would be unsatisfying. Next time, let's hold a competition in which all universes participate. Beerus and Kampa were frightened when they heard that Xeno was going to hold a competition. As a result, Son Goku, who only wanted to compete with masters from other universes, walked up at this moment and smiled excitedly. Let's hold it. I can't help but get excited when I think about being able to compete with masters from other universes. Son Goku. Seeing Son Goku talking to Xeno without awe, Beerus' scalp exploded and he yelled, "You have no place to speak here." Huh? Did I talk to you? Xeno warned Beerus with a look. Beerus was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and apologized repeatedly. Everyone who had never seen Beerus scared like this was quite amused. It turns out there are people in this world that Beerus is so afraid of. After warning Beerus, Xeno looked at Son Goku again and said, "I also saw your competition just now. Your martial arts is very powerful. You will participate in the next competition." "Definitely participate." Son Goku chuckled. If Xeno really holds a competition that all the masters in the universe can participate in, then he will definitely participate. Xeno nodded and then looked straight ahead. Kampa realized that he was blocking Xeno's view and quickly made way for Xeno. When Kampa, Vados, and FUA behind them made way, the first person who appeared in Xeno's sight happened to be Son Gohan, who was staying with Bulma, number 18, and Sun Shaoling. Seeing that Xeno's eyes were on him without moving away, Son Gohan pointed at himself in confusion. Xeno clicked on the oval-shaped head and confirmed that it was Son Gohan. Hearing this, Son Gohan took a deep breath and stepped forward, standing in front of Xeno, neither humble nor arrogant. Facing Xeno, the supreme god in the universe, Son Gohan still maintained a heart of awe. "Are you Son Gohan?" Xeno asked. Yes." The person who confirmed the look was Son Gohan. Xeno smiled and said, "You are really Son Gohan." Ha. I also saw what you just said. I think you are a righteous person. And Grand Priest also mentioned you to me. What? As soon as Xeno said this, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados all showed a look of disbelief and horror. All of them seemed to be shaken by Xeno's words. What shocked them was not that Xeno thought Son Gohan was a righteous man, but that Grand Priest had mentioned Son Gohan to Xeno. Grand Priest actually knew about Son Gohan? He even mentioned it to Xeno? Oh, Grand Priest. I seem to have met him once. That should be when he killed Vermut in Universe 11. Grand Priest came to see him once. This incident is still fresh in Son Gohan's memory. After all, Grand Priest is one of the strongest in the entire Dragon Ball world. How can Son Gohan not remember it deeply? Xeno also did not specifically say what Grand Priest said to him about Son Gohan. He just asked, "Hey, if there's a competition next time, you will also participate." "No problem." Son Gohan smiled and nodded. "If it's the Tournament of Power, I definitely want to participate." And when it came to the Tournament of Power, Kampa had no choice but to pin himself in the audience and not be able to participate. After all, it was useless for him to say who could participate and who could not participate. After, Xeno had nothing else to do, so he asked his two guards to take him away. The joy of victory has been diluted. After Xeno left, Beerus, who had experienced high physical and mental stress, breathed a long sigh of relief. Also because of Xeno's arrival, Beerus' joy after winning against Kampa was gone. Did you just hear that? The competition held by Master Xeno is the official competition. Kampa also took advantage of this to save a little face, then looked at Hit and others and said without hesitation, "You guys should practice hard for me when you go back." Don't embarrass me again in the next competition held by Master Zeno. Vados, let's go. After losing the game, Kampa no longer wanted to stay here and look at Beerus' proud face. Then let's say goodbye here. Vados spoke to Son Gohan and left the Nameless Star with Kampa, Foy, Hit, and others. After Kampa left, Beerus looked at Son Gohan and asked, Son Gohan, have you found the last Super Dragon Ball? The 7th universe won the game, and these 6 Super Dragon Balls naturally belong to Beerus. According to the prior agreement, after winning Kampa, the Super Dragon Ball will belong to Son Gohan. Today, it was indeed Son Gohan's daughter's son Shaoling who defeated Hit. Otherwise, it's really hard to say which universe will win in today's game. At least Beerus doesn't think that Son Goku, who is not much different from Vegeta in strength, can deal with Hit, whose flash time skill has grown to 0.6 seconds. Son Shaoling's Ultra Instinct really gave Beerus a big surprise. The moment Son Shaoling's Ultra Instinct came out, he knew it was safe. This is the control skill of God. No matter how powerful human moves are, it is difficult to match the control skills of gods. What's more, Ultra Instinct is a divine control technique that can completely overcome the flash time. So Hit's defeat was within Beerus' expectation. Son Gohan smiled slightly. I found a long time ago. Hear the words. Beerus and others all showed a look of confusion. Bulma even took out the Super Dragon Ball radar and said, No, Gohan, the radar shows there are only 6 Super Dragon Balls here. That's because 6 Super Dragon Balls gathered here, causing the actual number displayed on the radar to be overlapped. Son Gohan looked up at the universe space beyond the Nameless Star and explained, The Nameless Star under our feet is the last Super Dragon Ball. What? Hearing this, everyone was quite surprised. The Nameless Star under your feet is the last Super Dragon Ball. Son Gohan didn't say much more and asked everyone to board with Shuttle Block. Whis then controlled the shuttle block and left the Nameless Star at an extremely fast speed. When they reached a certain distance, the 6 huge Super Dragon Balls and the Nameless Star, surrounded by 6 Super Dragon Balls like stars holding the moon once again, filled everyone's eyes. It seems the size of the Nameless Star is really about the same size as the Super Dragon Ball. At this moment, everyone only realized it belatedly. The size of the Nameless Star is really the same size as the Super Dragon Ball. Whis, I leave it to you. After Son Gohan finished speaking, Whis nodded slightly, then waved the angel staff in his hand, and cracks appeared on the surface of the Nameless Star. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the dense cracks spread like a spider web, covering the entire Nameless Star in just a few seconds. Then, streaks of golden light bloomed from the cracks. As the surface of the earth was lifted away, a Super Dragon Ball blooming with dazzling golden light came into view. So far, the 7 Super Dragon Balls are all floating quietly in the universe space ahead, shocking everyone's visual nerves. So beautiful, so spectacular. Can such a big Dragon Ball really summon Shenron? I wonder what Shenron summoned by Super Dragon Ball will look like. Zero, please give me flowers. Everyone was talking about it. How did you summon this thing? Beerus turned to look at Son Gohan. 7 Super Dragon Balls are gathered. But if you guessed it right, some spell must be uttered to summon Super Shenron. For Earth's Shenron, just use the language we speak to summon it. But for Namek Shenron, we have to use Namek's language. For Super Shenron, the summoning spell must be different. Based on his experience over the years, Bulma analyzed. Yes, Son Gohan said, to summon Super Shenron, you must also use the language of God. Lord Beerus, you say in the language of God, come out, Dragon of God, and I will make your wish come true. Beerus touched his chin with his paw and murmured, I can still understand the previous one, but what the hell am I going to do? There is no such sentence in the language of God. Then just use the language we normally speak. Is that so? I'll try. Immediately, Beerus raised his head and said to Whis on the shuttle block, Whis, you tell Super Dragon Ball what I said. Whis nodded, indicating that he was ready. Immediately, when Whis repeated Beerus' words loudly, there was silence for a few seconds. Rumble. Suddenly, the surrounding universe began to vibrate violently. A A supremely sacred breath enters everyone's consciousness. Then, I saw the red stars in the middle of the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the universe space, all shining brightly at this moment. Countless silver lightnings connected the 7 Super Dragon Balls. As the sacred aura continued to spread, the golden light blooming from the 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly became brighter. The bright golden light illuminated the entire 7th universe and the 6th universe. Under such a dazzling golden light, almost everyone had to use their arms to cover their eyes to avoid being directly illuminated by this golden light. At the same time, the universe space, which was already constantly oscillating, is now oscillating even more violently. So much so that many people gradually became panicked. "Hey, Whis, are you really going to be okay?" Son Goku asked uneasily. "Oh ho ho ho, it'll be okay." And when the golden light dissipates, a huge dragon head appeared in the universe space ahead, filling everyone's eyes. Subsequently, there was a strange sound. Super Shenron slowly opened its crimson eyes, and then a soul-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the universe. Rumble. The universe space once again fell into shock. Super Shenron's whole body shines with bright golden light. It has the body of an Easter dragon and a pair of bat wings like a Western dragon. Under the gaze of everyone, Super Shenron began to wander in the universe space. As it continued to wander, its originally huge dragon body began to expand exponentially. After swallowing a planet, Super Shenron grew in size again. As if in just a blink of an eye, Super Shenron, which was originally smaller than a star, had expanded to the point where even galaxies seemed as small as dust in front of 907. Roar! There was another dragon roar that resounded throughout the universe when Son Gohan and others opened their eyes again. They have entered the passage through the core of Super Shenron. On both sides of the passage, billions of stars are rapidly retreating. This bright and beautiful scene is like a dream. "What's this?" Oolong, who had never seen much of the world, collapsed on the ground. "Dad, you are so beautiful," Sun Xiaoling said excitedly. Son Gohan, who has long been used to it, has no trouble in his heart. But there is one thing to say. After seeing the size of Super Shenron with his own eyes just now, Son Gohan was still extremely shocked. After all, the larger the creature, the greater the sense of oppression it brings to people, not to mention the ultimate creature like Super Shenron, which even the galaxy is extremely small in front of him. Soon, Whis controlled the shuttle block and passed through a door like a huge mouth of the abyss, and truly came to the space where the core of Super Shenron was located. Seeing Son Gohan and others coming, Super Shenron lowered his dragon eyes slightly, opened his mouth slightly, and spoke a language that Son Gohan and his party could not understand. What Super Shenron speaks is the language of God, and its general meaning is the same as that of Earth Shenron, saying your wishes. "Son Gohan, are you sure?" Beerus asked. "Well, make a wish." Son Gohan nodded. Before that, Son Gohan had told Beerus in advance about his wish. So now, I don't need to tell Beerus again. Immediately, Beerus raised his head and said to Whis above him, "Whis, make a wish with Super Shenron as I told you." "Yes, Lord Beerus." "Hey, let me think about what to say." After organizing the words in the language of God in his mind, Beerus then used the language of God to convey Son Gohan's wish through Whis. When Whis repeated Beerus' words to Super Shenron, Super Shenron let out a dragon roar again, and 2 crimson rays of light shot out from its crimson dragon eyes. Rumble. The space in Super Shenron's core began to vibrate violently. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were already on their way back to Earth. "Hey, is this the end?" Bulma looked around curiously, and finally his eyes fell on Son Gohan. "Gohan, what on earth did you wish for?" "Yes, Dad, you said you would know it by then, but I still don't know." Son Xiaoling echoed. Since Beerus and Whis just used the language of God, everyone has no idea what wish Son Gohan made. The attention of Son Goku, number 18, and others also fell on Son Gohan. They were also curious about what kind of wish Son Gohan made. Using Super Shenron to make a wish is not a simple wish, no matter how you think about it. I don't have any wishes. I want the most comfortable pillow in the world. Son Gohan spread his hands and chuckled. Hey, what kind of wish are you making? I can make this wish come true, okay? Bulma immediately said, dissatisfied. You should make a wish to Super Shenron to make my figure look younger. Although Bulma is the richest man in the world and the most outstanding scientist on Earth, time has always been her biggest enemy. No matter how much she takes care of her skin and figure, she is already in her 4th year, but she still can't withstand the erosion of time. At least compared to when she was in her 20s, Bulma does look much older. Mom, you seem to be much younger. Sun Shaolin glanced at Bulma subconsciously and was surprised to find that Bulma was obviously 10 years younger than before. It's true, Bulma has become younger. Bulma didn't believe it at first, until Son Goku also said this. Really? Bulma reached out and looked at the back of her hand with a doubtful feeling. I found that the skin on her hands was indeed much tighter than before. It is also smoother, whiter, and tenderer. Through his own observations and the words of others, Bulma was finally convinced that he had indeed become younger. This is definitely the result of Son Gohan making a wish to Super Shenron. Gohan, I knew you were the best of me. Bulma was so excited that she hugged Son Gohan tightly without caring about anyone else here. Well, there are others here. Son Gohan laughed dryly. Son Gohan's wish for Super Shenron did include Bulma becoming younger. But that's not all. The entire content of Son Gohan's wish is for his family to remain young and have eternal life. As for Son Gohan himself, he is not in a hurry. 1 month later, Frisian 0.79 planet. King Frisia. Sorby hurriedly came back and reported, Your Majesty, we have found the place you are looking for. We found a room on a conquered planet. The passage of time inside is many times slower than outside. Oh, at the top of the list, Frisia said enthusiastically, Mr. Sorby, is what you said true? Yes, King Frisia, I have sent people in to verify it. The passage of time in that room is about 30 times slower than our normal time. Well done, Mr. Sorby. Frisia grinned. A firm and ruthless look flashed in his scarlet eyes. Ever since Son Gohan let him go in disgrace a month ago, Frisia has learned the hard way that he must not be dominated by Scion forever. He needs to train harder and gain stronger strength to defeat the Scions of Son Gohan and Son Goku. But this time, Frisia didn't want to delay it too long. Therefore, finding a place where time passes slower than the outside world has become a top priority. Fortunately, the Emperor paid off, and after a month, Frisia was finally found. Son Gohan, just wait for my king's revenge. You will regret the decision you made a month ago, which was to let me go. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Frisia stopped procrastinating and rushed to the planet Solby mentioned without stopping. In this way, another few months passed. In the yard of Magnum Capsule Company, Son Gohan's family is having a great time, and Beerus and Whis happen to be here today as guests. Speaking of being a guest, the main thing is the food here. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, due to the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament, Son Shaolin showed Ultra Instinct to stimulate Son Goku and Vegeta. Therefore, the two of them are still practicing on Beerus' planet. Beerus and Whis did not bring them here when they came to Earth this time. After several months of treatment, Videl has recovered after giving birth to Xiaofang. Since Xiaofang was born, Son Shaolin stopped practicing and just played with her sister all day long. This saved Videl a lot of trouble. Speak of Son Gohan. While basking in the sun and tasting delicious food, was suddenly asked, After Master Beerus dies, are you interested in becoming the gods of destruction? Whis has wanted to say this for a long time. With Son Gohan's strength and talent, it would be a pity not to be part of gods of destruction. Hear the words. 08. What are the benefits of being a god of destruction? Number 18 asked without understanding. Just refer to Lord Beerus. Whis said. Son Gohan spread his hands and said, Even if I want to be the gods of destruction, I don't know if I have to wait until the year of the monkey. Lord Beerus is still in his prime, no matter how you look at it now. You are wrong. It is youth. Beerus corrected. Young age, no wonder it's so. Son Gohan hesitated to speak. Beerus has lived for at least 200 million years so far, but he is still only in adolescence? Doesn't it mean that we have to wait at least 100.8 billion years until Beerus dies? What's wrong with me? Son Gohan's words aroused Beerus' curiosity. That it's nothing. Son Gohan waved his hands repeatedly. I just want to say that I have no interest in gods of destruction. The biggest disadvantage of gods of destruction is that it coexists with the Ghost King and God. So, Master Beerus, if someone wants to kill you, there is no need to do anything to you. Just kill the Supreme Kai of our seventh universe. I'm right. When Beerus heard this, he became uneasy on the spot. He made a gesture of silence and whispered, You kid, don't talk about this kind of thing everywhere. Although in the seventh universe, except for Son Gohan and his gang, there are few people who can beat Supreme Kai, but it is still uncomfortable to have the handle in someone else's hands. Otherwise, Beerus wouldn't have sealed old Supreme Kai, the loser, in the Supreme Kai sword for 75 million years. It doesn't matter if this guy goes out and kills himself. The problem is that he will be implicated. June couldn't help laughing and said, Ha! Beerus doesn't have to worry so much. In the seventh universe, no one should want to cause trouble for you. But in another time and space, that may not necessarily be the case. What's the meaning? A big question mark popped up on Beerus' face. Whis also became interested in this topic and immediately pricked up his ears. Son Gohan pointed his index finger at the sky and said, For example, in the future time and space, there might be someone who wants your life, even if he has no enmity against you. Beerus' eyelids twitched wildly, and he said speechlessly, You kid is just making fun of me, right? According to Son Gohan, how is it possible? How could the other party want to take his own life when he has no enmity against him? It's really not the case. Son Gohan said seriously, Master Beerus, believe it or not, you will die soon in the future time and space. Son Gohan calculated the time, and if nothing unexpected happened, Zamasu should be almost ready to take action in the future time and space. I have to take the time to go to the future time and space in advance. Why? Beerus asked. Although he in the future time and space has nothing to do with him in the main time and space, he is still another self, after all. So Beerus still wants to ask what's going on. Call out. Just then, a time machine suddenly appeared out of thin air from the sky above the Universal Capsule Company and slowly landed on the lawn in the yard. This is Bulma, number 18, and others all looked at the time machine. For the two of them, this time machine is too familiar. Coming so soon? Son Gohan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he miscalculated the time? Rumble. As the time machine landed smoothly, the hatch opened with a creak. Dad! Future Sun Shaoling, with injuries on her body and extremely weak breath, appeared in the sight of Son Gohan and others from the hatch. She said feebly, No, it's not good, just finished. In the future, Sun Shaoling seemed to have reached her limit and fell onto the grass. Shaoling! Son Gohan quickly stepped forward and hugged future Sun Shaoling back. After being treated with Whis' angel staff, Sun Shaoling, who was originally seriously injured, was no longer seriously injured. Just looking at the comatose future Sun Shaoling, Son Gohan, and Bulma all felt extremely distressed. Not to mention Son Gohan, Bulma also took care of Sun Shaoling when she was still young in the future. Even if it is Sun Shaoling in the future, Bulma treats her as her own. This is me. Looking at the future Sun Shaoling who was still in a coma, Sun Shaoling felt quite surprised. In the future, Sun Shaoling looks a little older than her, and more mature and steady. Although 440, in the eyes of Son Gohan and others, Sun Shaoling will still be just a little girl in the future. Son Gohan said, She is you in the future, about 3 years older than you. Immediately, Son Gohan gave Sun Shaoling a brief introduction to the concept of future time and space. Sun Shaoling finally understood what will happen in the future, and I am a bit weak in the future. After all, she won't have the guidance of her father to practice in the future. It's normal for her to be weaker than you. Son Gohan said, Sun Xiaoling's normal combat power in the future will be around 30 billion. When Son Gohan went to the future time and space for the second time and left again, Sun Xiaoling's normal combat power in the future did not even reach 100 million. But now her normal combat power has exceeded 30 billion. It's already pretty good without anyone to guide you in your practice. But this still does not support Sun Xiaoling's victory over the immortal Zamasu and the Dark Man in the future. At this moment, Beerus and Whis realized at the same time that something was definitely going to happen in the future. After a while, future Sun Xiaoling finally woke up from her coma. Xiaoling, Xiaoling. Bulma stepped forward, gently touched the delicate face of future Sun Xiaoling, and asked with a worried look, "What happened in the future?" In the future, Sun Xiaoling glanced at Son Gohan, Bulma, Sun Xiaoling, and others in turn, and then glanced at Beerus and Whis next to them. This will explain what will happen in the future. That is to say, a dark man appeared in the future time and space. He looked exactly like Son Goku, but he went on a killing spree on the Earth. From the appearance of the Dark Men to the present, almost all humans on the Earth have been killed by the Dark Men. In the future, Sun Xiaoling and Number 18 have contended with the Dark Man several times. At first, they were able to suppress the Dark Man, but with each battle, the Dark Man's combat effectiveness increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until future Sun Xiaoling comes this time, future Sun Xiaoling is no match for the Dark Man at all. So under future Bulma's plan, future Sun Xiaoling takes a time machine to go back to the past and find Son Gohan for help. After listening, Whis took the lead and said, "I said, wouldn't you ask Mr. Beerus in the future time and space for help? If Mr. Son Gohan is allowed to go to the future to interfere, this will have a great impact on the future time and space. Time has always been something that is forbidden to touch. Even a small move may have irreparable effects in the future. The future Lord Beerus may have long since ceased to exist." Son Gohan snorted coldly. "The people who interfere with the future are the people of our time and space, and they're also the people of your system of gods." What? Hearing this, Beerus and Whis were both shocked. People from the system of gods in the 12 universes want to interfere with future time and space. This is a taboo. Gohan, what's going on? Bulma asked anxiously. Such a big thing happened in the future time and space, and she was a little restless. And for what Son Gohan said, he seemed to know what was going on. Zamasu. Son Gohan faintly spit out a name. What? Everyone looked at Son Gohan in confusion. The Supreme Kai candidate for the 10th universe, Zamasu. Son Gohan explained concisely. He killed the 10th universe Supreme Kai Kvass, then took the time ring and went to the future, made a wish through Super Shenron, and exchanged bodies with future Son Goku, my future father, and then humanity's Plan Zero was launched, and a massacre was launched on the Earth in future time and space. Then why did he do this? Whis was puzzled. Since he is a Supreme Kai candidate, it stands to reason that he would not do such a thing. After all, Supreme Kai's duty is to observe the development of human beings on various planets in the universe, and then guide them appropriately so that the race on that planet can move towards a higher civilization. But what Son Gohan said about Zamasu, his actions are completely contrary to Supreme Kai's responsibilities. This starts with Zamasu's experience as a candidate for Supreme Kai. Son Gohan turned to look at Whis and Beerus and said, "Master Beerus, you two can go to the 10th universe now to take a look. If I guess correctly, Zamasu in our time and space should still be there. No accident. He has been there recently. We are about to kill the 10th universe Supreme Kai Kvass." "How come you know so clearly?" Beerus blinked, looking confused. Son Gohan knew this very clearly, and what he said was clear and logical. Whis nodded in agreement. Son Gohan has been staying on Earth, but can he know everything about other universes and even future time and space? Is now the time to worry about this? You guys go to Universe 10 quickly. I'm going to the future time and space. Son Gohan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. All right. Whis spread his hands and said, since it is the supreme Kai candidate of our time and space who interferes with the future time and space, it can only be handled by the people of our time and space. Whis also knows that even if he does not agree with Son Gohan to go to the future time and space, Son Gohan will definitely go, and he couldn't stop it. So I took this opportunity to give Son Gohan and himself a step down. Subsequently, Whis and Beerus headed to Universe 10 without stopping. How abominable! Sun Xiaoling returned Xiaofang to Videl, waved her pink fist, and said indignantly, "Dad, I'm going to the future to defeat that guy called the Dark Man. What kind of Dark Man doesn't even have a name? He must not be a good thing." Sun Xiaoling's complaints made everyone laugh. Can it? Future Sun Xiaoling asked. After all, she is someone who has personally experienced the strength of the Dark Man and has a very clear understanding of the Dark Man's strength. But Sun Xiaoling, who controls time and space, doesn't know. If you refer to yourself, Sun Xiaoling, who dominates time and space, is 3 years younger than her, so it may be difficult. Yes, but for this kind of thing, just let Dad do it. Son Gohan said, "You may be able to defeat the Dark Man, but you cannot kill him. Then I want to go and see it too." Sun Xiaoling pursed her lips. But at this time, future Sun Xiaoling glanced at the time machine on the grass and said, "The time machine has no fuel. When I came, it only had enough fuel for one way. After my mother asked me to go back to the past, I asked my past mother to create time again. Machine fuel. No need for a time machine. Call out." Son Gohan's unlimited instant transmission disappears and comes back a few seconds later. This time, Son Gohan had a green ring in his hand. This is Supreme Kai's time ring. With it, you can travel to the future time and space and return to the present at will. So fast. In the future, Sun Xiaoling secretly clicked her tongue. What was originally a troublesome thing for her was solved by Son Gohan in a few seconds. After all, the time machine was made by Bulma from the future. Bulma, who dominates time and space, has never been exposed to a time machine. Therefore, if she wants to create the fuel for the time machine, she may not be able to do so in a short time. Moreover, Lauda Zhao, time is their biggest enemy now. The longer Sun Xiaoling will be here in the future. Bulma, number 18, and others in the future time and space are even more dangerous. Very good, Sun Xiaoling said excitedly. "Dad, let's go now." Without further ado, let's go. Son Gohan told Bulma and the people on number 18, and then took Sun Xiaoling and future Sun Xiaoling to travel to the future time and space through the time ring. In the Western capital in future time and space, the sky is dark, and a depressing aura like the end of the world envelopes the entire world. Within sight, there were all ruins, and fire and gunpowder smoke spread almost throughout the entire Western capital. Signs of dilapidation filled the entire screen. This is the future. Sun Xiaoling glanced around, and her delicate face gradually became serious. This situation was far worse than she imagined. This is so desperate. Sun Xiaoling could not imagine what kind of despair the survivors had experienced. Just thinking about that situation makes one feel shuddering. "Dad, let's go find Mom and the others first," Sun Xiaoling said anxiously in the future. Son Gohan nodded slightly. "I know where they are. Or the underground civil defense fortification located at Magnum Capsule Company." When Son Gohan first came to the future time and space, Bulma was hiding in the underground civil defense fortifications to avoid being pursued by number 17 and number 18. Call out. In an instant transmission, Son Gohan and two Sun Xiaoling teleported to the underground civil defense fortification of Universal Capsule Company. As soon as the Son Gohan trio appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of future Bulma and number 18. In the room of the civil defense fortification, in addition to future Bulma and number 18, there was also a child about 4 years old. He has a resolute and handsome face, and his messy short hair is almost the same as Son Gohan. It's just that his hair is not pure black, but a black gold color like the starry sky. He sat next to number 18, with no expression on his resolute and immature face. When Son Gohan appeared in the civil defense fortification with 233 Sun Xiaoling, The young man immediately turned his attention to it. Gohan. When Son Gohan appeared, future Bulma and number 18 could no longer hide their longing in their hearts, and both threw themselves into Son Gohan's arms. Nearly 5.5 years have passed since Son Gohan last came to the future time and space. As a woman, how can they not miss their men? Coupled with the current situation in future time and space, they miss Son Gohan's shoulders that are not broad, but have a sense of supreme security even more. Never mind. Son Gohan patted their shoulders gently and comforted them gently. While comforting future Bulma and number 18, Son Gohan also noticed the dark blonde boy sitting on the sofa. Son Gohan was deeply attracted by his messy black gold hair and eyes as deep as the stars. He looked only 4 or 5 years old, but sitting there, he seemed particularly calm and composed. After comforting future 18 and Bulma, Son Gohan carefully sat down next to him. However, as soon as Son Gohan sat down, the boy also moved his seat, always keeping a distance of about 1 meter from Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled and asked softly, "What is your name?" Facing Son Gohan's inquiry, the young man turned his face away, as if he didn't want to answer Son Gohan's question. "Son Xingyu, don't be rude to your father," future number 18 scolded. Hearing this, Son Gohan smiled peacefully. He waved his hand to indicate the future number 18, then turned to Son Xingyu and said, "Son Xingyu, I can understand your mood. After all, from your birth to now, this is the first time for me to see you, and it is also the first time for you to see me. However, Dad believes that you should be able to understand that, after all, Dad is not from this time and space. He cannot stay here forever. In Dad's time and space, there is another mother of yours. Aunt Bulma and Sister Xiaoling have to take care of them. Daddy promises you. How about taking you to practice later? Let you become stronger than your Sister Xiaoling." Hear this. Son Xingyu's expression relaxed a little. Future number 18 quickly winked at him again, and Son Xingyu then glanced at Son Xiaoling, who was in charge of time and space. He timidly said, "Is she stronger than that Sister Xiaoling?" "No problem." Son Gohan readily agreed. Dad. After brewing for several seconds, Son Xingyu mustered up the courage to call out his first father. However, although he still recognizes Son Gohan as his father. After all, before this, his mother had been telling him something about Son Gohan on the 18th. It was just the first time he met Son Gohan, so he was a little shy. "Hey, you're so good." Son Gohan also smiled happily. He knew that this boy's son, Xingyu, would definitely not be able to resist the temptation of becoming stronger. Moreover, Son Gohan could tell at the first glance that Son Xingyu's talent was extraordinary, not inferior to that of Son Xiaoling. This may be because he combines the genes of Son Gohan himself and number 18, resulting in his talent being higher than that of Son Xiaoling. So, if Son Xingyu wants to surpass Son Xiaoling, or even Son Xiaoling who dominates time and space, it is only a matter of time. Son Xiaoling, who is extremely competitive, is not competing with Son Xingyu at the moment. She now has a normal combat power of 100 billion, and can also transform into Ultra Blue and use Ultra Instinct at will. Son Xingyu wants to surpass himself. How easy is it? "Hello, Sister Xiaoling." Immediately, Son Xingyu said hello to Son Xiaoling, who was in charge of time and space. "Hello, Brother Xingyu. My sister will protect you from now on," Son Xiaoling said with a bright smile. Son Xingyu, who had always been stoic, smiled rarely. Immediately, Son Gohan reminisced with future Bulma, number 18, Son Xiaoling, and Son Xingyu. With the arrival of Son Gohan, Bulma and number 18 even forgot that there was such a threat as the Dark Man in the future. By the way, Lazuli, after the reminiscing session was over, Son Gohan suddenly thought of someone and asked, "Where is your brother?" If Son Gohan remembers correctly, the sleepy number 7 should also live here. Speaking of the future number 17, number 18 lowered his eyelashes slightly and said, "Number 17 went to work as a ranger a few years ago. Until some time ago, he died at the hands of a dark man." Son Gohan said no more, but hugged number 18 to express her condolences. "Okay, let's get down to business. Having allowed Zamasu to dominate the future space and time for so long, it is time to deal with him. Not to mention, he also killed Future 17, my own brother-in-law. Dad, can I go and see it? Sun Xingyu asked. Before this, his mother had been bragging to him on the 18th about how powerful his father was. Now that he finally met Son Gohan, of course he wanted to see how powerful his father was. Come on, let you look at Daddy's strength area. Immediately, Son Gohan teleported to the ground with future Bulma and a group of people. At this moment, due to the hidden auras of Son Gohan and the two Sun Xilings, the Dark Man did not notice their existence. So, Xiaoling, let out your anger. Son Gohan said to future Sun Xiaoling. In the future, Sun Xiaoling nodded lightly and then released her energy. Just a minute later, a figure came galloping from a distance in the dark sky. He was wearing a black and gray martial arts uniform and had a face exactly like Son Goku, but there was an evil aura on his face. Yes, this person is the Dark Man who almost killed all the humans on Earth. There are actually two Sun Xilings. When the Dark Man saw the two Sun Xiaolings standing side by side, he was stunned. But soon, when the Dark Man's eyes fell on Son Gohan, he understood. Son Gohan. According to the memory of Son Goku's body, the Dark Man could tell the identity of Son Gohan at a glance. I see. In the future time and space, Son Gohan no longer exists. But now there is another Son Gohan and another Sun Xiaoling. Then there's only one explanation. They come from other time and space. Sure enough, he looks exactly like Grandpa. Sun Xiaoling looked at the Dark Man and said in surprise, "It's just that compared to Son Goku, the Dark Man's figure looks thinner and the sinister aura on his face is something Son Goku doesn't have. Going to other time and space to bring in reinforcements? This will not change the outcome of you dirty humans." The Dark Man's last gaze fell on Son Gohan, and he joked with a superior attitude. Son Gohan smiled meaningfully, and there was a sharp sense of murder in his eyes as deep as the starry sky. "Dark Man, you killed my brother-in-law and injured my good daughter. You said this account. How can I deal with you? Also, you took over my father's body and killed my mother and brother in this time and space. How should I settle this debt with you?" The Dark Man smiled sinisterly and said, "I don't think you need to forget it. I will send you down to reunite with your family." "It's so sad." Son Gohan shook his head and said, "A Supreme Kai candidate was supposed to be a god who observed the development of human civilization, but ended up becoming an executioner who massacred humans. Your twisted psychology has already changed you beyond recognition. What did you say?" Hearing this, the Dark Man's eyes narrowed dangerously. How could Son Gohan know so clearly? Only, the Dark Man didn't care anymore. He opened his arms and said arrogantly, "Dirty humans should not exist in this world. As long as all humans disappear, the universe will usher in a better tomorrow. There is no struggle, no intrigues, no dark tomorrow." "What are you talking about?" Sun Xiaoling couldn't listen anymore. She rushed out and hit the Dark Man with punches and kicks. Rumble. The Dark Man was driven into the ruins by Sun Xiaoling's combo, causing a burst of smoke and gravel. But soon, the Dark Man came up again. He stared at Sun Xiaoling in the main time and space, who was slightly more immature than Sun Xiaoling in the future, and said with a sinister smile, "If I read it correctly, you should be Sun Xiaoling from another time and space. So let me use your grandfather's body to do it myself. I'll send you to hell." The words fell. The Dark Man thundered instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoling was enveloped in a fierce offensive. Facing the fierce offensive of the Dark People, Sun Xiaoling took a leisurely stroll and took all the offensives of the Dark People. Immediately, she seized an opportunity for the Dark Man to attack and once again gave the Dark Man a heavy counterattack. The Dark Man retreated hundreds of meters, holding his stomach. His face became a little distorted because of the severe pain, but "You're much stronger than Sun Xiaoling in this time and space, but it hurts. It will only make me stronger. Drink," the Dark Man shouted, and his aura improved a lot in an instant. Sun Xiaoling frowned. No wonder Sun Shaoling is not the opponent of the Dark Man in the future. This kind of opponent, who can become stronger without killing him, is indeed difficult to deal with. Immediately, the Dark Ones continue their attack. Sun Shaoling was not afraid and fought head-on with the Dark Man. Son Gohan also intervened, so let Sun Shaoling and the Dark Man play for a while. Anyway, he has his own secrets. That Sister Shaoling is so amazing. Sun Xingyu raised his head slightly, watching the battle between Sun Shaoling and the Dark Man in the sky, and said, "After all, she has been practicing with Dad for so long, so of course she is better than me." Future Sun Shaoling curled her lips and said confidently, "In the sky." After a fierce battle, Sun Shaoling still had the upper hand, but she discovered that with her normal state, she could not defeat the Dark Man in a short time, and as time went by, his strength would become stronger and stronger. More importantly, the Dark Man's lies and his actions made Shaoling feel extremely disgusted. She had never hated someone so much, even the original Frisia. "So, I won't play with you anymore." Sun Shaoling pulled out, let out a sweet shout, and transformed into a super blue form. "Zero, please give me flowers." "Blue? What kind of transformation is this?" Super Blue Sun Shaoling gave birth to a baby, instantly shocking the Dark Man. He has never seen such a transformation. Even Sun Shaoling in the future can only transform into Chao Air, and the same goes for himself. It's actually a blue transformation. Future Bulma also exclaimed in surprise. "So cool." Sun Xingyu also exclaimed. The jet-like blue energy flames and the fluttering long blue hair deeply touched Sun Xingbao's heart that yearned for the power emperor. Future Sun Shaoling pursed her lips and stared at the back of Sun Shaoling, the master of time and space in the sky, with a look of shock. The other self is so much better than her. Although she couldn't feel chi, the huge sense of oppression emanating from Super Blue Sun Shaoling made Future Sun Shaoling understand that Super Blue and her Super 2 were definitely not transformations of the same magnitude. Zero. If she could also transform into Super Blue, wouldn't she be the opposite of the Dark Man? "Where are you going?" Son Gohan smiled lightly and said, "Super Blue is just the beginning. Shaoling's strength is far more than that." Son Gohan said this. Future Sun Shaoling and Sun Xingyu looked at Son Gohan in shock. Super Blue is not Sun Shaoling's true strength in mastering time and space. Then how powerful should Son Gohan's father, who taught her to practice, be? For a while, Sun Xingyu is even more looking forward to practicing with his father, Son Gohan. "I should be able to become this strong. No, stronger than Sister Shaoling." Sun Xingyu secretly thought in his heart. The moment Sun Shaoling transformed into Super Blue, a figure immediately rushed over from a wooden house deep in the mountains. Marvelous! Facing Super Blue Sun Shaoling, there was no panic or fear on the Dark Man's face, but a strong look of excitement. He opened his arms and his eyes were full of greed. "Come on, Sun Shaoling, let me see your strength." Facing the unsuspecting Dark Man, Shaoling was not polite. Immediately, with a single step, he advanced forward in an instant. Pooh! A very penetrating punch hit the Dark Man's abdomen hard. Suffering this heavy blow, the Dark Man instantly bent down like a cooked prawn, and even his pupils bulged a bit. A trace of blood immediately afterwards. Sun Shaoling kept moving, turning around and landing a kick heavily on the Dark Man's head. Thump! This kick almost broke the Dark Man's neck. "Call out." Just as Sun Shaoling was preparing to continue her pursuit of victory, a figure galloped from the distant sky and appeared in the sight of Son Gohan, Sun Shaoling, and others. This person is none other than Zamasu. After arriving at the scene, Zamasu glanced at everyone present and instantly understood what was going on. "And who are you?" Sun Shaoling asked. "Zamasu." Zamasu's eyes were arrogant, as if he didn't take Super Blue Sun Shaoling into his eyes at all. "Are you Zamasu?" A cold light flashed in Sun Shaoling's bright blue eyes. "Great, I was still thinking about how to catch you out, but 863 it's better for you. You ran to the door yourself." According to her father, Son Gohan, Everything in the future time and space was started by a Supreme Kai candidate named Moss. Now, Zamasu, the culprit, finally appears. Ignorant humans. Zamasu scoffed. At this time, the Dark Men also emerged from the ruins again. Are you okay? Zamasu asked. Compared to Son Shaoling, he was more concerned about himself who had taken away Son Goku's body. The rather embarrassed Dark Man shook his head and said excitedly, "Because of the pain, I am stronger. Let me show you the potential power of Son Goku's body." The words fell. The Dark Man clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura was quietly gathering. Rumble. Lightning flashed constantly in the thunderclouds above the Dark Man's head. The next second, a pinkish-red thunder thundered down from the thundercloud and landed accurately on the Dark Man. Drink! As the Dark Man's deep shout resounded throughout the world, a jet of pink energy suddenly burst out from his body. As the pink energy erupted, the Dark Man's hair color also changed to pink. TSK. TSK. As the pink lightning arcs flashed continuously, the power of the Dark Man had reached a whole new level. After the transformation was completed, the Dark Man's mouth curved with a hint of confidence and said, "Look, this is the strength I gained from the pain I suffered in my body. I will name it according to your Scion taste, and it will be called Pink Super Scion Rose." Feeling the seemingly boundless energy in his body, the Dark Man looked intoxicated. The power is so fascinating. If Son Shaoling, who had mastered time and space, hadn't arrived, it would have taken a year of the monkey, the horse, and the moon to reach his current strength. For a moment, Bulma and everyone on the ground looked confused. Not only was the Dark Man not injured in Super Blue Son Shaoling's offensive, but he also used it to achieve a breakthrough? So ugly. Sun Xingyu couldn't help but complain. If you don't kill the Dark Man, his power will only get stronger and stronger. Future number 18, who had already fought against the Dark Man, said solemnly. At first, the power of the Dark Man was not even as good as that of future Son Shaoling. He was immediately beaten in all directions by future Son Shaoling. Later, the Dark Man grew rapidly in the battle until his power completely surpassed the future Son Shaoling. As a last resort, future Bulma used limited resources to create one-way fuel for a time machine, allowing future Son Shaoling to return to the main time and space to find Son Gohan for help. Shaoling, there's no need to worry. His so-called peach red is just super blue under the soul of God. His current power is far less than yours. Son Gohan reminded. Yes, although the Dark Man successfully broke through and transformed into Tao Hong, his power was still not as good as Son Shaoling's in super blue form. That's it. That's easy to handle. The corners of Son Shaoling's mouth turned upward. Anyway, she is only responsible for beating people, leaving the rest to her father, Son Gohan. Immediately, Son Shaoling stretched out her green finger, pointed at the Dark Man and Zamasu directly opposite, and said, "You too. Are you prepared to be praised? Humans, pay attention to the tone of your voice when you speak to God." Zamasu smiled instead of being angry, and said in an arrogant tone, "Although I'm a little girl, even so, I will not be merciful at all. Human beings, such dirty and low-level creatures, should all disappear. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you said at all." Son Shaoling grinned and joked. "And even if you're going to disappear, you two bad guys should disappear first." The words fell. Son Shaoling was too lazy to argue with Zamasu, a middle-aged child, and directly launched an attack. Bang! Bang! Two heavy muffled sounds sounded almost at the same time. Zero. Take a closer look. Only then did he discover that Super Blue Son Shaoling had appeared between the Dark Man and Zamasu at some point. Two small pink fists entwined with blue energy were deeply embedded in the Dark Man and Zamasu's lower abdomen. Got it hard by this. The Dark Man and Zamasu were knocked away by the terrifying power from Son Shaoling's fist on the spot. Son Shaoling tapped her foot lightly in the air and chased after him at a faster speed. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying battle aftermaths continued to be heard from the sky. Even if it was 2 against 1, The Dark Man and Zamasu were still manipulated by Super Blue Sun Shaoling. Although the Dark Man's pink is the super blue under the soul of God, it is also super blue, and there's a gap in strength. The difference is reflected in normal combat effectiveness. As for Zamasu, he himself is only around Chao 2 in strength, but he only relies on his immortality to maintain full status under Chao, Lon Shaoling's constant attacks. Although Sun Shaoling's Super Blue was able to steadily suppress the Dark Man's Tao Hong, it was transformed into power by the Dark Man with every attack it endured. The gap between him and Super Blue Sun Shaoling was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Sun Shaoling obviously didn't think about this, as long as she felt happy with the beating. However, although being beaten so violently by a little girl named Sun Shaoling, Zamasu, who calls himself a god, felt a little embarrassed about his dignity. Stupid humans, stop getting carried away. Zamasu punched Sun Shaoling in the head with anger. 4.8 was easily caught by Sun Shaoling with one hand. Please, you are so stupid. Sun Shaoling taunted in a sinister manner and punched Zamasu again, causing Zamasu's face to become distorted. Zamasu's incompetent rage, suppressed by Sun Shaoling's absolute strength, seemed quite ridiculous. Boom! As soon as Sun Shaoling defeated Zamasu, the Dark Man's offensive came. As her strength continued to grow, Sun Shaoling was caught off guard by Zamasu's attack. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, barely blocking the Dark Man's attack. The Dark Man did not continue to pursue. He suddenly grasped the back of his left hand with the palm of his right hand and made a movement to draw a sword. An energy sword made entirely of pink energy was instantly formed. Next, it's almost time for me to counter Shaoling. I've almost had enough fun. Just as Sun Shaoling was preparing to continue fighting against the Dark Man, Son Gohan's undeniable voice came. So fast. Sun Shaoling stuck out her tongue and had no choice but to return to normal and return to Son Gohan. It's not that she's afraid that she'll lose to the Dark Man if she continues to fight. It's just that it's Son Gohan who will handle the matter of time and space in the future. It's already pretty good if she comes over and beats up Dark Man and Zamasu. Is Daddy going to take action? Sun Xingyu looked at Son Gohan's back expectantly. I wonder how his father, whom he met for the first time, will behave when faced with the Dark Man who has almost slaughtered all humans on Earth in future time and space. Gohan, we can't let them go. At this time, future Bulma suddenly spoke. Even Bulma, who has always been kind-hearted, said this. It is not difficult to see how much hatred the Dark people have planted in the hearts of the people on Earth. If given the chance, every surviving Earthling would be eager to cut the Dark Man and Zamasu into pieces. The originally beautiful home of the Earth has become beyond recognition because of the Dark people. Countless families were broken up and their families were separated. Son Gohan waved his hand to signal her to calm down. Next, let me be your opponent. Son Gohan's eyes with a solemn look fell on the Dark Man and Zamasu. It's time to settle the score with you. Zamasu covered his face with one hand, shook his head and sneered. Human beings are always self-righteous and think they can fight against gods. Little do they know that in the eyes of gods, humans are as insignificant as ants. Stop insulting the word God. Son Gohan fired back. It be asterisk 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 D. Who kills masters is not worthy of being called a god at all, and you are not a real god. Don't forget, you are just a Supreme Kai candidate. I also feel lucky for you humans in Universe 10. Fortunately, a guy with a dark and twisted mentality like you did not become the real Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Otherwise, it would have been a nightmare for the humans in Universe 10. However, even with Son Gohan's retaliation, Mas didn't seem to feel like himself at all. He said confidently, that pedantic old guy Gervis deserved his death. If he had chosen to follow the same path as me, he would not have ended up like this. This Zamasu is so self-centered. Future Bulma said with a look of disgust. As if the world doesn't revolve around him. It's the world's fault. Agree. Future Son Shaoling nodded in agreement. It is completely impossible to evaluate Zamasu in the future on the 18th. Because she doesn't know Zamasu's past and experience, she can only leave it to Son Gohan at this time. According to Son Gohan, Zamasu is a very extreme kind of person. There's also, he chose the wrong major. He shouldn't be a candidate for Supreme Kai at all. He should be a candidate for gods of destruction. Maybe we wouldn't be where we are today. Hee hee. Son Gohan laughed, and there was a cold, murderous intention quietly gathering in his laughter. God, so what? God has no right to decide the fate of mankind. Son Gohan's tone gradually became harsh. Zamasu, as a human being, I will teach you, the so-called candidate for the Realm Lord God, a lesson today. Why do human beings fight internally? It is for profit and to survive better. The historical development of human beings should have been accompanied by fierce battles. Only in fierce battles can human civilization develop rapidly and progress. If a human race on a certain planet is carefree and has no desires from the beginning, then this human race can only be a group of barbaric primitives and will never develop civilization. The current prosperity of human beings in the 12 universes has developed from years of fierce internal struggles. Son Gohan's voice is not loud, but is very penetrating, reaching the depths of the Dark Man and Zamasu's heart. But this just shows that human beings are dirty, low-level creatures. The existence of human beings has polluted this beautiful universe. Zamasu opened his arms and said ferociously, as the only God in this time and space, I, Zamasu, will create a universe without humans. A beautiful tomorrow is about to come. Are these your last words? Son Gohan knew that Zamasu was completely hopeless, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense to Zamasu. Too much talk is just a waste of words. For someone as extreme as Zamasu, fists are obviously more convincing. Human beings, it's really sad not to know that you are about to die. Immediately, Zamasu turned to look at the Dark Man on the side and said, Destroy them. The dawn without humans is coming soon. The Dark Man smiled evilly. Let us join hands to create a better tomorrow, another me. Call out. Call out. The sound of breaking wind sounded. The Dark Man and Zamasu set off together, carrying overwhelming murderous intent, flanked by two sides, and headed straight for Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood still, and when the joint attack of the Dark Man and Zamasu was about to come, he slowly stretched out his hands. Snapped. Clang. Son Gohan caught Zamasu's fist with one hand, and the index finger and middle finger the other hand firmly clamped the sharp blade of the Dark Man's energy sword. And when Zamasu and the Dark Man were about to withdraw their fists and energy swords, they discovered that Son Gohan's hands were like iron pliers, unable to move no matter how hard they exerted themselves. Ow! Dark 423 Dark Man and Zamasu both frowned. That is so handsome. Seeing this scene, Sun Xingyu on the side couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. One hand is holding a fist, and the other is empty hand holding a blade, and the body is not even moved at all. This scene is really visually shocking. From the perspective of Bulma and number 18 in the future, this is just Son Gohan's basic skills. God? Is the power of God so small? After the extremely sarcastic words fell, Son Gohan used his hands a little harder, and with a crisp sound of bone breaking, Zamasu's face instantly became distorted. His wrist was broken by Son Gohan. The Dark Man's energy sword was also broken. Before everyone could see clearly what happened, they only heard two heavy muffled sounds one after another, and the Dark Man and Zamasu were hit hard and flew backwards like a cannonball. Dad, too strong. With just this move, Sun Xingyu could see it. The Dark Man and Zamasu are not at the same level of power as his father Son Gohan. No, it's not the same dimension at all. Sun Shaoling, who was personally taught by Son Gohan, can even crush the Dark Man and Zamasu unilaterally, let alone Son Gohan himself. Sun Xingyu could not imagine how terrifying his father Son Gohan's power had reached. As expected of Dad, Sun Shaoling couldn't help but secretly marvel. Just now she transformed into Super Blue, and then suppressed the Dark Man and Zamasu in the pink form. But Son Gohan didn't transform even when he came up. Under direct, normal conditions, it is the power to completely crush them. With Son Gohan's normal combat power of over 100, the Dark Man and Zamasu are not compatible, and Son Gohan can beat them at will without even needing to transform. How are you? Zamasu emerged from the ruins again. Due to the blessing of immortality, even if he withstood Son Gohan's blow, Zamasu still did not suffer any injuries. But it was different on the Dark Man's side. The Dark Man covered his chest with a painful expression on his face. Son Gohan's attack is completely different from Son Xiaoling's. If this continues, the Dark Man estimates that he may not be able to withstand Son Gohan's third move. I can't bear Son Gohan's attack, the Dark Man said with a gloomy expression. Hear the words. Zamasu also frowned. Although he has immortality, the Dark Man does not. If the Dark Man dies, what if he is immortal? With his strength, he will not be able to cause any trouble in the future time and space. The reason why future time and space becomes what it is now is due to the power of the Dark People. Have you decided on the battle plan? At this time, Son Gohan's voice came. Decided to merge? Or do you want me to just deal with you? Son Gohan stood where he was. He didn't seem to be in any hurry to kill them all. It's not that Son Gohan doesn't want to kill them, but for stability. Because Zamasu's immortality is a bit difficult to deal with. If you use the Dragon God Sword to perform Dimensional Slash, you can probably kill Zamasu, who has an immortal body. However, for the sake of stability, Son Gohan decided to merge Zamasu with the Dark Man. Once combined, Zamasu's immortal body will not be perfect. When the time comes to kill Zamasu, it will be easy. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a battle, and the combat mission is triggered. Kill the combined Zamasu. Reward, God-level treasure chest. The system's long-lost notification sounded in his mind, and Son Gohan raised his eyebrows. Oh, it seems that there is no need to worry now. Just wait until Zamasu and the Dark Man merge into one. Then Zamasu can kill him. Don't give up a God-level treasure chest for nothing. At the same time, Zamasu also made a decision. Although this was only one move, both Zamasu and the Dark Man could see that Son Gohan's strength was far superior to Super Lon Shaoling. If they don't fit in well, they may be capsized in the gutter today. Come together. Although I am immortal, you are not. For our common goal, unity is the safest way. Zamasu said in a calm voice. The Dark Man nodded slightly and said, It's time for you to see the true power of God. Immediately, the Dark Man put the Buttra earring originally worn on his right ear to his left ear. Human beings kneeled down before the light of God. All of a sudden, the Buttra earring on the Dark Man's left ear resonates with the Buttra earring on Zamasu's right ear. Immediately afterwards, under the eyes of Son Gohan and others, the Dark Man and Zamasu ran in both directions and collided because of the resonance caused by Buttra's earrings. Buzz! A dazzling white light bloomed out. What's wrong with them? In the future, Son Xiaoling covered her eyes with her hands and replied, It seems to be a combination. The future Bulma wasn't so sure about. 2 seconds later, an unparalleled sense of oppression hit. Son Xiaoling and future Son Xiaoling, as well as number 18 and Sun Xingyu knew that a higher and more powerful warrior was born. Then the bright and dazzling by Hang Wang gradually dispersed. When Son Gohan and his group turned their attention again, they saw 10 new figures appearing in midair. It was a tall figure wearing a Dark Man's black and gray martial arts uniform, with green skin and silver hair. Colorful energy flames like a rainbow burned blazingly on his body, giving Son Xiaoling and others a strong sense of oppression. Behind his head, there is a pure white divine ring formed by energy, making him look a little more divine. Yes, this whole body figure is the combined warrior born from the fusion of darkness and Zamasu. Combined Zamasu. Fitted Zamasu spreads his arms with an intoxicated and arrogant expression. My figure is justice. My figure is the world. Worship and praise this sublime beauty, the immortal and strongest god, Zamasu. The words fell. Fusion Zamasu finally opened his eyes. He looked down at Son Gohan on the ground, and said with great narcissism, I can feel that within this body, two forces are blending and colliding with each other. They create a stronger force. Look, this infinitely enhanced body and immortal body. This power fills my body, feeling comfortable and comfortable. That's right, this is justice. Now, in the mind of the combined Zamasu, he was already thinking about how to ravage Son Gohan and his party next, and then kill them all. In the view of combined Zamasu, no matter how powerful human beings are, they can never rival God. Dirty and low-level creatures like humans should not exist in this world. It is human beings who have polluted this originally beautiful universe. I thought I was already good enough for the second grade, but I didn't expect that you were even better than me. Son Gohan said, without changing his expression. Fusion Zamasu covered his face narcissistically and smiled again, and said, Humans, are you ready to accept the judgment of the Supreme God? Dad! Future Son Shaoling looked at Son Gohan, slightly, uneasily. This is too strong. There is no doubt that after Zamasu and the Dark Man merged, their power became unprecedentedly powerful. After all, Future Son Shaoling doesn't know much about Son Gohan's true strength. However, through the side face, Future Son Shaoling could see clearly that Son Gohan's expression still did not change at all at this time, even if the Dark Man and Zamasu were combined. The way Son Gohan looked at them was still like looking at garbage. Shaoling, believe your father. Future Bulma patted Future Son Shaoling on the shoulder and told her to calm down. No matter what, in the future, Bulma and number 18 both have unlimited trust in Son Gohan, Zhao. They believe that since Son Gohan dares to let the Dark Man and Zamasu merge, he is absolutely sure. Don't worry. Son Shaoling, who controlled time and space, also smiled and said, Dad, he even defeated the gods of destruction Beerus. A self-proclaimed god is nothing to be afraid of. And just then, Son Gohan didn't know when a golden 7-foot sword appeared in his hand. Above the golden 7-foot sword, there was a supreme sacred aura released. This supreme sacred aura made Son Shaoling, Bulma, and others just feel a little tight in their chests. But for Zamasu, it is like a dimensionality reduction blow. This is exactly what I want to ask you. You have caused so much damage to the future of time and space. Are you ready to be judged? It's up to you. What kind of sword is this? Looking at the golden dragon sword in Son Gohan's hand, the arrogant combined Zamasu's face was instantly replaced by as soon as the Dragon God sword came out and merged, Zamasu immediately felt a fear originating from the depths of his soul. This fear originating from the depths of his soul caused his body to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Dragon God sword. Son Gohan raised his eyelids slightly and said expressionlessly, Dragon God Salama's sword. You killed Super Shenron in the future time and space. Today I will use this Dragon God sword to return the favor. Dragon God sword? Fusion Zamasu's pupils widened, panic and fear covering his entire face. Why hasn't he heard of such a sword? If the golden 7-foot-long sword that Son Gohan is popular with is really the sword of the Dragon God Salama, then for Zamasu, who possesses the soul of the god, is simply the most deadly, god-killing weapon. Humanity Zero Plan is just your wishful thinking. Humanity has existed in the world for countless years. How long will it take for you, the little god of the 10th universe, to decide the fate of mankind? Immediately, Son Gohan had a murderous look in his eyes and gently raised the Dragon God sword with one hand. Today, I will settle the accounts of the billions of humans on the earth, the gods of the 12 universes in the future time and space, and my family members in the future time and space. Dimensional slash. Buzz. As Son Gohan gently waved the Dragon God sword, a faint golden 713 sword light emerged from the blade of the Dragon God sword. The faint golden sword glow seemed to be the sharpest weapon in the world. Everywhere along the way, even the space was cut in half. Fusion Zamasu didn't even react, and the golden sword light passed through his body. All of a sudden, Fusion Zamasu's body stiffened. The divine ring behind his head also shattered with a click. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. 1 second later, under the gazes of Son Gohan, Son Shaoling, future Bulma, and others, a trace of golden light split the combined Zamasu into two halves. No, impossible. Ah! Fusion Zamasu's shrill screams resounded throughout the world. Under the erosion of golden light, Fusion Zamasu's body turned into light spots all over the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye and slowly dissipated. Until all the light spots disappeared, future Bulma and others still hadn't come back to their senses. The Dark Man and Zamasu, who had caused harm to the future time and space for so long, were just casually wiped out by Son Gohan. A long time. In the future, Bulma and number 18 finally came to their senses. A smile of relief appeared on their charming and pretty faces. The two looked at each other and smiled. It's over. It has to be Son Gohan. If it weren't for Son Gohan, Bulma and number 18 would really not know how to defeat the Dark Man and Zamasu in the future. Dad! At this time, Son Shinyu trotted towards Son Gohan excitedly. Son Gohan knelt down and hugged Son Shinyu. A fatherly and peaceful smile appeared on Junyi's steady face again. Dad, that move just now was so cool, I want to learn it too. Son Shinyu stared straight at Son Gohan, his tone unwavering. If you want to learn, Daddy will teach you. Son Gohan pinched Son Shinyu's cheek lovingly and said with a smile, Dad, what about me? And I. At this time, Son Shaoling and future Son Shaoling also came together. They expressed their desire to learn the cool and powerful killing move. Haha, we teach you. No need to fight. Son Gohan smiled heartily. As the combined Zamasu was killed by Son Gohan with one-dimensional slash, the few people who survived on the Earth came out of their hiding places. They looked at the still dark sky and the ruins filled with despair within their sight, and their hearts that had been tense for a long time finally felt a little relieved. From today on, they no longer have to live in hiding. But, due to Zamasu's destruction and killing, the originally prosperous Earth almost regressed back to the Stone Age. The people who survived do not know how many years of development it will take before they can return to the original technological era. Obviously, it's not something Son Gohan can help with. To rebuild our homes and return to the technological era of the past, we can only rely on the people who survived in future time and space. With the super genius Bulma here, the construction of future time and space can actually save many years of time. After dealing with Zamasu, Son Gohan's family also returned to the Universal Capsule Company. Today's Magnum Capsule Company has also been destroyed beyond recognition. Fortunately, there is still an inconspicuous mushroom house that has not been destroyed by the Dark People. Son Gohan and several others simply tidied up the mushroom house, and the family sat down. Bulma, what are you going to do next? Son Gohan spoke first. What else can we do? We can only start over. Looking at the ruins outside the window, future Bulma sighed. Although the Dark Man and Zamasu have been solved, there is still a heavier task before her. Rebuild home. Of course, in addition to rebuilding his home, Bulma actually has a second choice in the future. That is to go to the main time and space to live with Son Gohan. But in this way, it will inevitably disturb Bulma and the others in the main time and space. In the future, Bulma does not want to go to the main time and space to cause trouble to Son Gohan. Gohan, can you stay here for a while? Future number 18 asked. She looked at Son Gohan with eyes full of expectation. After all, she and future Bulma have not seen Son Gohan for more than 5 years. In addition, what happened in the future time and space? So, if Son Gohan can stay for a while, for number 18 and Bulma in the future, it can also stabilize their confidence. Son Gohan nodded and said, there are still a few months left. I will go back with Shaoling when the time is almost over. Calculating the time, there is still at least half a year until the Tournament of Power. So in the next 6 months, he can still stay in the future time and space to accompany his family in the future time and space. By the way, it will also help Bulma a lot in rebuilding her home in the future. This can also reduce a lot of burden and pressure on her. What is that? At this moment, future Son Shaoling suddenly pointed out the window and said doubtfully, "What?" Son Gohan and others also looked out the window and saw countless golden light spots suddenly appearing in the originally dark and oppressive sky. The golden light spots were densely packed, like a golden rain falling in the sky. After just a few seconds, the originally sparse golden light spots gradually became denser. Roar! Cemetery! A shocking dragon roar sounded suddenly. Son Gohan's family hurriedly came outside and saw that under the golden light spots in the sky, all the dark clouds in the sky had dissipated and the long-lost sunshine, mixed with countless light spots, poured down on the messy land of the earth. Immediately afterwards, the golden light spots all over the sky condensed into an indescribably huge dragon head. The aura on Supreme's body was like the hearts of ancient Son Gohan and others. Buzz buzz! When the golden light all over the sky condensed into an indescribably huge golden dragon head, the Dragon God Sword located in the storage space of the Son Gohan system was automatically swept out. The blade of the Dragon God Sword was trembling slightly, as if it was resonating with the golden dragon head in the sky. Gohan. Future Bulma noticed the subtle change in the expression on Son Gohan's face. "You guys wait here, I'll go take a look." After hesitating for a moment, Son Gohan took hold of the Dragon God Sword and swept towards the golden dragon head in the sky. As he got closer and closer to the golden dragon head, the feeling of calling deep in Son Gohan's heart became stronger. Immediately, without any hesitation, Son Gohan swooped in along the huge, open dragon's mouth. The eyes are filled with golden light. Son Gohan continued to go deeper, and the golden light that filled his entire eyeball gradually dissipated. At last, when the golden light in front of him completely disappeared, Son Gohan came to a new world. In the sky, there are pieces of colorful clouds floating, drifting into the distance with the breeze. The clouds are rolling and relaxing. On the ground, it is an endless sea of golden flowers with dense branches and leaves, beautiful flowers in full bloom, and unknown flower trees that release charming fragrance, standing scattered among the sea of golden flowers. It adds a few different colors to the relatively monotonous sea of golden flowers. Buzz buzz! At this time, the Dragon God Sword in Son Gohan's hand vibrated more frequently. Dragon God Salama, Son Gohan murmured to himself. The only person who can make the Dragon God Sword resonate so strongly is the Dragon God Sword's true master, Dragon God Salama. Dragon God Salama, one of the supreme gods who is extremely mysterious in the original Dragon Ball. Are you going to show up? For a time, Son Gohan gradually became nervous. Son Gohan, candidate for the great gods of destruction, welcome to my world. Just as Son Gohan was looking around, an ethereal and melodious sound that contained a divine dragon's power sounded from heaven to earth and fell clearly in Son Gohan's ears. What the hell, female? Son Gohan was shocked when he heard this ethereal and melodious female voice that also contained the power of a supreme dragon. In the original work, Salama, the dragon god who created the Super Dragon Ball, is extremely mysterious. Not only has he never appeared, but his gender is also unknown. Before that, if Son Gohan was asked to guess, he would definitely guess it was a boy. However, the reality was beyond his expectation. Stop looking, I'm here. Just as Son Gohan was looking around for the source of the sound, another ethereal voice came from below. Son Gohan suddenly looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a tall and graceful figure appearing on the top of an unknown flower tree in the golden sea of flowers below. She was wearing a purple and gold corseted cheongsam, and her proud figure was set off by the corseted cheongsam. Not only that, her beautiful face, as perfect as God's perfect work, shocked even the well-informed Son Gohan. Those beautiful golden eyes seemed to have an irresistible magic power, making people fall for them with just one glance. On top of the 3,000 black hair coiled up high, there's also a dragon crown, which makes it look a little more graceful and noble. At this time, She put her hands on her hips, stepped lightly on one of the leaves with her white bare feet, and stared straight at Son Gohan in midair. It can only be viewed from a distance, but not played with. This is Son Gohan's evaluation of Dragon God Salama at his first glance. Buzz buzz. When the Dragon God Salama appeared, the Dragon God Sword in Son Gohan's hand came out automatically. The Dragon God Sword flew to Salama's side and flew happily around her for several times before finally falling into Salama's green hands. Looking at the Dragon God Sword in his hand, Salama smiled slightly. Then she stepped out barefoot, with lotus growing under her feet, and walked towards Son Gohan in midair. Looking closely at the breathtakingly beautiful face of Dragon God Salama, Son Gohan's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Call. After taking a deep breath and relaxing his mood, Son Gohan finally said, "May I ask, are you the legendary Dragon God Salama?" "It's obvious." Salama smiled. Well, Son Gohan was startled. He didn't realize that this Dragon God Salama still had some sense of humor. "Are you curious why I called you here?" After a brief pause, Salama continued. Son Gohan nodded. "Really? This is a question that has always puzzled Son Gohan." Salama looked around, then opened her red lips. "I have stayed in this place for countless years, and it is inevitable that I will want to go out and see it. Can't you get out on your own? Oh, please give me flowers." A big question mark popped up on Son Gohan's face. "This is your own place. Isn't it easy for you to get out?" Salama smiled, shook her head, and said, "If it were really that simple, there would be no need to go to such trouble." Well, Son Gohan was speechless for a moment. "I don't understand what is going on." Salama seemed to see Son Gohan's doubts and explained concisely. "It's quite simple to understand. It just requires the appearance of the great gods of destruction before I can leave here. This is a promise I made to myself back then in order to practice my dragon god power to the extreme for peace of mind. And that boy from Grand Priest seems to have given birth to a bunch of children called Angel, right? I can't continue to waste my time here and lose to him." "You? Zero." Son Gohan was speechless again. Just to stay in this monotonous place for countless years for a promise you made to yourself? You're also quite cruel. Immediately, Salama raised the Dragon God Sword in his hand and said slowly, "You have been recognized by the Dragon God Sword. Then you are qualified to be the great gods of destruction. So strictly speaking, you are the great gods of destruction. Destruction candidate." "That Dragon God Salama," Son Gohan said with a smile, "I am a common person. If I pass the test of the great gods of destruction space and successfully become the great gods of destruction and liberate you from here, will there be any benefit? Even if you were the Dragon God Salama, you can't let me work in vain. I may not be interested in the so-called big gods of destruction. You are quite interesting." Salama couldn't help laughing and said, "What you said has already been expected by me. As long as you agree to participate in the test of the great gods of destruction space, I will restore the earth in the future time and space for you, and those who were innocently killed will be restored to you. Humans will also be resurrected, and they will have no memory of Zamasu. Secondly, even if you pass the test of the great gods of destruction space, you still cannot be called a true great gods of destruction. After you pass the test, you still need to follow me to cultivate the exclusive divine power of the great gods of destruction. If you successfully cultivate the exclusive divine power of the great gods of destruction, then you will be the real Nintendo gods of destruction. Then you should know that the gods of destruction each have their own guide. Angel, right?" "I know." Son Gohan nodded. Salama raised her red lips and said charmingly, "And I am the exclusive guide of the great gods of destruction. Now, are you interested?" Salama stared at Son Gohan with interest. What the hell? This? Son Gohan really couldn't refuse. The benefits Salama said were too tempting. In fact, there is no need for the latter ones. Just the first one, because she helps restore the Earth in future time and space. Son Gohan can completely agree to her participating in the test of the gods of destruction space. After all, there are Bulma, number 18, Son Shaoling and Son Xingyu in the future time and space, and I really don't have much time to spend with them. This also caused Son Gohan to feel ashamed of them. If the Earth in future time and space can be restored to its original state, this will at least save Bulma and number 18 a lot of time and energy in the future. It can be regarded as a small compensation for them. Then what is 693 ? Son Gohan chuckled, patted his chest, and promised, "We don't do it for your help in restoring the Earth in future time and space. Nor do we want to practice with you, let alone because of your beauty. It's mainly because of me, my heart. I'm kind and like to help others. It's up to me to free you from here." Kakik. Salama was amused and said, "Son Gohan, don't talk too much. You may not be able to pass the test. If the test of the gods of destruction space is really that simple, it won't be impossible for hundreds of millions of years. Man can ascend the throne of the great gods of destruction. In the past billions of years, there's been no shortage of geniuses with extremely high talents like you in the 12 universes, but they have all failed without exception." Son Gohan said confidently, "You know, people cannot be compared with each other. They are them and I am me. Just because they failed doesn't mean I can't succeed." "You are absolutely right." Salama no longer refuted Son Gohan, but said, "According to the time of the Earth, there are still 2 years before the gods of destruction space will be opened again, so let me look forward to your performance. Don't let me down, Son Gohan." "Say it." Salama waved her jade hand lightly, and Son Gohan's eyes were once again filled with bright golden light. When the golden light gradually disappeared, a blue sky appeared in Son Gohan's sight. The dragon god, which was originally in Salama's hands, returned to his hands at some point. Below, it is a prosperous big city. The roads were busy with traffic, and the streets were crowded with people. Everything seemed to be back to normal. As expected of the dragon god Salama, who created the Super Dragon Ball, Son Gohan secretly exclaimed. At first glance, Son Gohan could tell that this was the Earth in future time and space, and the bustling metropolis under his feet was the Western capital. "Dad, you are back." As soon as they returned to the Universal Capsule Company, 2 Son Xiaolings were the first to greet them. In the future, Bulma, number 18, and Son Xingyu also followed. "Gohan, this is..." Future Bulma glanced at Shidu, which had returned to its original state. Son Gohan smiled and briefly and concisely told the story of his meeting with Dragon God Salama just now. The future Bulma and others suddenly realized. It turns out that a real god took action to restore the ruined Earth to its original state. Although they don't know much about who the Dragon God Salama is, these are obviously not issues that they should be concerned about. This side of main time and space. On their way to the 10th universe, Beerus and Whis accidentally brought son Goku with them on the Beerus planet. This also leads to Zamasu, who is still in the 10th universe, fought against son Goku once. There is also the Dark Man who made a wish through Super Shenron and Zamasu in the future time and space and took son Goku's body. In a blink of an eye, half a year seems to have passed quietly in the blink of an eye. Frisian 0.79 planet. Frisia, who had been in seclusion in a different dimensional room for a year, came out. 1 year in outside time, Frisia actually spent 30 years of hard training in a different dimensional room. A year later, Frisia once again returns to his loyal planet Frisian 0.79. Salb, Frisia Army's chief scientist Kikono, Frisia's butler Bailey Blue, and thousands of Frisia Army soldiers formed a grand welcoming procession. Welcome back to the owner of this planet, Frisia, the leader of the Frisia Army. Frisia put his hands behind his back and walked slowly and steadily through the long queue of thousands of Frisia Army soldiers. Sorby, Kikono, and Bailey Boo followed Frisia one after another. After 30 years of hard training in a different dimensional room, Frisia's aura is as sharp as a needlepoint, and her scarlet eyes are like a sharp and unparalleled blade, able to kill people invisibly. Compared with a year ago, he seemed to be a different person. Return to base camp. Frisia sits high at the top, followed by Sorby, Kikono, Bailey Bulu, and more than a dozen Frisia army guards. Frisia held her chin up and asked casually, "Mr. Sorby, has there been any news about the Scion group this year? Solb knelt down on one knee and replied respectfully. Yes, King Frieza. In the past year, the two Scions, Son Goku and Vegeta, were still there at the Gods of Destruction Beerus. Cultivation. Their strength now should be stronger than a year ago. Hearing this, Frieza smiled meaningfully and said, It doesn't matter, Son Goku and Vegeta are no longer my opponents. Where is Son Gohan and his daughter named Son Shaoling? Well, Sorby wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and answered truthfully. Back to King Frieza. There is no news about Son Gohan and Son Shaoling. And according to our intelligence, Son Gohan and Shaoling seem to have been absent from the Earth for half a year. Oh, not on Earth. Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously. Where did they go? Compared to Son Goku and Vegeta, Frieza now wants to seek revenge from Son Gohan and 4.8V Shaoling. No, I don't know, King Frieza. Sorby was tense both physically and mentally. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza suddenly burst into laughter, with a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It doesn't matter, Mr. Sorby, since Son Gohan and that Son Shaoling are not here, we can also go to Earth first. I think Son Goku and Vegeta will not sit idly by, since Son Gohan and Son Shaoling are not here. Then he should settle accounts with Son Goku and Vegeta first. On Namek, Son Goku defeated and humiliated himself, and Vegeta betrayed him and stole Dragon Ball. After so many years, it's time to settle things with him. Frieza will prove that he was able to rule the Scion, an inferior race, with a superior attitude back then, and he can do the same now. Earth. A year later, as the Frieza Army's Universe spacecraft approached the Earth again, the Earthsea warriors stationed on the Earth, such as Piccolo and Krillin soon, sensed the powerful and suffocating chi coming from Frieza. This energy is Frieza. In the yard of Universal Capsule Company, Piccolo, who was helping to take care of Xiaofang, suddenly looked towards the sky with a solemn expression. Frieza? Hearing this, Bulma asked doubtfully, Didn't Gohan and Shaoling defeat Frieza at that time? Why is he here again? That's what happened, but Gohan didn't kill Frieza at that time, but put him back. Sure enough, he was in danger of raising a tiger. Piccolo said solemnly. What should we do? Bulma suddenly panicked. Gohan and Shaoling have been in the future for so long, and I don't know when they will come back. In addition, Son Goku and Vegeta are still training at Beerus. If Frieza came to kill him right now, he would really steal the house directly. Bulma has seen what a villain Frieza is. We have no choice but to call Son and Vegeta back. Piccolo quickly came up with a way. Bulma 08. Can't you contact that Whis? Contact him quickly. Bulma doesn't ink either. At this time, Son Gohan and Son Shaoling were not on Earth, so she could only contact Whis and ask Son Goku and Vegeta to come back to deal with Frieza. Soon, Bulma contacted Whis, who was far away on the Beerus planet. After briefly explaining the matter, Bulma said anxiously, Whis, please hurry up and get Goku and Vegeta back. Understand, please don't worry, Miss Bulma. After talking to Bulma on the phone, Whis stopped Son Goku and Vegeta, who were practicing against each other. Whis relayed Bulma's words to Son Goku and Vegeta. That guy Frieza is really haunting. After listening, Vegeta snorted coldly. That boy Son Gohan is still too kind. He actually let Frieza run away 10 years ago. Now Vegeta doesn't take Frieza seriously at all. So in his opinion, returning to Earth to fight Frieza is simply a waste of his precious training time. If Son Gohan had simply killed Frieza a year ago, there wouldn't be as many things happening today. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong Frieza is now. On the contrary, Son Goku was extremely excited. He and Vegeta have been practicing here in Beerus for nearly 2.5 years. I have never been able to find a suitable opponent to verify my cultivation results. If you don't practice combat, practicing is just a dead end. So you still have to find an enemy with similar strength and have a fierce battle. A year ago, during the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament, it was a good opponent. Unfortunately, Due to some combination of circumstances, he was unable to fight Hit once. This is just great. Frieza is back again after a year. His current strength is definitely stronger than a year ago. This is exactly what Son Goku is looking forward to. TCH, what's there to look forward to? Wasn't it easily defeated by Xiaoling a year ago? Vegeta disagreed. He can't guarantee anything else, but he can be sure that he is definitely better than Son Xiaoling a year ago. Of course, Vegeta is talking about Son Xiaoling under Ultra Instinct, not Ultra Blue, because now he has mastered the Gods of Destruction moves that Beerus taught him. That is, self-improvement. Don't tell me yet. Vegeta is not good at practicing Ultra Instinct, but Beerus' self-extreme intention Kung Fu is a perfect fit for Vegeta. Let's look at Son Goku, who practices Ultra Instinct. The current Son Goku has only just realized the sign of the ultimate meaning of freedom, and there is still a certain distance from perfection. Of course, this does not mean that Son Goku's understanding is not good, but is much more difficult to cultivate into Ultra Instinct than the Self-Ultimate Instinct. Practicing Ultra Instinct requires a calm state of mind, and it is difficult for people to calm down during battle. Looking back at the Self-Ultimate Intention Kung Fu, you only need to focus on destruction. Coupled with Vegeta's talent and understanding as a genius warrior, he quickly learned the Self-Ultimate Intention Kung Fu. In a sense, Vegeta has truly surpassed Son Goku now. Vegeta, go back and take a look. Didn't you also want to defeat Frieza back then? Isn't this an opportunity now? Son Goku said in a persuasive way. Call. Vegeta curled his lips. Okay, but let me explain first. Frieza wants me to defeat him, so I can settle the accounts with Frieza for the past year. Although he has lived on Earth for so many years, Vegeta has long since put aside the hatred of the Scions by the Frieza Fire Tribe. But, after all, he is a Scion Prince with Scion royal blood. If possible, he still wants to personally collect debts from Frieza, the enemy who almost exterminated the Scion nation. Half an hour later, Whis finally returned to the Magnum Capsule Company with Son Goku and Vegeta. Almost at the same time, the Frieza Army's Universe spacecraft also broke through the clouds and flew straight towards the Universal Capsule Company. Magnum Capsule Company at this time. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi are all here. Seeing that Whis came back with Son Goku and Vegeta, Bulma, and Piccolo felt a little calmer. After all, now Son Gohan and Son Xiaoling are still in the future time and space. If Son Goku and Vegeta don't come back, they will be defenseless against the reborn Frieza. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Son Goku, Bulma, and others, the Frieza Army's Universe spacecraft landed steadily in the yard of the Universal Capsule Company. 667. Immediately, the hatch opened. A long staircase descended. Frieza put his hands behind his back and walked like a boss, leading Sorby, Kikono, Bailey Blue, and all the Frieza Army soldiers to file out. Frieza appeared, and the minds and bodies of Piccolo, Klin, and others immediately became tense. Because, compared with a year ago, Frieza's strength has become even more unfathomable now. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza's scarlet eyes swept over Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others in turn, and said in a strange tone, "They are all familiar faces. I am deeply honored that so many acquaintances warmly welcome my arrival." Say it. Frieza put one hand on his chest and bowed politely. But no one would think that he is such a polite and modest gentleman. On the contrary, this just proves how scary Frieza is. Snort. Vegeta snorted jokingly and spoke first. Frieza, your face still deserves a beating. What? You haven't learned enough lessons from a year ago, and you want to come here to seek your own death? I'm not the soft-hearted guy like Son Gohan. Facing Vegeta's ridicule, Frieza smiled instead of getting angry and said, Mr. Vegeta, we are old friends. I think you have not forgotten the days when you followed me and served me obediently. You don't think I'm really serving you, do you? Vegeta also sneered. I worked for you back then, but I was just looking for an opportunity to kill you. Hee hee. Frieza smiled meaningfully and said, Do you really think that I don't know this? Mr. Vegeta, the reason why I keep you is because you are still useful. Secondly, back then, in my eyes, you were just an ant at the foot of a dinosaur. How can an ant hit a dinosaur? Let me tell you another secret. No matter it was then or now, you have not changed at all in my eyes. Your strength may have become stronger, but in my eyes, you are still just an ant. When the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament was held a year ago, Frieza had not yet retreated. So of course he knew about Vegeta being able to turn Super Blue. But so what? The person he is now is no longer the Amon who was under Wu Xia yesterday. Yeah. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, I hope you can still be so tough when you are trampled under my feet later. Oh hee, can you do it? Mr. Vegeta. Frieza narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Vegeta provocatively. Frieza. At this time, Son Goku also stood up and said excitedly, I can see that you are very confident now. I wonder how much stronger you have become compared to a year ago. While speaking, Son Goku jumped twice on the spot, as if he couldn't wait to fight Frieza. Son Goku, your face is still so annoying. Facing Son Goku, Frieza's expression suddenly turned unkind. As for my strength, maybe you can try it yourself. Say it. Frieza glanced around again, and after confirming that Son Gohan and Son Xiaoling were not there, he couldn't help but said in a strange tone, What's wrong? Where are Son Gohan and the little girl named Son Xiaoling? Couldn't they be afraid to hide after they knew that the king was coming? Are you up? Oh ho ho ho. Hearing this, Bulma couldn't help it and retorted on the spot. Huh. Frieza, you should be glad that Gohan is not here, otherwise he will definitely beat you to pieces. Oh yeah. Frieza pretended to raise his eyebrows. Then you should tell me where he is hiding. I want to find him personally to thank him for not killing him 10 years ago. He said thank you for not killing him. But Frieza's tone and scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent towards Son Gohan. Yes, in that situation a year ago, if Son Gohan didn't kill him, killing him would simply make him even more humiliated. It was also because of this incident that Frieza made up his mind to return this shame to Son Gohan intact. Hear the words. Bulma hesitated to speak, then became speechless. She can't say that Son Gohan went to the future time and space for half a year and hasn't come back yet. Otherwise, if Son Goku and Vegeta were defeated, he would really be unscrupulous. All right. Seeing that Bulma stopped talking, Frieza spread his hands, and then his eyes fell on Son Goku and Vegeta. It seems that Son Gohan will not be able to come back in a short time, so I will play with these two old friends first. How about it, Mr. Son Goku? Mr. Vegeta, you can come together. Frieza is full of confidence. You think too highly of yourself, Frieza. Regardless of Son Goku's opinion, Vegeta took the lead and stood up. He pointed his thumb at himself and said confidently and proudly, Times have changed, Frieza. Today you will die in the hands of an ugly scion like me. Vegeta, who has successfully practiced the self-extreme intention kung fu, now has a high level of self-confidence. He is confident in the entire 7th universe. Now, except Son Gohan and Beerus, he will not lose to anyone. It was time to settle the account with Frieza when he exterminated Saiyan. Oh ho ho ho, Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Frieza smiled sarcastically. That's what I called you a long time ago. In that case, use all your strength. I have no intention of playing house with the ants. Vegeta was defeated by one of his men, and Frieza had no intention of playing with him. As for Son Goku, you would have to torture him before killing him. Haha, what a coincidence. I don't have time to play house with you. I still have to practice after I deal with you. Isn't this a coincidence? Vegeta also has the same mentality. In his opinion, Frieza's ability can only play with Super Blue, and it is not worth spending too much time on him. Frieza, just open your eyes and take a good look at my Vegeta's new power. Immediately, Vegeta clenched his fists and made a guess. His eyes then became extremely sharp. Then, bang! A terrifying sense of oppression exploded from Vegeta like a nuclear bomb, and purple energy flames also exploded. All of a sudden, Vegeta's hair color turned purple. In this transformation, Vegeta not only changed his hair color, his eyebrows disappeared, and his brow bones were close to his eye sockets. Plus, he had an extremely confident and somewhat evil expression on his face. It makes Vegeta look a bit like gods of destruction at this time. Extremely terrible. Asterisk this is... As soon as Vegeta transformed, Piccolo and others were stunned. It has only been a year since the end of the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament, and Vegeta has actually realized a new transformation, and this transformation looks very strong on the surface. Oh, Frieza also raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Seeing the surprised expression on Frieza's face, Vegeta's mouth curved. This is the power of gods of destruction taught to me by Lord Beerus. If Ultra Instinct is freedom, then this one is self-centered. According to Whis, this transformation should be called Self-Extreme Intention Kung Fu. Theoretically speaking, there is no upper limit to the pure destructive power of Self-Extreme Intention Kung Fu. This is Vegeta's absolute confidence when facing Frieza now. This must be Vegeta's first time fighting an enemy after learning Beerus-sama's moves. I don't know how effective they are. Lees was said lightly. It turns out to be a move from gods of destruction. Listen, Piccolo and others were also surprised. What they didn't expect was that in just 1 year, Vegeta would learn the gods of destruction moves. Is it difficult to say? Will Vegeta also become gods of destruction in the future? However, facing his ultimate self, Vegeta, Frieza didn't show any panic on his face. He was still full of confidence and calmly raised his finger at Vegeta and said provocatively, "If this is all your strength, then come on, Mr. Vegeta." Vegeta's head tilted slightly. "You won't be able to maintain this confident look for long, Zalisa. I really look forward to what your expression will be like after I step on you. It will be very exciting." The words fell. Vegeta stopped inking and directly faced. "The flaw is wide open, Mr. Vegeta." When Vegeta came within 10 meters, the corner of Frieza's mouth suddenly raised. Then he tapped his toes, and his whole body flew out like lightning, and he punched Vegeta hard in the lower abdomen without any explanation. Pooh! The terrifying power made Vegeta's face become distorted. After a scream, Vegeta flew back upside down, lying on the ground, unable to get up again. A split second, Vegeta, who was under his own will, was actually killed by Frieza for a split second. All of a sudden, everyone gasped uncontrollably. When Son Goku, Piccolo, and others looked at Frieza again, they realized that Frieza had just transformed into a new form during the attack. That is, Black Frieza. The Black Frieza has a restrained atmosphere, but gives people an extremely dangerous sense of déjà vu. No, impossible. Vegeta was lying on the ground, looking at Frieza with eyes full of horror and disbelief. After just one encounter, he was defeated by Frieza with thunderous force? How can this be? But the injuries inside his body no longer allowed Vegeta to get up and fight again. Although he was very unwilling, Vegeta had to admit in his heart that he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. He was really struck instantly by Frieza. "Oh, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Son Goku, you are not the only ones who are getting stronger." Frieza smiled sinisterly and said, "A year ago, I was defeated in humiliation on Earth. Since then, I have sworn that I will never let you Scion keep suppressing me so. In the past year, I discovered a different dimensional room on a conquered planet. The passage of time there is 30 times slower than in the outside world. I have been practicing there for 3,000 years. This is just one of the fruits of my cultivation, and it is far from my full strength." As soon as Frieza said this, the expressions on the faces of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo gradually became more exciting. 30 years. At the beginning, Frieza only practiced for 4 months before he grew to a level of strength that could rival Super Blue. Unimaginable. After practicing for 30 years, his strength has skyrocketed to such a powerful level. For a while, even Son Goku is desperate. Frieza can instantly hit Vegeta with one punch, so naturally he can also hit him. This is a one-sided battle with no suspense. It's so terrible. At this moment, Krillin was so shocked by Frisia's powerful strength that his whole body was trembling. Unimaginable. If Son Gohan doesn't come back, who else can deal with Frisia now? Seeing the wonderful expressions on the faces of Son Goku and others, Frisia felt very happy. His 30 years of training in different dimensions were finally not in vain. After many years, he once again trampled Sion under his feet. Somehow, Frisia suddenly lost interest in Son Goku, because in his eyes, the current Son Goku is no different than an ant-like existence. Dinosaurs, on the other hand, don't care about ants. Better than Piccolo, what to do? I originally thought that Son Goku and Vegeta should be able to punish Frisia when they come back, but the current situation made Bulma understand that if Son Gohan never comes back, there really is no one here who can punish Frisia. To be precise, it's not that there is none. For example, Whis stood silently to the side. But Bulma has known Whis for so long, and naturally knows that Whis, as an angel, must maintain a neutral stance and will not interfere in anything related to humans. Whis, why don't you bring Mr. Beerus here? If Gohan is not around, it will take Mr. Beerus to take care of Frisia now. Bulma gritted his teeth, Whis closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, Ms. Bulma, I'm afraid you are overthinking. Lord Beerus will not care about your human affairs. Hear the words. Bulma's expression suddenly changed. This skinny monkey usually comes to eat and drink, but he doesn't want to help at critical moments, right? Everyone, what's wrong with you? Looking at the silent Son Goku and others, Frisia couldn't help but sarcastically said, when Son Gohan comes back and sees that all his family and friends have been killed by me, his expression will definitely be very exciting. Oh ho ho ho! The great revenge was about to be avenged, and Frisia felt unprecedentedly happy at this time. Call out. Just at this moment, a faint green light suddenly appeared out of thin air, and two figures slowly appeared with the green light. These two figures are Son Gohan and Son Shaoling, who came back from the future time and space. The sudden appearance of Son Gohan and Son Shaoling caused the scene to become silent for an instant. Son Gohan quickly scanned the scene, then turned to look at Frisia and said, Hey, isn't this Frisia? I just heard that you seem to be looking for me. Gohan, it's really Gohan. As Son Gohan's familiar voice reached their ears, everyone reacted. It's really Son Gohan who's back. For a while, the expressions of despair on everyone's faces were instantly replaced by expressions of ecstasy and excitement. Unknowingly, Son Gohan has already become the backbone recognized deep in the hearts of Bulma, Videl, and the Earth Z warriors. As long as Son Gohan is there, no matter who the enemy is, they will feel at ease. The sudden appearance of Son Gohan was completely unexpected by Frisia, but it makes sense. But Frisia will not feel any fear at all because of Son Gohan's return. On the contrary, I felt extremely excited. Compared to Son Goku, he wanted to kill Son Gohan more to wash away the shame of a year ago, and that year for himself. Son Gohan, I thought you were going to be a coward all the time, watching your family and friends being killed and being indifferent, haha. Facing Son Gohan, Frisia was not polite at all. It starts with a set of weird and taunting combos. Son Gohan smiled and waved his hand to Son Shaoling to go back and take care of Bulma first. Then he smiled and said, I just went to the future time and space for a while. Did I give you this illusion that I am a coward? You may not know, but I might as well tell you today that you will make a comeback today. I predicted it when I let you go 10 years ago. It seems that you're very confident in your ability after becoming stronger. Do you want to fight with me? Facing the black Frisia in front of him who suddenly lost his mind, Son Gohan was still smiling and calm. It seemed like he didn't take Frisia seriously at all. 2 moves, Frisia raised a sinister smile on his lips and said, I'm afraid you are mistaken, Son Gohan. Today, I don't want to fight you, but I want to trample you under my feet, and then let you die without dignity like an ant. Only in this way can we relieve the hatred in my heart. After the Namek incident that year, Frisia took her father king cold to earth once, and again a year ago. Adding these two things together, Frieza has no reason to let Son Gohan go today. It seems. Son Gohan shook his head helplessly and said, "You don't have a clear understanding of my strength, or you overestimate yourself. There's no point in bluffing in front of this king." Frieza shrugged and said. Son Gohan smiled, then stretched out his index finger and said calmly, "Do you believe it? You can still stand here and talk to me within one move, so I lose. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want with me, and I will never make any resistance. On the contrary, if you lose, just stay with me whenever I call from now on." "Oh, Son Gohan, you are really good at telling lies." As soon as Son Gohan said this, Lisa was happy. He really didn't know where Son Gohan got the courage to make such a bet with him. "But how can I believe your words?" Frieza said with sharp eyes. This kind of bet seems to be quite beneficial to him. If Son Gohan can keep his promise, he might as well play with him. Can't you get yourself up again with just one move? You should at least make a draft when you are bragging. Apart from anything else, Frieza now has absolute confidence. Even the gods of destruction, Beerus, can't stop him from getting back up again. Not to mention, in Frieza's opinion, he is definitely stronger than Son Gohan. Isn't this a bet that I can definitely win? Son Gohan smiled meaningfully and said eloquently, "A manly man, it's hard to keep track of your words. Besides, there's so many people here to testify today. And Whis, are you still afraid that I will deceive you?" "What? Are you scared?" Son Gohan continues to stimulate Frieza. "What international joke are you talking about? I have never been afraid of anyone." Frieza sneered. "In that case, let's do it." Originally, Frieza could have chosen not to gamble, but he chose. In front of Son Gohan's family and friends, he was humiliated severely to relieve his hatred. Talking about defeating him with one move made him laugh his head off. "In order to prevent others from saying that I bullied you, let me make the first move," Son Gohan said. "As a friendly reminder, it's best to use all your strength and use your strongest moves. You only have one chance." It sounds like Son Gohan is at a disadvantage. But on Bulma and Son Goku's side, no one spoke, because they knew very well that since Son Gohan dared to bet with Frieza like this, he must be sure of it. Although they didn't say anything, they became nervous in their hearts. After all, if Son Gohan loses, he will have to let Frieza deal with him. This is unacceptable to them. Son Gohan, your confident face is really disgusting, but you won't be able to laugh anymore." Frieza's eyes gradually turned sinister. Since Son Gohan dares to be so trustworthy, Frieza had no reason not to grant his wish. In this way, the outcome can be determined with one move, and it can save yourself a lot of time and energy, and you can also severely humiliate Son Gohan. Why not do it? He wanted to crush Son Gohan's self-confidence in front of his family and friends, trample his dignity under his feet, and ruthlessly ravage him. "Son Gohan, let me show you the real results of my 30 years of training in this room." The words fell. Frieza flew into the air. "Spread your hands." That face, which exuded an imperial aura all the time, had a strong look of confidence. Immediately, there's an indescribably terrifying and vast aura, like a supervolcano that has been sleeping for millions of years and is slowly waking up. The originally cloudless sky was now covered by dark clouds. An extremely depressing atmosphere filled the world and enveloped everyone's heart. Frieza's true training results. Isn't this Frieza's full strength? Incredible. For a while, the faces of Piccolo and others were covered in shock. With one move, Vegeta's self-consciousness was instantly destroyed. The Black Frieza was not even his history. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Frieza's current strength has reached. Especially Piccolo. It was as if with the flick of a finger, the strength of his old rivals had all reached a new level. That was a step beyond his reach. Rumble. As Frieza's aura continues to increase, strong winds blow between heaven and earth, causing sand and rocks to fly. Violent thunderbolts in the thundercloud flashed past like silver snakes. Raging. Suddenly, 0. Under the watchful eyes of Son Gohan and others, as well as everyone from Frieza's army, a purple-gold energy flame burst out from Frieza's body. Frieza's energy also rose geometrically at this moment. Rumble. Frieza's indescribably powerful energy directly affected the entire 7th universe. But the entire 7th universe was shaking violently at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Frieza's originally black and white skin was transforming into purple and gold at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the muscle lines on Frieza's body have become more perfect. Those strong and not deformed muscles seem to have endless strength and explosive power, which is daunting. When Frieza's skin completely transformed into a purple and gold color, his aura reached a whole new level at this moment and gradually became calmer. Transformation completed. The look of confidence on Frieza's face became even stronger. He opened his arms and proudly looked down at Son Gohan, Son Goku, and others below, and said, "You see, everyone, this is the final result of my 30 years of practice. It's better to name it according to your Scion way. This one should be called Zijin Frieza. Purple and gold Frieza. What a powerful sense of oppression. I feel no worse than Lord Beerus's oppression." Piccolo and others looked up at the purple-gold Frieza in the air with shocked faces. The strongest blow, right? I will satisfy you. Frieza also doesn't follow Son Gohan's ink. He raised one hand above his head, and the monstrous energy instantly condensed into a fiery red energy bomb that covered the sky and the sun. The light blooming on it illuminated the world. From the ground, it looks like a star appearing above the earth, shocking everyone's visual nerves. The energy fluctuations emitted from it were unbearable even by the surrounding space, and it collapsed at first. Immediately, under the horrified eyes of Son Goku, Piccolo, and others, this fiery red energy bomb that covered the sky began to compress, and finally compressed into an energy bomb with a diameter of only 100 meters. But the energy contained in it is even more terrifying. Frieza, do you want to destroy the universe? 347-inch. Madman. For a time, everyone's faces no longer looked as calm as before. If this energy bomb falls, even the universe will be wiped out in an instant. In comparison, there was still no wave on Son Gohan's face. He looked up at the energy bomb in Frieza's hand in midair. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes that were rendered fiery red by the fiery red light of the energy bomb. Midair, Frieza narrowed his eyes dangerously and sneered. Son Gohan, I used this trick to destroy planet Vegeta back then. Today, I will let planet Vegeta's universe fireworks be staged again on the Earth. As a friendly reminder, the planet-destroying bomb in my hands now is not as powerful as it was back then. The power of the planet-destroying bomb now is equivalent to the energy of 1,000,000 universe Big Bangs. As soon as Frieza said this, Son Goku and others below only felt their scalps numb, especially Bulma. Doesn't that mean that the explosive power of this energy bomb can destroy the universe 1,000,000 times? Bulma's face turned pale and his tone was trembling. There are only 12 universes in total. When you came out with this whole thing, did you want all 12 universes to be buried with you? It doesn't matter. I will take action. Just when everyone was panicking, a calm and extremely confident voice came. Looking towards the source of the sound, the person speaking was none other than Son Gohan. Gohan, is that okay? Bulma asked, still worried. Son Gohan did not speak, but waved his hand to ask her to calm down. See this? Bulma's originally panicked mood calmed down a little. But, even with Son Gohan here, facing such an amazing energy bomb, Bulma would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. After all, that is an energy bomb that could destroy the universe 1,000,000 times. Even if Son Gohan offsets 99% of the energy, only 1% of the energy will remain. It can still easily wipe out the entire 7th universe in an instant. Frieza, do you know why I let you go a year ago? At this time, Son Gohan slowly rose into the sky. Because in my eyes, no matter how much you practice, you can't make any waves. Stop bluffing and show me your strength, Son Gohan. Ah, rumble. With a flick of Frisia's finger, the planetary destruction containing extremely terrifying energy suddenly cut through the void and crashed down. Everywhere along the way, the space collapsed. In an instant, everyone's face turned pale except for Son Gohan. Facing Frisia's full blow, Son Gohan's figure was like a firefly under the bright moon, so insignificant. But even this wisp of fireflies dared to look directly at the bright moon in the sky. Your strength is like an ant in front of me. The words fell. Son Gohan was moved. Brilliant blue energy flames suddenly spurted out. The moment he transformed into Super Blue, Son Gohan reached out with one hand and aimed the planet-destroying bomb under Frisia's full power from a distance. Exclamation point. A light voice came from Son Gohan's mouth, and the planet-destroying bomb, which was enough to destroy the universe 1,000,000 times, stopped in midair. Impossible. In an instant, Frisia was shocked. Immediately afterwards, under Frisia's horrified eyes and everyone's shocked gazes, Son Gohan gently held his hand. Buzz. The energy bomb that had the power to destroy the universe millions of times was reduced to nothing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing all this, Son Gohan tapped his toes into the void and stepped out. Boom! Frisia didn't even have a chance to react before he was hit in the chest by Son Gohan. The terrifying power directly penetrated all of Frisia's defenses, forming a blue energy shock wave that emitted from behind. Frisia's entire face also became extremely distorted at this moment. Its aura is declining rapidly. In just a few seconds, Frisia could no longer maintain his purple and gold form and returned directly to his final form, falling to the ground and unable to get up again. Road. Son Gohan landed, walked to Frisia step by step, and said condescendingly, Frisia, just like a year ago, I will not kill you today, but I also hope you can abide by the previous agreement. Son Gohan, you are really capable. I have never surrendered anyone in my life, but today, I surrendered. Frisia said weakly. Frisia originally thought that after his strength surged, it would at least be an advantage to face Son Gohan again. The result was that Son Gohan fell before he could exert his full strength. This also made Frisia deeply realize that he may never be able to surpass Son Gohan in his life. With Frisia's retreat, the crisis on Earth today is officially over. 5.4. The next few days. The Tournament of Power is coming as scheduled, although he alone could win the Tournament of Power on behalf of the 7th Universe. Son Gohan still organized the strongest team in the 7th Universe. Not surprisingly, the Tournament of Power was successfully won. After the Tournament of Power ended, the Earth and the 7th Universe entered a brief period of peace. 2 years later, the Great Gods of Destruction space opens. With the power beyond Angel and the blessing of the Dragon God Sword, Son Gohan successfully passes the test of the Great Gods of Destruction space, ascended to the throne of the first Great Gods of Destruction. So far, Son Gohan no longer needs to worry about the survival of the 7th Universe and the Earth. Son Gohan, on the other hand, led Bulma, number 18, and others to live a warm and harmonious daily life.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.